Chapter 51 Kill all the evil soul masters. These people are eating at the temporary stronghold of the evil soul master. A 30-year-old hard-hoofed cow was slaughtered, divided into pieces of meat, and was roasted on the fire. Why haven't Lao Lu come back yet? That kid is always silly, no time is this not the case. Tisk, just like him, he will be killed by the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall sooner or later. What nonsense! He is so cautious, how could something happen? It's a pity that my brother is in seclusion now, otherwise why would we be afraid of the damn martial spirit hall? These people are the leaders of the evil soul master branch, and they are still a little scared of the spirit hall in their tone. However, they can't eat this roast beef today. Yuxuan looked at the aura of the evil soul master below and knew that they had harmed many civilians. Sorry, everyone, the Lu of the old man you mentioned has already gone to see the evil god you believe in. The sound fell, and Yuxuan and Ling Yuan appeared not far from the evil soul master. The 5 people are temporarily named Evil Soul Master 2345. Who are you? You actually broke into our territory so boldly. The Evil Soul Master number 2 takes a fighting posture, which is not good at Taoism. No matter who he is here to die, just do it. The Evil Soul Master No 3's eyes lit up, and his eyes turned black and he began to become bloodthirsty. Third brother, don't act rashly. Evil Soul Master number 5 immediately reminded. He looked elegant and easygoing, but he was actually a demon in human skin. It is also a think tank in the 6-person group, and it shows that Yuxuan and Ling Yuan are extraordinary. Oh, I'm still grilling beef. I'm waiting for someone to come back to have a meal, right? Your 6th brother has been sent away by me, and you are next. Yuxuan's voice was not loud, and his calm tone had already sentenced 4 people to death. Arrogant. The Evil Soul Master number 3 roared and rushed towards Kenshui City. Bang! Before he could get close to the other party, he flew backwards and hit the rock. The Evil Soul Master number 4 did not speak, but took out a signal transmitter. Whoosh! A firework rose in the sky, and then Yuxuan felt the breath of many Evil Soul Masters approaching here. Wow! 1,000 troops of cloud-piercing arrows are coming to meet each other. He wanted to see who these guys could call. For these guys, he has one rule. Kill it. Kill them all. 3 minutes later, a large number of evil soul masters had surrounded the 2 of them. He. This is the end of a lot of nonsense. Let's see how you run away now. The evil soul master number 2 smiled gloomily, as if everything was under control. 200 people versus 2 people, the advantage lies in me. Yuxuan and Ling Yuan looked at each other and then smiled. No, are all evil soul masters so brave nowadays? To assemble so many people, I feel that I am not going to hell quickly enough. Second young master, you can't compete with me this time. Ling Yuan knew that Yuxuan took action, so she might not have the chance to take action. Okay, let you enjoy it. Yuxuan said with a smile. After the words came, Ling Yuan jumped up and the 9 soul rings were instantly revealed. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Especially the red 100,000 year soul ring, it is so eye-catching. She is possessed by the martial soul, and now she is like a Valkyrie. A trace of red light flashed in his eyes, and Ling Yuan Jiao said. The second soul skill, fire feathers in the sky. A kite formed by a fire flew into the sky, spreading its wings after a scream. Fire spirit Yuan, are you Ling Yuan, the law enforcement elder of the Wuhun Palace? Damn it, isn't she Conra? The evil soul master number 2 recognized the other party's identity, so today would be in danger. TMD has 200 people on my advantage over 2. A titled Douluo can kill at least half of the people in one go. It's over. A song for yourself and your brothers. Looking at the fire feathers everywhere in the sky, these evil soul masters truly felt the breath of death for the first time. Sweat and shivering. I don't believe it anymore. Is the titled Douluo so powerful? The evil soul master number 3 recovered and showed his martial soul again. At the same time, 6 basic configuration soul rings appeared on him. The 5th soul skill, the evil eye spirit light protects the body. When other evil soul masters saw that he took action, they also mobilized their defensive soul skills one after another. Grey, green and black soul powers appeared one after another, looking very NB. What a pity, it's fancy. Qian Yuxuan shook his head slightly. Boom! The soul skills of both sides collided, and then screams came out. Ah! No! Impossible, absolutely impossible! Seeing the strong smoke and dust hitting towards him, Qian Yuxuan released a soul shield to avoid being fascinated. Ling Yuan in the air was a little surprised. He only killed half of the opponent's people with this blow. However, this is just an appetizer. The smoke dissipates, the evil soul master 4 leaders on one side are still there, and half of the rest of their subordinates are still there. There are still many new ashes on the ground, which are the embers produced by the killed evil soul master and the fire reaction. The arrogant evil soul master number 3, just now, had a pale face, his left eye was ruined, and his right eye was full of fear and looked at Ling Yuan in the sky. If time could go back, he would like to withdraw what he had just said. You guys have some skills, so try this. Ling Yuan crossed her hands in front of her chest, and the temperature around her instantly increased. The 4th soul skill, the fire cage. I thought that the flames condensed into 9 firebirds, and quickly flew to 9 positions, forming a cage that surrounded all the evil soul masters. Those evil soul masters who were preparing to use their escape soul skills found that their soul skills had failed. Don't try to struggle to death as a hammer. The space around me has been blocked by me. It's too late to run away. Her cold voice had already announced the final result for the other party. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, the evil soul master was ready to make a desperate attempt in the end. Planning the formation and fighting with this woman. Even if you die, let her know how powerful we are. At the command of the evil soul master number 2, the remaining subordinates took action. Qian Yuxuan looked at the formation they set up, which was somewhat similar to the scene of the 7-in-1 fusion technique that Shrek 7 Monsters had shown when they watched the drama. Sure enough, no matter which force it is, there are genius people. He understood that the formations of these evil soul masters could gather all their strength together in a short period of time and launch a stronger attack. However, the formation they are posing at this moment is a castrated version. According to his speculation, the power that burst out can at most compete with the soul master who has barely broken through the title Douluo level. Unfortunately, Ling Yuan's fire cage not only blocks the space, but also weakens the power of the enemy's soul skills by 30%. The result of this battle is already obvious. Ling Yuan also felt that the other party's concentrated power was not simple, but if you want to compete with him, it was still far from it. Some strength, but not much. A red light flashed in her eyes and she waved her font with her hands. For specific postures, please refer to the gesture of Tianjin Fan Air Cannon. The 6th soul skill, Fire Spirit King Yuan Explode. The phantom of the Fire Spirit Kit appeared, and opened its big mouth and sprayed high-temperature flames at the evil soul master below. Ghosts are broken and broken. The evil soul master shouted loudly, and his aura looked very powerful. A dark black skull was formed and rushed towards the high-temperature flames emitted by the Ling Chuan. Unfortunately, the donkey is shy outside, but strong outside and fucks inside. The moment it touched the flames, it was directly incinerated. The effect of backlash was also fed back to the evil soul master. Puff! A mouthful of old blood from 1982 was spurted out and was instantly vaporized by high temperature. Swish! The high temperature flames fell, and the evil soul master didn't even scream, but it turned into carbonization. Ling Chuan dissipated his soul power and slowly fell down. Hey! They can't stand it before I tried hard. It's really trash. She curled her lips, feeling a little unsatisfied. Their highest strength is only the soul saint. It's already great to hold on for 3 minutes. When I go back, I will teach you a sword technique, so that you can enjoy the pleasure of instantaneous seconds. Qian Yuxuan spoke. Ling Yuan then smiled and then kissed him on the face. Second young master, don't forget it after you go back. Don't worry, I won't forget it, let's go. After saying that, Qian Yuxuan stretched out his right hand again, put it on her shoulder, and left here. As for the sword technique he wanted to teach, it was also very classic and familiar. Name, Fire Dance and Tornado Sword Technique. Chapter 52, Law Enforcement Elder Huang Sangui. Sister Ayin, why haven't the master come back yet? Zhu Lingyun felt that Qian Yuxuan had been away for a long time and became a little worried. Meng Shu and Kaya Shengxiang twitched their lips. Are young people now so impatient? That Jian young master has only been away for less than 5 minutes. The other party's magical method should be the strength of the title Douluo. The bone Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Pieces sect has the power of space after breaking through the title Douluo. This Jian Gongzi should be similar to his situation. You don't have to worry, I think he should be on his way back. Yin smiled. Through the perception of blue-silver grass, the battle there has been over. In 3 minutes, the powerful force of flames burned all the evil auras. I have to say that Ling Yuan is indeed quite strong. What a hurry! I'm coming back now. After Yin finished speaking, Jian Yuchen brought Ling Yuan back here. Looking at Zhu Lingyuan's appearance, he nodded with a smile. Meng Shu asked, Young Master Qian, how are those evil soul masters? All of them have been solved, but there is a leader who seems to be nowhere, so he is lucky. Jian Yuchen said, with a little regret in his tone. I didn't send the other party and his group in neatly, and I always felt that it was a bit inappropriate. He felt sorry for letting the other party's leader stay in the world alone and feeling loneliness. I dare to ask Mr. Qian, what realm are you and Elder Ling Yuan now? Kaya Shengxiang asked, wanting to know if the two were sealed. Called Douluo powerful. Ling Yuan took out his elder token directly, with 6 combination patterns of sword ghost chrysanthemum hammer dragon crown on the front, and the other side was the martial soul pattern of the fiery spirit Yuan. See the crown. Meng Shu and Kaya Shengxiang knelt on one knee and said with a respectful tone. Zhu Lingyun and the 2 guards were stunned when they looked at the token. The title sealed Douluo token certified by the Wuhun Palace. The second young master's strength is mysterious, just be sure of it. You guys get up, please feel bad about what happened today. Ling Yuan looked at Meng Shu and Kaya Shengxiang and reminded her friend. The 2 stood up and naturally understood what this meant. Immediately promised, Uncle Ling Yuan Mian, I will ruin this matter in my heart. At this time, Jian Yuchen smiled and said, the big army is here, let's calm down first. Soon, dense footsteps came from the other side of the village. Colleagues and team leader urging them. Hurry, the evil soul master is ahead. Speed up and don't let them run away. 1 minute later, these people met Qin Yuchen and his group. Looking at a group of strangers, the people in the Wuhun Palace still looked alert. I dare to ask who you are, where is the evil soul master? A man with a black-haired and hook-nosed man with a somewhat rebellious face came out of this group. He was wearing the costumes of the elders of the branch hall of the Martial Soul Hall and questioned Qin Yuchen and his group. Meng Shu and Kaya Shengxiang showed their martial souls, showed their identity, and said guiltily. This elder, the evil soul master has been destroyed by us. Unfortunately, we and my wife are late and there is no one in this village. It turns out that they are the 2 of the great dragon and snake family, Huang Sangui, the law enforcement elder in the branch hall of the Martial Soul Hall of the Kingdom of Jabuk. 2 people see unfairness, so I've taken action with justice, thank you. Huang Sangui's tone was a bit more respectful. Although he is from the Wuhun Hall, he still needs the help of these forces in special circumstances. The world-class dragon and snake family is a well-known soul master family in the Barak Kingdom. The dragon and snake women of all generations are very famous on the mainland. There is always no harm in having a good relationship. We just delayed the time. Thanks to the help of Mr. Qian and others, we were able to escape from danger. After Meng Shu finished speaking, he looked at Qin Yuchen and his group. Huang Sangui turned his head and looked at the combination of men and 5 women. When his eyes fell on Zhu Lingyun, a special light flashed. I don't know if these people are. He looked at Meng Shu in confusion. We are soul masters traveling across the continent. We happened to meet them. Everyone was killed by evil soul masters, so naturally they could not be let go. Qian Yuchen stopped Ling Yuan who was about to speak and said to Huang Sangui. This is different in the other party's ears. Isn't the soul master traveling through the continent a wild path? If he is recruited into the Wuhun Hall, the bishop must be very happy. If he is happy, wouldn't he be able to make progress? The chief position of the law enforcement elder, then I will definitely be stable this time. Huang Sangui instantly became enthusiastic and smiled, thank you for your actions. I wonder if you can go to the spirit hall to speak. The bishop admires all kinds of heroes and heroes. If you come here, it is also an honor for me to divide the palace. Ling Yuan couldn't help it now and said in a cold tone, this elder Huang, the villagers were brutally killed. Shouldn't you let others confirm the situation? Qian Yuchen nodded and agreed with what she said. He now suspects that Huang Sangui, the weak soul king, was praised for becoming the law enforcement elder of the branch hall of the Barak Kingdom. Could it be that the bishop of this branch hall also has big problems? If this is the case, then the branches of the Wuhan Hall in various places must be carefully checked. This lady, our Wuhan Hall has its own rules for doing things, so you, an outsider, don't need to be the commander. I will naturally give instructions on how to do it. When Huang Sangui heard this, the smile on his face disappeared directly, with a little contempt. Ling Yuan was stunned. Unexpectedly, this guy was so bold that he could talk to him like this. Who gave him the courage to talk to him like this? Or is pure and brainless? Meng Shu and Kao Shengxiang looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. This Huang Sangui is so brave. After being a turtle in a shallow place for a long time, I really can't tell the difference between the big and small kings. After Huang Sangui finished speaking, he asked his subordinates. As the law enforcement elder and the person in charge of this operation, do I have the qualifications to instruct me? Other members of the Spirit Hall said, yes. However, Jian Yuchen heard some people's tone seem reluctant. He looked at Ling Yuan and said, Elder Huang has his own process, so we are not inconvenient to interfere. I will wait for his instructions. Ling Yuan snorted coldly, then turned around and looked elsewhere. For such a person, the best way she thinks of is to be cleansed in the eyes. Huang Sangui also understood that Qin Yuchen and his group might not be easy to get along with, so he turned around and looked at his subordinates and said lightly. Everyone, take action and explore carefully in the village. His men understood the meaning of the elder's words, so they quickly spread out and began to act. Looking at these people's actions, Jian Yuchen knew it was right. Fang is doing it perfunctorily. The evil soul master destroyed the village. He would just report it casually this time. In comparison, Huang Sangui brought them to the bishop to know, which was a meritorious thing. Maybe he can get rewards and take a step further. Huang Sangui thought so, and now he is thinking about how to bring these people back to the bishop to know whether we can make progresses today. What's wrong with his almost strength? Isn't it better to make the leader feel comfortable? Otherwise, how could he, as a soul king, become a law enforcement elder? Jian Yuchen came to take Ling Yuan to her side and said a few words in her ear. Ling Yuan nodded, turned around and looked at the other people who were investigating. In her opinion, these people were too perfunctory. Elder Huang, are your people doing things? I think I need to instruct. Huang Sangui was stunned and then laughed. He was stunned when he was about to say something. Ling Yuan took out the elder's token and looked at him with a smile. Elder Huang, do you think I have the qualifications to instruct me now? Chapter 53 Puppet Bishop Zhao Dezu. Plop. Huang Sangui still has eyesight. When facing someone who is higher than himself, just kneel down. Don't talk about whether a man has gold under his knees. Only when he lives is qualified to say dignity. If your life is gone, then what else can you not have gold in your knees? I'm Huang Sangui, please pay homage to you. He knelt on the ground, bowing down, completely opposite to his previous rebellious appearance. What Huang Sangui believes in is, being a humble family is not a shame, being able to bend and stretch one's husband. If you are stronger than me, I will be timid, and if you are weaker than me, I will be arrogant. The woman held the token of honor elder. It's so big, why didn't it come out at the beginning? On the contrary, I'm giving myself a warning now. Isn't this a mess? Or is this a common problem for big people? Do you like to have a sense of mystery? Seeing that he reacted so quickly, Ling Yuan was secretly amazed at this speed. This humble reaction was faster than the danger sensing of the titled Douluo. Elder Huang, you just invited us to the branch hall of the Barak Kingdom. I thought about it and had to go and have a look. After all, Bishop Zhao has worked diligently over the years and has also provided bad talents to the Wuhan Hall. This private visit is to check the actual situation of the subhones in various places. Bishop Zhao may be promoted to the Law Enforcement Hall of Tiandu Temple. She looked at Huang Sangui who was kneeling down and said Jian Yuchen's words to remind him. To introduce yourself, in Xiaoling Yuan, the sixth elder in the Holy City Elder Hall. Huang Sangui immediately sweated profusely, the Holy City Elder Hall. Holy City, that is, Wuhan City. This is a great source. Not to mention Elder Douluo, he is not qualified to go to Wuhan City. I didn't touch the stone just now, but the steel. It's over, I'm still in the hairy department. I, a small law enforcement elder, may not be able to save myself. Huang Sangui has never been as scared as he is today. His body trembles like a sieve and his face is sweating. Ling Yuan elder, please forgive me for being disrespectful just now. His tone was trembling, very low and respectful. Elder Huang, I'll just say one thing now. Can I give instructions? Ling Yuan snorted coldly. Yes. 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 Huang Sangui hurriedly affirmed. If you dare to say no, you may not see Bishop Zhao today. Since I can give you a little instructions. Let your subordinates carefully collect the information of the villagers and publish it after returning to the branch hall. If you have relatives here, you will pay subsidies according to the requirements. I think this instruction is not a difficult task for Elder Huang, right? Ling Yuan looked at him jokingly and said slowly. Yes, I'll execute it now. Huang Sangui immediately got up and quickly conveyed orders to his subordinates. Those people's efficiency increased instantly, and they quickly patrolled and explored and recorded the villages. The overall level of these people is pretty good in terms of abilities. However, Yuxuan was very curious why the highest among the people sent by Bishop Zhao was the Soul Emperor. Isn't this kind of lineup that encircles the evil soul masters to give up their heads? The Wu Soul Hall is divided into various places, and the minimum configuration is also the starting point of 2 soul saints. What is the difference between letting a soul king's law enforcement elder encircle and suppressing the evil soul master? It can't be this Bishop Zhao who wants to deal with this Huang Sangui who is slapped with a slap in the horse, right? If so, then things will be interesting. Soon, Huang Sangui and his subordinates gathered together. The situation in the village has been investigated and recorded, and the work can be finished. Huang Sangui said respectfully, Elder Ling Yuan, everything has been completed as required. Then please ask Elder Huang to lead the way. Please let us also want to meet Bishop Zhao. After Ling Yuan finished speaking, she signaled the other party to lead the way. They were happy to go to the martial spirit hall of the Kingdom of Barak to take a look. Huang Sangui nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and said to his subordinates. The mission is over, return. Meng Shu and Kao Shengxiang looked at each other and understood the meaning of each other's eyes. Let's separate, quickly separate. The matter inside the Wuhan Hall has nothing to do with us. Meng Shu took a step forward and said, Young Master Qian, my husband and I have something to do not finish, so let's leave. Chao Tianxiang smiled and said, we remember the grace of saving our lives today. In the future, when Qian Gongzi is in trouble, the dragon and snake family will support it with full support. Qian Yuxuan nodded, meeting is fate, and you two need things again, so let's part with you. Then, both sides left in 2 different directions. In the martial soul hall of the Kingdom of Barak, a trace of light that was not easy to detect was flashed in Bishop Zhao Dezu's eyes. The second brother and the other's lives are broken. It seems that there is something wrong this time. Let me, the boss, avenge you. He sat in the center of the hall, muttering to himself as he looked in the distance. At this moment, a hurried footsteps came, and a hurried voice came. Brother, do you let Huang Sangui's pen trick deal with the evil soul master? Didn't you tell them to die? The person who came was officially his younger brother Zhao Dahan. What brother? I've said it many times, and I'm good at work. Also, what are you anxious about? Zhao Dezu glanced at his rash younger brother and criticized him. Huang Sangui is a person who is flexible in his work. If the evil soul master is too strong, he will definitely send someone to rescue soldiers. Now that I have been leaving for so long, no one has sent a message, so it should be nothing big. Zhao Dahan was stunned. He thought about it, although that guy had a trick to pat his beard and horse, he was more jealous than anyone else. It is really possible that it is okay to not be allowed to come back to hire a reinforcement. It would be great if this wave of evil soul masters really solved it. This month is their 3rd move. If I catch them, I will punish them severely and then send them to hell. Zhao Dahan showed murderous intent in his eyes, and he made the group of animals run away twice. He was so angry. Zhao Dezu showed a faint smile on his face and comforted him. The evil soul master has always been tricky and has no trace, so don't be too impatient. He changed the subject and asked again. How is the payment of subsidies for survivors of the first 2 villages? Although Zhao Dahan did not capture the evil soul master, the subsidy was still paid very well for the survivors of the victims. Architect, the subsidies for the 2 villages have been paid, and there are no omissions. That's fine, you go down first, I want to be alone and be quiet. Zhao Dezu is ready to drive people away. After outsiders are here for a long time, this puppet is prone to reveal flaws. Yes. Zhao Dahan was about to leave. At this moment, a black shadow rushed into the hall quickly, his tone very fast. He knelt on the ground with his knees, slid for 2.5 meters, and then spread his hands on the ground. Sir, someone is coming from the Holy City Elders Hall. The person who came holds the token of honorary elders and calls himself the 6th elder of the Elders Hall. The person who speaks is Huang Sangui. When I came back so quickly, it was the blonde young man who thought that his speed was too slow. With a wave of their hand, they arrived at the branch hall square. After reacting, he rushed into the hall as fast as he had ever lived and came to report on the matter. What? The Holy City Elder Hall? Zhao Dahan's eyes widened, a little unbelievable. Go and invite people in quickly, don't neglect them. Zhao Dezu said immediately, with a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. After Kenshui City landed, I discovered something was wrong here. There was the aura of an evil soul master in the main hall of the Martial Soul Hall. After Huang Sangui went to report, he asked A Yin to protect Zhu Lingyan's 3 girls and slowly walked towards the hall with Ling Yuan. When I arrived at the door, I heard a man say hello to them and come in and don't neglect it. No need, Bishop Zhao. After the words came, Yuxuan walked away. Looking at Zhao Dezu in the center, he realized that this person was normal. He looked at the other party with a smile and said, Bis Zhao doesn't seem to be suitable either. How should I call you? The bishop of my spirit hall has become a puppet that people can control. What, the mice in the gutter still want to bully the heavens? After these words fell, the others in the hall looked at Zhao Dezu incredibly. His younger brother Zhao Dahan was even more unacceptable. What are you talking nonsense? My elder brother is obviously fine. Yuxuan shook his head and squinted his eyes at Zhao Dezu. Okay? He has been transformed into a puppet by someone through a worm. I am worthy of being the boss of the evil soul master, and my methods are indeed amazing. Chapter 54, The Gu Soul Master, you don't need this kind of existence. Ba. Zhao Dezu clapped his hands, stood up with a smile on his face, and looked at Yuxuan. You have such a good eye, and you can see through my layout in one go. It's a pity that you came too late. This is already the territory I control. After he finished speaking, a strong black air emanated from his body. After possession of the martial soul, it turned into a human-shaped wolf demon. This is Zhao Dezu's martial soul, Black Wolf. Looking at the werewolf who looked so bloodthirsty, Zhao Dahan seemed to understand something. The evil soul masters from those 2 villages escaped. Is it your letter of communication? Zhao Dezu showed his fangs and smiled very cunningly. My stupid brother, you are not that stupid either. Zhao Dahan's direct martial soul he possessed himself and turned into a werewolf. Bah, hurry up and turn my elder brother back, otherwise labor and capital will be rude. He has only one idea now, to save his elder brother. His martial soul is different from his elder brother, and his hair is brown. Yuxuan was a little surprised that the other party could actually control others to possess the martial soul. This ability is somewhat meaningful. I want to attack me, but it's a little bit of ambition. The 3rd soul skill, Soul Bewitching the Heart. A green light flashed in Zhao Dezu's eyes, and then Zhao Dahan became dull and walked slowly towards him. Huang Sangui was the same. He became dull and turned around and looked at Yuxuan, ready to launch an attack. There was also noise outside. Ling Yuan turned around and found that A Yin and the others were surrounded. She hurriedly said, Second young master, these people seem to be controlled. Yuxuan nodded and looked at Zhao Dezu, your method of controlling insects is really perfect. The entire branch hall is in your control instantly, amazing. Hearing his relaxed words, Zhao Dezu seemed to feel something was wrong. This is a small problem for him. So what if you find out? Now everyone here is under my control. Unless I personally draw out the insects in their bodies, no one else can remove my control. Of course, there is another way to free them, that is, kill them all. No soul master can do anything to control his soul insects. As long as you exert your soul power, you will be able to replenish your own insects, and the parasite will be even more painful. Ordinary people cannot deal with his insects. Yuxuan looked at the other party so confidently and understood that he was using his ability to control Zhao Dezu. Without finding the spellcaster himself, you can't do anything to the other party. But this is rare to defeat someone? Everything is not absolute, don't be too confident. Remember, don't be too presumptuous, it's useless. After saying that, Yuxuan raised his right hand and a light condensed from his hand. Holy light purification. The light scattered everywhere, and the controlled soul masters fainted on the ground. Zhao Dezu's face changed, and he lost the control of those insects. Huang Sangui and Zhao Dahan in the hall also fainted on the ground. Now, only Ling Yuan, Qian Yuchen and Zhao Dezu are still standing. Your Excellency, we will meet back soon. Qian Yuchen disappeared from the spot and instantly came to Zhao Dezu. At the same time, his right index finger pointed at the other party's eyebrows. In an instant, he knew where the other party was. Zhao Dezu closed his eyes, withdrew from the state of possession of the martial soul, and fell to the ground. On the other side, a man in a basement slowly opened his eyes. Who are you? You can break my soul-controlling insects so easily. This kind of sacred power may be the successor of the six-winged angel lineage. He quickly got up, opened another passage in the basement, and prepared to escape from this place. Just as I was about to get up, a powerful force came in an instant. Your Excellency, it's not good to hide your head and tail. I want to see your true face. Space replacement. The man thought it was not good, but it was too late. Whoosh! He disappeared in the basement instantly, and a stone appeared in his place. Opening his eyes again, he found a man and a woman standing in front of him. The man looked calm, while the woman was ready for battle. Are you the master behind this insect? The bosses mentioned by those 6 guys. Qian Yuchen looked at the man in black robe in front of him. This guy was very resentful and had done a lot of evil things. Evil Soul Master number 1 looked at Qian Yuchen. The other party's move to change the scene shows that his strength is above him. His attack power is 3,500,000. It is better to act first, but then you will suffer. The 4th soul skill, the puppet insect. A green spot of light flashed and landed on Qian Yuchen's forehead, and then disappeared. Seeing that he hit this move, he immediately smiled. You're careless. Even if you are a titled Douluo, you may not be able to react. Be my puppet. He. The evil soul master number 1 no longer had the tightness she had before, and she felt like an offensive and defensive force. The 2nd soul skill, Soul Gu Heart Control. He put his hands together and pointed his index fingers at Qian Yuchen. Then, the hall fell into a strange silence. Several invisible crows flew past, carrying a line of ellipsis. Ling Yuan looked at the other party's actions and was very puzzled about what this was. It's useless to shout out this soul skill? Qian Yuchen looked at the other person with a smile and thought to himself, are you sweating profusely, brother? What a bullshit insect, do you really think you are the great love immortal? Do you think that little bug can control me? Then look, what is this? After he finished speaking, he slowly stretched out his right hand, something the size of a mung bean was suspended on his palm. Impossible, absolutely impossible. After my insect enters the body, it will be firmly with the parasite. You must be a fool. Evil Soul Master number 1 looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The worm he was proud of actually failed at this moment. Haha, sometimes your eyes can lie. Qian Yuchen shook his head and hit the insect with his backhand. Whoosh! The puppet insect flew directly into the mouth of the evil soul master number 1, and he swallowed it. Bitter melon smells. It was the first time he tasted the taste of his own insect. I didn't expect me to fall here today. Evil soul master number 1 lifted his black robe and revealed his true face. Her hair and beard are all white, her skin is like a baby, her eyes are bright, and she looks like a gentle and kind person. But Qian Yuchen clearly felt that there was a strong resentment in this person, and it was definitely not a good thing. Humph, old monster, how many people have you harmed to maintain your appearance like this? Evil Soul Master number 1 laughed, young people, the importance of life is the first choice. How shining was the ancestor worshipped in the Wuhun Hall that time. No matter how genius the other party is, it will still turn into a piece of Lois. Only by surviving can there be infinite possibilities, and it is just that the price is something that others can bear. Although your abilities are amazing, you may not be able to keep me. After saying that, this guy's aura is not concealed. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Level 99 Extreme Douluo. His hair and beard began to turn black, and he instantly became a middle-aged man in his 30s. Ling Yuan looked at the other party in horror. She had only seen such powerful pressure in Qian Daoliu. Old guy, finally, isn't you hiding it? Come on, today this is your bone burial place. Qian Yuchen naturally felt that a pure life energy was hidden in the other party, in order to maintain physical functions, The explosion can restore the body to its peak in a short time and greatly enhance its combat effectiveness. He no longer concealed his aura and burst out with a powerful and sacred aura. 9 soul rings appeared, and the last 3 soul rings shocked the evil soul master number 1. 100,000 years of soul rings, but 3. Yuxuan's 97-level Super Douluo's strength directly crushed the opponent. The 8th soul skill, the soul insect whistle. The boy returns. The evil soul master number 1 merged with the martial soul, and his body changed again, and he directly turned into an 18-year-old. He felt the majestic vitality and couldn't help but say, "This feeling is so wonderful." Swish! A sound of body permeating was heard, and he looked at his chest, and a sword condensed by soul power pierced through the heart. He looked up at Yuxuan in a daze, unable to believe that the other party easily broke his defense. "I'm still in the desolate valley with the cold wind blowing. So much nonsense, I really don't know how you lived to such an old age." After Yuxuan cursed, he waved his right hand and the sword energy condensed by his soul power dissipated. Blood gushed out in the chest of evil soul master number 1, even if he used his soul power to stop it, he could not stop it. Because blood will flow back into the abdominal cavity, you will still have to die. Purify the holy light. Yuxuan waved his hand again, and a pure light swept across the evil soul master number 3, and he turned directly into dust. In his position, 7 soul bones were suspended in the air. A pair of external soul bones and 6 regular soul bones. The 6 conventional soul bones have very high quality, and they all start in 30,000 years. The skulls in it are 100,000 years old. The soul bones attached to the outside seem to be a pair of soles of the feet, which is also very rare. As soon as he waved his hand, the suspended soul bones were put into the soul guide. The gains this time are very good. Ling Yuan didn't expect that he was so strong that he killed the opponent in 2 moves. Wouldn't that mean that the second young master can suppress the great worship? Let's go and see Ayan and the others. After Yuxuan finished speaking, he walked outside the hall. When I came out, I saw that all the soul masters who fainted were tied up by the blue-silver grass. When Ayan saw him coming out safely, he immediately asked, "How is the matter dealing with it?" "The powerful aura just now, she could at most be with the other party." "It's okay, that old man has been solved by me," Yuxuan said with a smile. "Master," then Ling Yuan looked at the people unconscious on the ground, wanting to hear what to do next. "I am walking outside, and my main focus is to do good deeds without leaving a name. Let's go to the next destination." Of course, Yuxuan would not stay here. These people have returned to normal and there is nothing to worry about. His next stop is the Holy Soul Village where the God King Jack is located. Chapter 55 Come to the Holy Soul Village. After lunch in Soto City, Yuxuan and his group headed towards the Holy Soul Village. The journey from the kingdom of Barak to Fasno is not very long. He released the previous carriage and asked Ling Yuan and the others to go up, while he sat outside the carriage. It's pretty good to enjoy the scenery along the way. The carriage was driving on the wide road, breathing fresh air, and Yuxuan felt much more comfortable. There is no air pollution, the sky is extremely blue, and many birds fly freely in the air. Inside the carriage, Ling Yuan and Ayan sat aside, Ling Yuan and 2 maids sit aside. The 5 girls look at me and I look at you, and the carriage looks dull. Well, isn't it good to let the master drive by himself? Ling Yuan took the lead in breaking the atmosphere and asked at Ling Yuan. "Second young master, I like to relax by myself when I'm fine. Since he lets us sit in, just sit there with peace of mind." Ling Yuan smiled. This is what Kenshui City is different from the rest of Wuhun City. Ayan thought it was very novel, and the hierarchy among the soul beasts was very strict. Although this Jian Gongzi is born in a very high class among humans, he does not value much rules. However, in her opinion, such a person is the most complicated, and you don't know what he is thinking about. From the perspective of getting along, you can feel his sincerity to others. This is a quality that many people do not possess. From what she has observed so far, this Jian Gongzi is very good to her own people and friends. Ling Yuan nodded when she heard this and stopped talking. There was another doubt in her heart, the destination where the master went on this road seemed to be a relatively remote place. What should I do there? Thinking of Yuxuan's unstable style of doing things and having a deep meaning, she put this question in her heart. After crossing 3 rivers and passing through 2 major plains, Kenshui City saw a stone tablet. There are 3 words engraved on it, Holy Soul Village. He looked at the 3 words above and stopped temporarily. The Holy Soul Village has arrived. I'm asleep and wake up. I'll get off the bus later. The 5 women who were sleeping in the carriage felt bored and slowly opened their eyes. Ling Yuan's head rested on Zhu Lingyun's chest. I really don't know why she was so able to move after she fell asleep. Obviously beside Ian, he is now directly here to Zhu Lingyun's side. Zhu Lingyun felt the strange feeling on her chest. When she looked down, she found that Ling Yuan was sleeping indecently. She carefully stretched out her right hand and nodded gently on the other person's face. Sister Ling Yuan, Sister Ling Yuan. Ling Yuan, who came back to her senses, took a look at her posture and quickly got up. Yin looked at them without saying a word. It was the first time that the 2 maids saw their ladies. Fortunately, Ling Yuan doesn't drool when she sleeps, otherwise she will be really embarrassed. Yuxuan didn't know what was happening inside the car, so he drove the car slowly into the Holy Soul Village. In the Holy Soul Village, the village chief Jack felt his left eyelid twitching violently. Years of experience tell him that there may be a distinguished guest coming today. But what distinguished guests can be found in this remote place of Holy Soul Village? The soul saint of that year had already died in the battle to encircle and suppress the evil soul master. Now this village is just a name. Fortunately, in order to commemorate the sacrifice of this soul saint, Notting City Junior Soul Master College gave a job study quota. Children who have successfully awakened their martial souls can go to school for work. After dissipating the distracting thoughts in his mind, he went out with a hoe and prepared to go to the field to see how the crops grew. By the way, see if there are any wild beasts in the field coming to steal food. As soon as I reached the end of the village intersection, I found a carriage coming. The man driving looked like he was not an ordinary person. Distinguished guest, this is the distinguished guest in their village. Qian Yuxuan also saw this old man holding a hoe. The one who walks so hard at such an old age should be the village chief Jack. Hello, I am Jack, the village chief of this village. I dare to ask what it is for the young master to come to the Holy Soul Village. Jack said respectfully in a tone. Qian Yuxuan smiled and said, Captain Jack, we are just passing by and want to rest here for some time. Don't worry, we won't disturb the villagers, just find us an empty place. Jack was stunned. This noble young man not only had a kind tone, but his request was so simple. Young master, there is a suitable space 300 meters away from my house. It is planned to build a new house. I'll take you there now. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to lead the way. He dare not neglect when the distinguished guest comes to the door. That's thank you. Qian Yuxuan thanked. Ling Yuan in the carriage had some doubts in her eyes. She was an ordinary old man, and there seemed to be no strong soul power fluctuations in this village. Just an ordinary village, how could the second young master come here? When passing by the village, many villagers greeted Jack, and they were also curious about who the person in the carriage was. There is only one ox cart in Holy Soul Village, and it is only used when it is in the big market. However, since the village chief personally led the way, the person who came might be a big shot, the villagers didn't say much. 10 minutes later, Jack took Qian Yuxuan to a planned open house. Young master, that's it. Qian Yuxuan looked at the open space and it was well organized. Thank you, village chief Jack. He got up and jumped out of the carriage, took out 2 golden soul coins, and handed them to the other party. This is our rent. When Jack saw his big move, he took 2 golden soul coins and quickly refused. Young master, this is not something you can do. It's just an open space. It's already a glorious place to come to our village. He dare not accept it easily. If the other party's money offends, the people in the village may suffer unrestrained disasters. Qian Yuxuan looked at the other party like this and knew what he was thinking. He collected the golden soul coins and took out 10 silver soul coins. Guardian Jack, don't refuse this time. This is not only my rent, but also to give the children in the village a little bit of their heart. They are the future of the Soul Master world, let's improve the food for the children. Now, Jack was embarrassed to refuse. After all, the children in the village were indeed too thin. 10 ginseng coins can buy a lot of things, and there will be no problems. Old man, I thank the young master on behalf of the children. Jack thanked him and took over the gintama coin. Young master, then I won't bother you. He knew that the other party's goal had been achieved, so he left after saying that. After the other party left, Qian Yuxuan stretched out his right hand. The power of the Holy Spirit, the earth element obeys my command. In an instant, a brand new house with a small courtyard appeared on the open space. Good guy, that's how the power of the dignified element is used. Infrastructure. It's a match with Yamato, which is engaged in greening. After finishing, he said to the car. Okay, this is our temporary residence, let's go out and have a look. After the words came, Ling Yuan was the first to come out of the carriage, followed by Ayan and then Zhu Lingyan's 3 girls. Have you settled in such a quick place? Ling Yuan said in surprise. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, just a little trick, go in and have a look. Zhu Lingyun and Ayan followed Ling Yuan's footsteps and slowly walked into the courtyard. Considering the number of people, Qian Yuchen built 3 rooms. Ling Yuan and him had a room, Ayan and Zhu Lingyun and 2 maids had a room. There is a kitchen next door, which is more comprehensive overall. After a few people walked around, they chose a room under the arrangement of Qian Yuchen. As for the 3-piece set on the bed, he had already prepared it. In less than 5 minutes, the room was arranged. The 5 women expressed their surprise. He was very prepared here. Young Master Qian, you are so thoughtful. Ayan praised. It's a good thing to be prepared when you're out. Okay, now we're going to prepare dinner while it's still dark. After saying that, Qian Yuchen walked towards the kitchen. Zhu Lingyun widened her eyes and hurriedly followed. The stove fire ignited, and several people began a short rest journey in the Holy Soul Village. Chapter 56, Passing the Power Again, Trying to Transform. The morning sun rose, and Kenshui City rose before dawn. He sat on the roof and looked at the rising sun, with a trace of purple air flashing in his eyes. This is not Ziji Demon Eye, but practicing Zixi, a magical art when you have nothing to do. After this skill is perfect, it seems that it will bring magical changes to the practitioners. Hey! After spitting out a mouthful of white mist, Qian Yuchen felt refreshed. The consumption of the battle last night was replenished in an instant. The operation speed of the 9 Yang Divine Art, which was advanced by myself, has accelerated. It is estimated that in another month, he will be able to break through to level 98. After finishing work, he also began to think about what kind of exercises to teach a few girls. The ice true energy on Ling Yuan's side is no longer necessary. Now the 2 soul powers of ice and fire have been balanced in her physical strength, and a skill is needed to merge it. Ice and fire blend together, and yin and yang return to unite. With the fire dance and tornado sword technique that is preparing to be taught, the combat effectiveness will be qualitative. As for the 3 kittens, they are talented, so they will lay a solid foundation first. In terms of martial arts, he is preparing to teach 3 people 9 yin scriptures, the Legend of the Condor Heroes version. Among them, the 9 yin divine claws and spiral 9 shadows combined with the cat-like martial souls should have a considerable increase in actual combat. On Ayan's side, she is still a 100,000-year-old soul beast. After she turns into a human form, she will teach her new skills. He had a premonition that the other party had transformed in these few days. 30 minutes later, Qian Yuchen felt the movement inside the house and flashed into the courtyard. Sitting on the stool, he looked at the door inside the house. The first person to get up was Zhu Lingyun. She ate the meal made by Qian Yuchen last night and felt that she was unqualified. She is proficient in cooking. After all, she is a candidate for future princess or even queens. The Zhu family cultivates a perfect heir. So she rested very early last night, just to get up early to prepare breakfast for others. However, what she didn't expect was that the master Qian Yuchen got up so early. Not long after dawn, he sat down in the yard. Master, why don't you take a little longer? Hearing her words, Qian Yuchen smiled and said. I got up for a while, I'll just go and do your business. Zhu Lingyun nodded, quickly washed up and walked into the kitchen. Her 2 maids followed closely, greeted Qian Yuchen and helped her. Ayan and Ling Yuan got up when breakfast was about to be ready. After washing up, I just had a meal. The stop is very accurate. However, when eating, Qian Yuchen was still a little surprised. Judging from the finished product, the dishes were no less than him. Exist after breakfast, old Jack came to the yard. He was shocked in his eyes. He created such a big house out of thin air, and that young man must have the identity of the sky. He kept reminding himself in his heart, don't offend distinguished guests, don't offend distinguished guests. He looked at the things in his hand and reached out and knocked on the yard gate a few times with a nervous mood. QQ. The courtyard door opened, Qian Yuchen looked at Jack and smiled. Captain Jack, are you? Guest, this is a specialty in our village. Jack pointed to the things in the basket. You are so kind, come in and sit for a while. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he gave in and asked him to come in and sit down. Jack subconsciously wanted to refuse, but looked at the other party's kind smile and didn't say it. I'll disturb that old man. Then, he walked into the courtyard. As soon as he entered the door, he saw several fairy-like women talking and laughing in the hall. This made him even more sure that the young master in front of him had an extraordinary origin. It's better to put down the things and leave quickly, he said intimately. Jack looked at the stone table in the yard and hurried over and placed the basket on it. He looked at Qian Yuchen and said, Young master, I'll put the things here, so I won't bother you. After saying that, he quickly left. Qian Yuchen looked at his leaving figure, a little confused. There are no jackals, tigers and leopards in my yard. Why do you do so quickly? He looked at the things in the basket and smiled. Old Jack was still good. Ling Yuan walked out and said in confusion, the old man is the village chief of this village? Why are you doing so urgently? Qian Yuchen shook his head, who knows? But this kind of kind-hearted person is rare. Now we're talking about the main business. A Yuan and Ling Yuan, come out. This time, based on your cultivation situation, we will teach you the corresponding method of practicing soul skills, he said in a serious tone. Qian Yuchen still attaches great importance to the matter of cultivation. Ling Yuan's eyes lit up, and she was looking forward to Qian Yuchen teaching her new cultivation methods. He said before that he would teach himself a special sword technique to kill him. Zhu Lingyun and the two maids were very curious about what magical things were about this soul skill cultivation method. The four of them slowly walked to Kenshui City, their eyes full of curiosity and expectation. Qian Yuchen looked at Ling Yuan and said, your soul power is very special. You are now in a state of symbiosis of ice and fire. I am teaching you this method of cultivation that can blend ice and fire into one. Ling Yuan knows his situation, and if he explodes with all his strength, he can fight Super Douluo. Some of her people couldn't wait to say, second young master, do you really have such a magical way of practicing? What are you anxious about? Qian Yuchen shook his head and pointed his right index finger at her forehead. In an instant, Ling Yuan had an additional exercise in his mind. 9 Heavens True Sutra. After learning about the magic of this method of cultivation, Ling Yuan kissed Qian Yuchen directly on the face. Zhu Lingyun looked at Ling Yuan so excited, and she was even more curious about what cultivation methods Qian Yuchen would teach him. Qian Yuchen signaled Ling Yuan to calm down, and then looked at Zhu Lingyun. You netherworld spirit cats are concerned about fighting with flexibly unexpectedly. Although I teach you the skills relatively basic, it can improve your cultivation speed and practical combat ability. After saying that, he quickly tapped the 3 girls' foreheads, and the method of cultivation came into their minds. 9 Yin Scriptures. Zhu Lingyun murmured softly. Then I carefully studied it and was shocked by the practice method. Can it not only practice soul skills, but also improve the talent of practitioners? What I haven't heard of, it's shocked. Among them, the 9 spiral shadows combined with the 100 claws of the netherworld have a higher lethality. The 9 yin divine claws can also increase the damage of the netherworld claws, which is so terrifying. If the Zhu family's soul power meditation can successfully cultivate to the soul saint, this technique can make her easy to cultivate to the title Douluo. Such a precious method of practicing soul skills is given as soon as you say it, and you are worthy of being the master. Atmospheric. She felt that she had never felt so grateful for her choice like today. There is no need to talk about Ziling and Yuling. The two were shocked and couldn't speak. There is only one thought, I have never met the wise master in my life. If the great master does not give up, I will serve you for life. The two of them knew that their talents might be at the peak of the soul saint's cultivation. If they carefully study this method of cultivation, they would probably be able to enter the realm of titled Douluo that they had always dreamed of. Thank you for your rewards. Zhu Lingyun said respectfully with her knees. Ziling and Yuling knelt down directly, thank you, master, to reward the martial arts. Qian Yuchen raised his hand, and the 3 women stood up directly from the ground. You 3 will practice hard and improve your strength as soon as possible. After saying that, he asked the 4 girls to practice. Then he turned around and looked at Ayin, and Ayin was also looking at him. Qian Yuchen walked to Ayin and spoke again. You have suppressed for so long, when will you turn into a human form and re-ed up? 3 days later, the full moon night is the best time. Yin told him about his transformation time. Her human form that she has been around for 100,000 years now is just anthropomorphic form, wanting to become a real human. Well, there are few people here, and basically no soul masters are involved, very safe. Ling Yuan and I will protect you at that time and we will not let accidents appear. After Qian Yuchen said this, a hint of gratitude flashed in Yin's eyes. In this way, I'll trouble Mr. Qian. Chapter 57 Yin transforms into shape, the Six-Ring Soul Emperor. Time flies very quickly, and 3 days pass by in a flash. After these days of contact, the people in the village no longer had the fear of Qian Yuchen and the others before. On the contrary, I am grateful. While Qian Yuchen was wandering in the village, he treated some villagers who were tortured by illness. Jack burst into tears on the spot. This is the honor of the village. In their remote place, it is extremely difficult for villagers to be injured and want to treat them. Please treat the soul master, the cost is very high. These soul masters don't want to come to this small corner. The barefoot doctor in the village is a knife. In short, it's hard to describe it. Now that someone is helping the villagers with treatment, old Jack is so moved. In this way, if the village has more labor force, the harvest will definitely be sufficient for the next year. Pay the taxes collected in full, so there is no need to worry about insufficient surplus grain. Qian Yuchen naturally noticed this abnormal situation. He believed that it was not just the Holy Soul village, but other remote villages must have the same situation. Change this situation and let's talk about it after returning to Wuhun City. In 3 days, Ling Yuan's 9 Sky True Sutra has opened up the 3 orifices, and the quality of soul power has been greatly improved. Zhu Lingyun and the 3 girls were the first to practice Yujin and bone-making chapter, and a large amount of impurities were discharged from their bodies in 2 days. The 3 women looked radiant, rosy, and tender, and their soul power was much faster. The sky is dim. Are you ready? Qian Yuchen looked at Yin and asked. Yin nodded. In the past 3 days, she had adjusted her condition to the best. Ling Yuan also said seriously, don't worry, the second young master and I will not let others disturb you. Yin nodded and looked at Qian Yuchen, young master Qian, I'll trouble you. Qian Yuchen nodded and waved his hand and took them away. Zhu Lingyun was practicing with 2 maids, and she didn't know what the 3 of them were going to do. As soon as the picture changed, Qian Yuchen and the other 3 appeared in a forest outside the suburbs of Holy Soul Village. The surroundings are covered with trees, and there is an open flat ground in the middle. The full moon is on the top, which is very good for Yin. After Qian Yuchen looked at it, he raised his right hand and said, Holy Light Enchantment. An invisible barrier opened and enveloped the place. This barrier is just in case, and it will not affect the illumination of moonlight and energy absorption. We are guarding outside the barrier, and you can transform with peace of mind. After saying that, Qian Yuchen took Ling Yuan out of the barrier. Yin watched the 2 of them leave, sat cross-legged and adjusted his condition. After Ling Yuan was taken out of the barrier by Qian Yuchen, she looked back and saw that her eyes were empty. Second young master, why can't you see the situation in the barrier? This involves personal privacy. What do you do if you ask so much? Qian Yuchen slightly tapped her forehead, and Ling Yuan also understood what he did. He said again, you go to the other side, I'm here, just wait until Yin transforms into an end. Okay. Ling Yuan's figure flashed and appeared at the designated position. Yin inside the barrier looked at the 2 people guarding both sides and felt much more at ease. She looked up at the full moon and began to exude a strong vitality on her body. At the same time, the blue-silver grass on the ground made a sound of joy, as if celebrating his emperor. The vast and boundless grass knows the strength, and the stars are covered with blue-silver. Yin's eyes filled with blue light, bursting out with powerful soul power. The golden blue-silver grass under her feet began to grow, gradually wrapping her up. Soon, a blue-silver grass cocoon with golden patterns formed, and the rich vitality began to condense. Qian Yuchen naturally felt the changes in the internal aura of the barrier, and this magnificent vitality is really amazing. No wonder, Yin was able to inherit the position of goddess of life in the original work. Ling Yuan was shocked by the soul power that exploded at that moment. Unexpectedly, the gentle Yin actually contained such a terrifying power. Sure enough, any soul beast that can't be underestimated. At this time, Yin turned into a body in the grass cocoon, and a golden patterned blue-silver grass took root on the ground. In the middle of the 2 symmetrical leaves, a new mass of life is slowly taking shape. This is her soul beast embryo. After the embryo absorbs enough energy and matures, she will completely transform into a human form. At the same time, the weak moonlight power that was invisible to the naked eye was absorbed by the grass cocoon and turned into pure energy and injected into the embryo. An hour later, Qian Yuxuan felt the sound of his heart beating and the familiar breath of life. Yin is about to succeed, so I'll help you a little. He slowly raised his right hand, and the pure wood elemental power slowly gathered. The power of wood spirit is melted. This power is gentle, and after contacting the grass cocoon, it instantly merges into it. Such pure energy injection accelerates Yin's soul beast embryo developed. 2 hours later, the embryo in the grass cocoon had become almost the same as the human form of Yin before. The long blue hair spreads, the corners of your eyes move slightly, and the hands hold your knees, like a sleeping beauty. Yes. With a slight whisper, her eyelids began to tremble slightly. Then, she slowly opened her eyes, her blue eyes flashing with a hint of confusion. I've succeeded. Yin felt the changes in her body carefully, and her heart was beating vigorously, driving blood circulation throughout her body. She stood up, and the golden patterned blue-silver grass on the ground merged into her body, and then the golden blue long skirt covered her body. Qian Yuxuan felt that the energy change stopped and realized that Yin had succeeded. Yin, have your transformation completed. When Yin in the barrier heard this, he opened his lips slightly. Young Master Qian, you can disperse the barrier. Qian Yuxuan waved his hand, the barrier dissipated, and Yin's figure appeared. Ling Yuan looked at Yin, who was like an ordinary person, and was a little curious about the transformation of the soul beast. How is it, how do you feel? Qian Yuxuan asked. It feels very novel, the body is full of vitality, but also very fragile. Yin expressed his feelings. Then she stretched out her right hand and Lan Yinhuang appeared. Now, it has become her martial soul. Young Master Qian, Sister Ling Yuan, please leave a little bit, I need to condense the soul ring. After Yin showed off his martial soul, he felt that the energy in his body was too abundant and needed a catharsis. She has transformed into a soul beast for 100,000 years and can give birth to 6 soul rings in the front. As for the 3 soul rings behind, they still need to be obtained by hunting the soul beast. Qian Yuxuan and Ling Yuan retreated a little further, watching Yin prepare to condense the soul ring. Yin raised the blue-silver grass in his hand, and exuded a strong soul and vitality on his body. Buzz! A circle of yellow soul rings condensed and slowly rose from Yin's feet. Blue-silver Emperor's first soul ring is formed. This is not over yet. After the first soul ring is completely solidified, the second soul ring begins to condense again. Similarly, it is also a yellow soul ring. Soon, the second soul ring became stable, and a purple light lit up under her feet. Qian Yuxuan was very curious, and Yin would condense several soul rings at once. The ordinary soul beast transformation is the innate full soul power, which can quickly condense the first soul ring. She has condensed 2 of them, and it is not over yet. Yin felt that the energy caused by the swelling was less, and he continued to vent the energy through the soul condensation ring. The 3rd soul ring, purple. The 4th soul ring, purple. The 5th soul ring, black. The 6th soul ring, black. She stopped when 6 soul rings appeared under Yin's feet. Then he looked at his soul ring and was also a little shocked. 6 soul rings. She looked at her soul ring in disbelief. After a while, I will be the 6 rings soul emperor? She thought it would be great if she could successfully condense 3 soul rings, but she didn't expect that she would condense 6 at once. Haha, Yin, congratulations, you are the 6 rings soul emperor now. As long as you practice to level 70 and obtain the 7th soul ring, you can enter the maturity stage. Qian Yuxuan spoke in congratulations. Ling Yuan looked at Yin in shock and murmured, it's so amazing. Yin felt that there must be Qian Yuxuan's help. Young Master Qian, thank you for your help. Those words are just a matter of disguise. They are all friends, and they are just a matter of effort. After the words came, the 2 looked at each other and smiled. Afterwards, Yin also showed off his 6 soul skills. The first soul skill, blue-silver entanglement. The second soul skill, blue-silver spurring formation. The third soul skill, blue-silver shield. The fourth soul skill, blue-silver cage. The fifth soul skill, blue-silver emperor's clone. The sixth soul skill, blue-silver flying leaf knife. Her martial soul, Blue Silver Emperor, is not afraid of water and fire, and is difficult to hurt by swords and swords. She is a top presence among the soul masters in the control system. After trying his soul skills, A Yin put away his martial soul. Young Master Qian, I'm really troubled you tonight. Let's go back. Qian Yuxuan nodded, waved his hand and the three of them left. Back at the courtyard, Ling Yuan and him returned to the room. Ian smiled and walked into his room. Chapter 58, Going to the Sunset Forest and Encountering Poison Douluo by Chance. Young Master Qian, you. Old Jack saw Qian Yuxuan coming to his house with a lot of wild game, and for a moment he was at a loss. Captain Jack, these are all obtained by hunting casually, and we can't eat so much. You just take it to the villagers, so as not to waste it. Qian Yuxuan said with a smile. These preys were hunted by A Yin and Zhu Lingyun. They have suffered a lot of sin in the past few days, and now many wild beasts dare not get close to this. The advantage is that these days they dare not go down the mountain to catch up with the villagers' crops, which allowed the villagers to sleep peacefully for a while. That old man thanked Jian Gongzi on behalf of the villagers. When Jack saw Qian Yuxuan say this, he didn't refuse. The children in the village have not eaten this kind of high-quality meat in 2 months. Their nutrition is coming, and maybe the chance of becoming a soul master is higher if the martial soul awakens. In short, he is very grateful to Qian Yuxuan. He came to the Holy Soul village for 10 days, and the help he brought to the village was so great. There was no such aristocratic arrogance or prejudice in him. On the contrary, it is very approachable and feels like spring breeze when talking. I wonder if he will remember the Holy Soul village in the future, or whether he will remember the village elder Jack. Then I'll leave, village chief Jack. Qian Yuxuan smiled and left Jack's home. After he left, Jack immediately ran out of the house and asked someone to help deal with the wild animals. After Qian Yuxuan returned home, he found A Yin and Zhu Lingyun looking at him with a gaze. What's wrong? He said in confusion. Young Master Qian, my soul power is at level 70, and I need to obtain the 7th soul ring. Said A Yin. Zhu Lingyun, Master, I am at level 60. Ziling, Master, I am level 50. Yuling, Master, I am level 50. Hearing the 4 girls' words, Qian Yuxuan knew that it must be Ling Yuan's words. Of course, this was nothing. He had also thought about what kind of soul ring to choose for several people. It is not suitable to obtain A Yin's soul ring in the Stardo Great Forest. Zhu Lingyun and his men's soul rings are quite suitable for the ghost tiger. Let me recall the information about the soul beast. I have too much knowledge reserves, so you can wait. After Qian Yuxuan finished speaking, he returned to the room. Ling Yuan looked at the direction of the room and understood that he was really preparing. Qian Yuxuan summoned the Bible and began to read it. When searching for the soul beasts in the Sunset Forest, a major discovery was made. There were 2 100,000-year-old soul beasts outside the Ice and Fire Lianji Crym Demon Spider Emperor. The Ghost Vine Queen. Good guy, this is a really surprising surprise. After a careful investigation, I found 3 ghost tigers that had been around for thousands of years. Okay, this time I hunted the soul beasts and may have gained a lot. After getting the result, he quickly opened the door. I already have thoughts. This time I hunt the soul beasts, let's go to the Sunset Forest. He looked at A Yin and others and spoke. Sunset Forest. Ling Yuan remembers that the mass of the soul beasts there is not as good as the Stardew Forest, and she doesn't understand why she went to this place. Ian seemed to understand what Qian Yuxuan meant and nodded to indicate that there was no problem. Zhu Lingyun and the other 3 believed Qian Yuxuan and agreed to his suggestion. Let's go and go back quickly, prepare for everything. Qian Yuxuan looked at the girls and said. Hearing this, they smiled and said, it's been ready. You guys. Qian Yuxuan looked at them and smiled. With a wave of his hand, the group disappeared into the living room. Then, they appeared in a forest. Qian Yuxuan looked at the surrounding environment and spoke. This is the Sunset Forest. First look for the whereabouts of the ghost tiger. They are all cat soul beasts, and the soul rings suitable for the 3 spiritual rhymes. Just follow your arrangements from Mr. Qian. A Yin felt that it was no problem. After all, the acquisition of his 7th soul ring was not that simple. Zhu Lingyun said, Master, we have no problem. Ling Yuan didn't say much. This time she was like an auxiliary part-time bodyguard. After she practiced the 9 Heavens Sutra, Her perception was very sensitive, which could help them with danger warnings. Then let's go. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he began to move towards the place where the ghost tigers appeared. Ling Yuan, A Yin, and the other 5 followed him. After about 30 minutes of walking, Qian Yuchen stopped. He felt someone ahead, and the other party's breath was poisonous. Stop first. Qian Yuchen waved his hand and signaled Ling Yuan and the others to stop. Then, an old man and a middle-aged man walked in front of him. The old man had green hair, stiff face, deep cheeks, messy green hair on his head, and his clothes were just plain grey robe. Middle-aged people wear formal clothes, but they are very weak, with pale and haggard faces, and also have green hair. Qian Yuchen felt the poisonous smell of the old man, and then looked at the middle-aged man's green hair and withered face, and then he knew who the other party was. Do you dare to ask if it's poison Douluo in front of you? When the old man heard this, a hint of surprise flashed through his face. He is introverted and rarely works outside. How could this person who is about the same age as his son know him? I am Dugu Bo. This is my son, Dugu Xin. Young man, are you? Hearing the other party's introduction, Qian Yuchen also introduced himself. Xia Yuchen, this is my guard whom I accompany. Then he looked at Dugu Xin and frowned slightly. Uncle Dugu Mian, I have been poisoned for a long time when I look at Dugu's situation. Dugu Xin nodded and said hoarsely, Brother, ahem, you are right. I have been poisoned for a long time. It's a pity that your poisonous gas is spread all over your body, and your eyes will be passed on to the next generation. The most obvious feature is that the pupils and hair color of the descendants are both green. This kind of poison should be the rare innate poison of the Biphosphon Snake Emperor. Qian Yuchen's words shocked Dugu Bo and Dugu Xin one after another. The martial soul of the Biphosphon Snake Emperor, it is the evolutionary form of the Dugu family's martial soul. I didn't expect that an outsider could understand it so deeply, and he could see the cause of the poisoning at a glance. Dugu Bo thought of his little granddaughter, and the child was born with green hair and blue eyes, which might be caused by the poison of the Phoenix Snake Emperor. He tried to ask, Senior Yuchen, can you tell how the poison on AXIN was produced? Uncle Dugu Mian, I think it is caused by the poison of the green phosphorus Snake Emperor on your body. It's no exaggeration to say that you are a walking poisonous man now, and you are filled with the poisonous gas from the martial soul. Normal, your hair and beard should be white at your age, rather than revealing the fishy smell of poisonous gas. Even you myself receives this poisonous torture from time to time and feel pain. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, Dugu Bo was completely shocked. This young man really saw the problem with him. In fact, he also guessed the problems with his son and granddaughter, but he was helpless. Brother Yuchen, you said my father Dugu Xin was a little unbelievable. His father used poison to everyone and was tortured by poisonous gas. Dugu Mian is a titled Douluo, who is powerful and can naturally suppress the negative impact of the poison. Brother Dugu, you are naturally unable to resist this powerful toxicity, which will lead to the loss of your body's vitality and a sharp reduction in lifespan. Qian Yuchen is still very familiar with Dugu Bo's situation. Although this person is a little withdrawn, he is someone worth making friends with. In the original play, Tang San detoxified him. In order to repay his kindness, he finally died directly at Jialigwan's soul power. Is there any way to stop the spread and erosion of this poison? Dugu Bobi's own son knew his situation and hurriedly asked Qian Yuchen. It is difficult to eradicate this situation of Brother Dugu. The poison has penetrated into the bone marrow. Unconventional methods need to be adopted to control the poison within a certain range. The condensation of poisonous pills under Dugu's crown is just to slow down the erosion of poisonous gas, which is not applicable to Brother Dugu. Qian Yuchen must know the method, but he can't tell it so easily. Junior Yuchen, I know you have a solution, please save Xiner. I will never thank you for your kindness. If you need help, I will definitely help you with all my strength. Dugu Bo's tone was a little excited, and the other party really had a solution. He was very puzzled, what family did this person come from? Could it be that it is the hidden family on the mainland? Perhaps only they can see their origins at once. Ling Yuan and the others did not expect Qian Yuchen to get the promise of titled Douluo by moving his mouth. This is really a bit powerful. Is this the power of studying? Under Dugu, for Brother Dugu, you need to find him a 5,000-year-old soul bone for him to force the poison in his body into the soul bone. Then cooperate with the detoxification method to force out the remaining poison in the body. As for the Crown Prince, the soul bones you need will start at least 10,000 years. Qian Yuchen briefly talked about the method of Tang San detoxifying Dugu. Since Dugu is a great man of poisoning, he is naturally proficient in pharmacology. After hearing Qian Yuchen's words, he naturally understood the feasibility of this method. Thank you, Mr. Yuchen, for your detoxification method. I remember this great kindness in my heart. I live in the Tiandu Empire, and the Dugu family is easy to find. I have no choice but to need help. After Dugu finished speaking, he bowed to Qian Yuchen. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, Uncle Dugu Mian, I will travel to the mainland, and the next stop is the Tiandu Empire. At that time, I will come to disturb you, so don't just keep me from leaving me. Haha, I welcome you at any time. Dugu smiled rarely. Dugu Xin also forced a smile. Brother Yuchen, welcome to the Dugu family as a guest. Afterwards, Dugu hurriedly took his son away. The most important thing about detoxification is that he doesn't want a white-haired person to give a black-haired person. After the two left, Ling Yuan wondered, second young master, this Dugu seems to be incompatible with Elder Ju. This is a matter of concept. Elder Ju is disgusted with using poison, so of course he can't get it. But this is not a problem. Poison can kill people and save people. Just look at it with a normal mind. Qian Yuchen said with a smile. Dugu Xin, who left, looked at his father and said in confusion, Father, do you really believe what he said? Xiner, if there is a glimmer of opportunity, I will try it too. If he can see your illness at a glance, it means he really has a way. And his words are very relaxed, and I guess he may have more than one way to solve the poison on you. So, my promise is worth it. Dugu expressed his thoughts and had to seize the opportunity as long as he had it. Dugu Xin felt his low condition and sighed. Thank you for your hard work, father. Dugu shook his head and said again. Sigh, cheer up, I'm going to find you soul bones to detoxify. Your body will soon be the same as that of ordinary people. Chapter 59 Yin's Replacement, The Ghost Vine Queen. The third soul skill, Netherworld Slash. With a delicate voice, a purple figure flashed quickly. A ghost tiger with bruises turned red in his throat and fell to the ground. Then, a black soul ringlet appeared above its corpse. Hey! I finally got rid of you guy. Zhu Lingyun was still very satisfied when she looked at the fallen ghost tiger. The 9 Yin scriptures have improved her strength too much. After the actual battle of the 9 shadows of Spiral, the 10,000 years of ghost tiger has no choice but to do anything to her. In her eyes, the huge tiger was like a toy, playing casually. The scars on its body were created by her just honed moves. After the battle, Zhu Lingyun walked to the front of the soul ring, attracted it and began to absorb it. After the soul ring was absorbed on the martial soul, she immediately sat cross-legged and focused on absorbing it. In a blink of an eye, the ghost tiger appeared in her spiritual world. Soul shock. The soul shaking of the 10,000-year-old soul beast after death may lead to the soul master becoming stupid if he is not careful. Zhu Lingyun is not afraid of the confrontation in the spiritual world. The soul shifting technique. Her eyes looked directly at Gihu, and a purple light flashed, and Gihu became demented in an instant. 9 Yin Divine Claws. Swish. The remaining spirit of Gihu was quickly resolved by her and dissipated. I am worthy of being the master. The cultivation method of this soul skill is really amazing. Zhu Lingyun from the spiritual world smiled and then disappeared. Ling Yuan smiled at Zhu Lingyun who was absorbing the soul ring, but she was a little puzzled. The soul of the soul beast is so dangerous, can you still laugh? 10 minutes later, Zhu Lingyun's soul ring was absorbed and she slowly opened her eyes. I have never absorbed the soul ring as easily as today. It's so wonderful. As soon as the words came, Gihu's body emitted a ball of light, his left leg bone. The left leg bone produced by the ghost tiger in the 10,000 years. She was very excited, but immediately looked at Qian Yuchen. Qian Yuchen smiled slightly, look at what I do, this is what you deserve. Thank you, master. Zhu Lingyun approached the soul bone and pulled it to her left leg. Buzz. The soul power surged, and the soul bone seemed to have found a home, and began to slowly merge with her left leg. 1 minute later, the soul bones were absorbed, and Zhu Lingyun's eyes lit up. The skill given by the soul bone is called the Shadow Clan. Cooperating with the 6th soul skill Nether Shadow Clones, you can achieve 0.2 second exchange between the clone and the entity. Moreover, the clone can also activate attacking soul skills during exchanges. Qian Yuchen saw her smiling happily, and he knew that she had gained a lot this time. Zhu Lingyun came to her senses, came to him instantly, and kissed him directly. "What are you doing?" "Master, this is just a small thank you." After Zhu Lingyun finished speaking, a hint of blush flashed across her face and she left him. Lingyuan and Ayan looked at each other and smiled. Qian Yuchen shrugged, spread his hands, and shook his head. "Continue to move forward, the soul rings of Ziling and Yuling have not been resolved yet." Lingyuan and the others nodded, indicating that there was no problem. "Then, continue walking towards the depths of the sunset forest." Soon, Qian Yuchen discovered their target, two 15,000-year-old ghost tigers, eating. Judging from the appearance, they are still two tigresses. This is a coincidence, it is very suitable for Ziling and Yuling to absorb. The targets are ahead, I will solve them quickly this time. After saying that, Qian Yuchen disappeared and appeared above the two ghost tigers. The Holy Spirit is intimidating, shock. Under the strong pressure, the two ghost tigers were instantly controlled and unable to move. "Now I'll give you two opportunities, one is to be killed and the other is to offer sacrifices. Please blink your eyes when you choose one, and then close your eyes when you choose two." Two ghost tigers, convex, convex. It's so rough that you can meet the choice of death when you have a meal. They have the first wisdom, and the inheritance in their minds has the opportunity to be reborn with sacrifice. When they heard the words of this powerful human, they closed their eyes. There is no hope or a small hope, they choose the latter. Seeing this, Qian Yuchen sent a message, "Purple Spirit and Yuling, you stand in front of them." 30 seconds later, a woman with purple and green martial souls appeared in front of the two ghost tigers. The two ghost tigers flashed with black lights and began to sacrifice. Their bodies slowly became weak and turned into pure energy and rushed towards the purple spirit and the jade spirit. Buzz! As the power surged in, the black soul rings around them began to slowly take shape. 5 minutes later, the sacrifice of the two soul beasts was completed, and Ziling and Yuling obtained the fifth soul ring. Similarly, two soul bones were suspended in front of them. Left arm bone and right arm bone. Absorb the soul bones in front of you. Qian Yuchen said directly. Ziling and Yuling looked at each other and began to absorb the soul bones. In the same minute, the two women's soul bones were absorbed. Then the grass behind them moved, and rustling sounds came, and two young ghost tigers ran out. Aou! The two little ones ran to the two women's feet and began to act coquettishly. Looking at the cute little ghost tiger with cute breasts, the two girls were stunned for a moment. Qian Yuchen slowly fell down and said with a smile, "It seems that these two cubs regard you as their mother." After absorbing the soul ring and soul bone of the ghost tiger, the aura of the two girls made the ghost tiger cub treat them as their mothers. Aou! Aou! The two little ghosts screamed even louder, and their stomachs were croaking. This Ziyu was a little at a loss. They are not out of breastfeeding yet, they want to have breastfeeding. Qian Yuchen laughed and took out 2 bottles. "Feed this to them, you guys bring it first." Ziling and Yuling took the bottle, picked up the ghost tiger cub at their feet, and started feeding them. Ayan raised his hand, and the power of life poured into the bodies of the 2 cubs, and they narrowed their eyes comfortably. Then, Qian Yuchen and the others continued to move forward with their cubs. His next goal is to find the Crypt Demon Spider Emperor and the Ghost Vine Queen who was 100,000 years old. "Brother, the third sister is so weak now. Let's find a place to have a good rest." "Brother, how? Well, find a place to rest first. The situation of the third sister is indeed not suitable for continuing on the road." 2 male voices came, and Qian Yuchen led a few people into the bushes behind him. Immediately used the barrier and concealed everyone's breath and figure. Then, 2 men and 1 woman walked past their previous path. These 2 men, Qian Yuchen, are very familiar with the Gemini stars of Haoshan sect. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. The woman, he saw at a glance that the other party was not a human. Her body turned out to be a blood-colored ghost vine. The ghost vine queen for 100,000 years. It's interesting, it's really interesting. Qian Yuchen looked at the other party's back as he left and showed a strange smile. Ling Yuan looked at the woman and felt the aura of the soul beast on her body. "Second young master, that woman seems not a human." Qian Yuchen looked at her and nodded, "Yes, she is indeed not a human, but a 100,000-year-old ghost vine queen transformed into the form. Ling Yuan showed a look of surprise on her face, that woman was also a soul beast transformed into a human. Well, the Gemini star of Haoshan sect actually walked with the woman who was transformed into a soul beast. It's also an interesting thing. Qian Yuchen said with a smile. A Yin looked at the other party's back as he left, but unexpectedly someone took his place. Is the other party's fate the same as what you see? He was chased and sacrificed in the end. Qian Yuchen glanced at A Yin, and a trace of light flashed in his eyes. It seems that the gods have already made plans for A Yin's replacement. Tang San, then I welcome you to challenge the level of the Wuhun Hall. With a thought, Qian Sunji, who was sleeping far away in the martial Soul Palace, slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 60 The Pope wakes up and A Yin wins the godly test. On the side of the Spirit Hall, the maid guarding Qian Sunji looked at him and opened his eyes and hurriedly ran out. The Pope woke up and immediately reported to Elder Ju. Another maid looked at Chihiroji and asked, Sir, are you okay? Kyung Sunji looked at the maid and nodded, How long have I been sleeping? The maid replied, It's been half a month. Qian Sunji didn't expect that he had been sleeping for so long, and then got up from the bed. After he got up, Yuegwen walked in and said carelessly, Sir, how do you feel? Elder Ju, I'm fine, I'm worried about you. After hearing Qian Sunji say this, Yu Guan breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Ju, who is dealing with the matter in the Pope Palace during my coma? Pope, I and the Ghost Elder have been assisting the Saint Maiden during this period and maintaining the normal operation of the Pope's Palace. Oh? Dong-er. Yes, it's the Saint. Okay, then I'll go and see, how is she dealing with it? Kyung Sunji smiled and walked outside. Bibi Dong also received news. Her mood was complicated when she woke up from Kyung Sunji. If the teacher is still wrong, then leave Wuhan City for the time being and go find your second uncle. Otherwise, I'm really in danger. She quickly calmed down her mood and continued to process various documents as if nothing had happened. Soon, heavy footsteps came from outside the Pope's hall. Bibi Dong stopped what was in his hand and quietly looked at the gate. Then, Kyung Sunji slowly walked into the Pope's hall. Bibi Dong, pay homage to the teacher. Bibi Dong got off from the Pope's exclusive position and saluted Chihiroji. Kyung Sunji smiled and said, Donger, thank you for your hard work during this period. You will practice hard from tomorrow. Let me handle the affairs of the Pope's palace. Bibi Dong stood up and nodded, I understand. Then the teacher won't bother you now, I'll go to another place to take a look. After Kyung Sunji finished speaking, he was about to leave. Bibi Dong was stunned. Why was there something wrong with his teacher? He could actually tolerate sitting in the Pope's position. Something is wrong, it's really wrong. Without thinking too much, what she plans to do now is to finish the last shift and go to retreat to practice tomorrow. Kyung Sunji walked out of the Pope's palace and looked at Yuegwen, Elder Ju, have there been any abnormal movements on the continent recently? Pope, the younger generation of Haoshan sect has come down the mountain, and its cultivation is about to break through to Contra, and other force skull at Haoshan Gemini. Then the young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Li sect has broken through the Soul Saint, and Jian Douluo accompanied him to obtain the seventh soul ring. There are no changes in other forces. Yuegwen said respectfully. Haoshan sect, Gemini. Elder Ju, send secret guards to keep an eye on their whereabouts and let the Ghost Elder secretly inquire to see the specific strength of these two people. Qian Sunji said with a serious expression. Yuegwen understood what he meant. The Spirit Hall was already at the top level of the continent, and no more powerful existences than it were allowed. The Pope still hasn't changed. I thought I felt wrong. That thank you Elder Ju, I'll just walk around. Kyung Sunji waved his hand and signaled Yuegwen to retreat. Yes, then I'm leaving. Yuegwen bowed and left to arrange things. In the Sunset Forest, Kenshui City drove two ghost tiger cubs to find the territory of the crypt demon spider emperor. A huge deep pit exudes a strong fishy smell. Aohu the two ghost tiger cubs were lying on the ground and trembling, not daring to move forward any further. Ziling and Yuling hurriedly held them in their arms and gently stroked their little head. This is our end. Qian Yuchen looked at the deep pit in front of him and smiled. Then, he took out a firecracker from the soul guide, ignited it with fire and threw it into the deep pit. A cloud-piercing arrow, thousands of troops will meet. Soon, the ground began to vibrate wildly, and a powerful aura quickly came from the ground. Dangerous! Ling Yuan took a step forward and protected everyone behind her. A black shadow rushed out instantly and then landed on the ground. The two ghost tiger cubs directly covered their eyes with their front paws, and their bodies were trembling. The dust dissipated, and a huge crypt demon spider appeared in everyone's eyes. Something even more shocking happened, and it spoke. "Humans, you have entered my territory for no reason, so stay here today." Ling Yuan widened her eyes and looked at the big spider in front of her, and the demon spider who spoke human words? Could it be a soul beast that has been around for 100,000 years? Yin clearly felt the aura on the crypt demon spider, exactly the same as before. 100,000 years, the demon spider emperor of the crypt. However, this race is difficult to produce an emperor in 1,000 years. How did it break the shackles of bloodlines? Yuxuan took a step forward without taking the other party's words to heart. "The demon spider emperor in the crypt, I know you have received an adventure underground and have only broken through the shackles of 100,000 years, but next time the heavenly tribulation comes, you will be wiped out. Now there is a way to help you avoid the heavenly disaster, are you willing to cooperate?" The demon spider emperor of the crypt was stunned. Is this human so brave? Could it be that my deterrence is not enough and I actually talked about the conditions with myself? Swish! With a small mouth opened, the poisonous spider web instantly ejaculated towards Yuxuan and his group. A trick of a carving insect. Yuxuan smiled slightly and stretched out his right hand. Holy Spirit, imprisonment. The vast power dropped instantly, and the poisonous spider web turned into black gas and disappeared. At the same time, the crypt demon spider emperor was blocked by strange energy, and the spider's legs were locked tightly and could not move. The demon spider emperor in the crypt was shocked to look at the harmless human male, hiding so deeply. "Humans don't have to humiliate me like this, just give me some pleasure." Yuxuan shook his head and said. "I'll give you two choices now. One is that I beat you up in one breath, and then someone slaps you. The second is..." The demon spider emperor of the crypt hurriedly said, "Two, I'll choose two. The second is to choose to sacrifice, and you can still have a chance to survive." As Yuxuan finished speaking, a trace of sadness appeared in the eyes of the demon spider emperor of the crypt. After finally breaking through the 100,000 year mark, the heavenly tribulation came first before the death tribulation. "The sky is so vast that it is less than me." Looking at its dull eyes, Yuxuan wanted to know what was fantasizing about in this little head. "In the future, Yin becomes a god, and you will be able to obtain a second life. Don't be ungrateful." The sound of Yuxuan painting cake fell, and the demon spider emperor in the crypt became full of vitality in an instant. "Then it seems that it is not a big loss to sacrifice yourself. Humans, you have to keep your word, otherwise I will haunt you forever." Then it looked at Yin. The aura on this human was very strange, with soul beasts and humans mixed with aura. "The demon spider emperor in the crypt, I am the body of the blue silver emperor. In the future, I will definitely give you new life." Yin took a step forward and said slowly. Now the demon spider emperor in the crypt understands that his feelings are about to be absorbed by his fellow human beings. "Damn humans, why didn't you say it earlier?" It slashed Yuxuan thousands of times in its heart. "Blue silver emperor, we are all soul beasts, I believe you won't lose your word." After saying that, the dark red energy on the crypt demon spider emperor emanated, forming a unique magic circle between it and Yin. Yuxuan took the others back a few steps and watched quietly as the sacrifice began. "You and I are both soul beast kings. Your luck is better than mine. I really envy you. Blue silver emperor, take my strength, don't lose face of the soul beast family." After the demon spider emperor of the crypt, he turned into nothingness and energy that turned into pure buzz. Yin began to receive this powerful energy, and she also felt that her magic was undergoing some magical transformation. Change. The blue-silver grass that was sleeping in her body directly merged with her. Behind Yin, a blue-silver grass with golden patterns filled with the aura of the emperor appeared. The true body of martial soul, Lan Yin Huang. Not until it was over, 8 spider legs grew from behind Yin, as sharp as a knife. Crypto Spider King Spear. Powerful life energy emerged from her body, wandering towards the 8 spider legs. Click! It turned into 4 neat pairs of blue fluorescent cicada wings as if the shell was broken. Blue-silver streamer wings. In addition, a divine mark of life appeared on Yin's eyebrows. God's inheritance. At this time, the goddess of life in the divine world showed surprise. The divine test that she had not started for hundreds of thousands of years was actually started today. You should know that her assessment conditions are very strict. Only when you control your vitality and reach the passing line of energy reserves can you start the divine test. She closed her eyes and quickly learned about the examiner's information. Blue-Silver Emperor, I didn't expect that he was the emperor among the blue-silver grass and obtained the qualification for the godly test. This kind of vitality does meet the assessment requirements, so let me see if your soul beast, as a human inheritor, can withstand the test and ascend to the divine realm. The goddess of life slowly opened her eyes and smiled. After absorbing the soul ring, Yin looked around in a daze. She murmured softly, "The god of life, 9 tests have I become a candidate for god." Qian Yuxuan looked at her like this and thought something was wrong with absorbing the soul ring. Yin, what's wrong with you? Young Master Qian, I seem to have obtained the inheritance of God. Chapter 61 Leaving the Holy Soul Village. The inheritance of God. A hint of surprise flashed across Qian Yuxuan's face. How could he obtain the inheritance of the God by breaking through the soul saint? The God of life, does this kind of God really exist? Yin was still a little confused and felt a little incredible. The conditions for opening the God examination are very harsh. You are still the God of life I have never heard of. I think this may be related to your Lanyan Emperor's bloodline talent. Qian Yuxuan naturally cannot tell the relevant existence, which may cause the observation of the gods in the upper realm. The Blue-Silver Emperor himself contains powerful vitality, and with his previous little help, this time he may have achieved the opportunity to have a divine test. For Yin, this is a good thing. For him, it is also very good to have a future god helping around him. Young Master Qian, I understand. Seeing that this god exam was not bad, Yin happily accepted it. Ling Yuan was staring at her blankly, and had not yet reacted from her passing the exam. Sister Ling Yuan. Zhu Ling Yuan called her softly. Ah! Ling Yuan quickly came back to her senses, and then said, the acquisition of the soul ring is over. Should we return? This time the acquisition of the soul ring is over. The harvest is so great, it's time to return. Qian Yuxuan is not planning to go to the ice and fire Lianjian now, and the time has not yet come. Yin walked to Ling Yuan and the others, waiting for his next move. Qian Yuxuan waved his hand and the group disappeared and left the sunset forest. After the picture changed, I had already returned to the courtyard. 2 ghost tiger cubs looked at the unfamiliar environment and began to move around in Ziling and Yuling's arms. Be good, this is the new home. Ziling gently stroked the little ghost tiger's head to keep it quiet. Yuling also stroked the cub in her arms to keep it as quiet as possible. Aoo! Aoo! The 2 cubs didn't buy it, and they were even more ruthless. Yin looked at the noisy little guy and waved his hand and 2 ripples of life energy flew out. Aoo! Oh! The 2 cubs immediately showed a comfortable expression and became quiet in an instant. Ziling and Yuling put them down, and the 2 cubs ran to the tree in the yard and started playing. Master, these 2 little boys, are you going to raise them? Zhu Lingyun looked at Qian Yuxuan in confusion, and brought the 2 little tiger cubs back to raise them and offer sacrifices later? The 2 cubs who were playing suddenly felt that the weather was much colder and couldn't help but shivered. Qian Yuxuan roughly guessed what she thought and smiled, these 2 cubs are so cute, it's okay to keep them as pets. He had an idea in his mind, but it was too shocking and he didn't say it out. Aoo! The 2 cubs shouted happily at him, and then raised their hind legs towards the big tree. A location was marked. Yin covered her mouth and laughed. Ling Yuan, R. Zhu Ling Yun. Ziling and Yuling held their foreheads slightly. These 2 little guys are really... That's right, the 2 little guys are with their hands, they are so terrible and naughty. Okay, let them play with their own things. I have something to say now. Everyone comes into the house, let me tell you about the next itinerary. Qian Yuxuan signaled several girls to enter the house. Sitting in front of the table, Qian Yuxuan said slowly. The next step is our itinerary to the Heavenly Do Empire. The Tiandu royal family, the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect, and even the Haoshan sect or other forces are all in my plan. Middle. Ling Yuan expressed her own doubts. The second young master, the 7 treasures glazed Li sect and the Tiandu royal family, I understand here, but Haoshan sect, what are we going to do? Qian Yuxuan smiled slightly, of course it is to report good news to Haoshan sect. Their Gemini stars are about to bring them great surprises. We have to let them know the news and be mentally prepared in advance. Ling Yuan looked at his smile and knew that he was thinking about something strange in his heart. This good news is definitely not the kind she imagined. Zhu Lingyun has been with him for so many days and can guess what wrong thoughts Jian Yuchen is thinking about. How could the poor Haoshan sect offend the master? Yin also noticed something was wrong with Jian Yuchen, but it had little to do with her. She has no longer had any entanglement with Haoshan sect, just be a bystander in this matter. For the Tiandu Empire, I have to go to the Dugu family. Let's talk about the specific things that happen when the time comes. What do you think? After Jian Yuchen finished speaking, he looked at Ling Yuan and the other 5. Second young master, I have no problem, so I will do it according to your arrangement. Ling Yuan came out this time to play with him, and she didn't want to move on to something that was tedious. Yin nodded. After all, she was not familiar with the human world, so she just followed the route. Zhu Lingyun also came here once when she was a child. She was unfamiliar with the place. What do you think? Not to mention Ziling and Yuling, this is their first time traveling far away. Okay, then we have been in this holy soul village for so long, and we will pack up and leave after we have eaten. Seeing that they were fine, Jian Yuchen said again. This time it took only 3 hours to hunt souls, and it was just noon in the holy soul village. Well, then I'll go cook. Zhu Lingyun stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Let's go and help the lady. Ziling and Yuling hurriedly followed. Ling Yuan and Yin stood up, walked to their respective rooms, and began to pack up. Jian Yuchen came to the yard and looked at the 2 ghost tiger cubs. They are marking locations in a corner at this time, but there seems to be no energy reserves. Aou! With a howl, he ran to the side of the bucket where the water was filled, and put his front leg on the edge to start drinking water to improve his energy reserves. She. Seeing them so lively, Jian Yuchen had the idea of thinking about gagging for a moment. Male cats are not good to be too lively. After drinking the water, the 2 cubs ran towards Jian Yuchen. Aou! Aou! They felt a very smelly smell on Jian Yuchen. After they came to him, they rubbed at his feet, and occasionally swept around his trouser legs with their small tails. You guys, you are such a clever ghost. Jian Yuchen smiled and bent down to touch the little heads of the 2 cubs. Lunchtime started soon. Young Master Qian, are you going to leave? Jack still felt a little reluctant to leave when he watched Jian Yuchen sitting in the carriage. Captain Jack, there is a banquet that will last forever in the world. I will definitely come back if I have the chance. Jian Yuchen looked at him and said with a smile. Old man, I am waiting for your arrival again in this holy soul village. Jack smiled and walked aside. Young Master Qian, I wish you a good journey. Haha, then I'll accept your auspicious words. After Jian Yuchen finished speaking, he waved the whip and drove the horse forward. After he left the holy soul village, the courtyard he had lived in before disappeared. In the original place, only the same clearing space left before they arrived. Jack was shocked when he saw this scene. He looked at the direction Jian Yuchen left and murmured to himself. 1,000 young masters are really a god. Chapter 62 Linchendu Imperial City. 3 days passed by, and Jian Yuchen looked at the Tiandu Imperial City in front of him and smiled. They passed through the Fasno province, the Idv plain and the Da plain, and finally arrived at the Tiandu Imperial City. The carriage slowly drove towards the city gate, and the soldiers asked routinely. The person who comes will stop and register. Jian Yuchen got off the car and lit up the soul ring. 7. The soldier's face relaxed a little, and he said politely. I'm sorry for this soul saint, my duty is here. Jian Yuchen nodded and quickly completed the registration of entry. The soldier looked at the registration form and was a little envious. There were actually 5 women in the carriage. He is worthy of being the soul saint, amazing. Then, Jian Yuchen drove a carriage toward the city. When Tiandu Imperial City is here, find a place to stay first, and then take a good look at this prosperous city. When his words came into the carriage, Ling Yuan immediately responded. Second young master, find a place to stay and take in pets. She has been teasing the ghost tiger cubs these days, and was attracted by their clear and stupid gaze. The 2 little tiger cubs also cooperated very well, and Ling Yuan often laughed. Such an interesting little guy, of course he has to be by his side. Jian Yuchen shook his head when he heard this, saying, why do you look like a child? Of course, My own woman is spoiled. Soon, he after a simple question, I found the best hotel in Tiandu city. Tiankai Liulai Hotel. Before we arrived at the hotel, a special receptionist stepped forward. Hello guest, what do you need? Your hotel service meets my requirements, so I'll come. After saying that, he wiped his right hand around his waist, and a golden soul coin fell into the man's hand. Thank you, my guest, I'll make arrangements for you now. The receptionist looked at him who was generous and understood that this was a big customer. There are many rich nobles, but very few generous people. The receptionist quickly used his professional ability and arranged his accommodation in 15 minutes according to Yuxuan's requirements. 6 people opened 2 luxurious suites. After all, he and Ling Yuan still had to fight against landlords at night. Zhu Lingyun and Ayan and the others were in another room with 2 ghost tiger cubs. Soon, a raucous sound of water came from Yuxuan's room. Ling Yuan couldn't wait to take a shower, and used her soul power to clean her body, and she always felt that it was a little bit unsatisfactory. In her opinion, it is better to take a hot bath. Yuxuan slowly walked to the window and looked at the majestic building complex on the other side. Tiandu Palace. The sound of water stopped, and he looked at the bathroom, and Ling Yuan was wiping her hair with a dry towel. Not to mention, his throat swelled slightly. Forget it, it's good to go shopping later, it's not good to waste time. After dissipating the strange thoughts, Yuxuan said. Change your clothes again and go out for a walk later. Well, I'll change my clothes now. Ling Yuan smiled, blinked at him charmingly, then turned around and walked into the locker room. Humph, let you know how powerful I am tonight. Yuxuan shook his head, this is both delicious and fun. As Ling Yuan changed her clothes, the door was knocked. He walked over, looked through the cat's eyes, and found that it was Ayan. Open the door and Ayan smiled. Young Master Qian, where is Sister Ling Yuan? She is changing clothes. After changing, I'm going to ask you guys to go out together. Ayan nodded, and had no intention of coming in. Okay, I'll go back first, so please wait and call us. After Ling Yuan changed her clothes, she looked at him standing in front of the door and said in confusion. Second young master, who came just now? Yuxuan turned around and looked at her and smiled, come on, change your clothes. Ayan came just now. Let's go and call them. Hearing this, Ling Yuan quickly walked out of the door, came to Ayan and the others' room, and reached out to knock on the door. You are anxious again? Yuxuan walked out of the door, locked the door, and shook his head. Soon, Ayan and the others opened the door and the 4 of them came out, all changing into clothes. It's Zhu Lingyun who wears looser clothes can't cover her hot figure. The 2 ghost tiger cubs seemed to feel a lot of strange auras, so they honestly let Zai Ling and Yu Ling hug them, and their little eyes glanced around. Let's go. After Yuxuan finished speaking, he led a few people downstairs. Walking on the street, Yuxuan and his group attracted attention frequently. A handsome man and beautiful woman on the street are definitely an eye-catching point. With 2 ghost tiger cubs, their cute appearance made many women look curious. Second young master, look at those women who look at you, tisk tisk tisk. I am elegant and easygoing, and both have a good appearance. There is nothing I can do about it. Yuxuan shrugged, saying that he was helpless. Humph, you're so beautiful. Ling Yuan gave him a blank look. Soon, a guy with no eyes came up. A magnificent young man dressed in aristocratic clothes stopped Zhu Lingyun. This beautiful lady, I wonder if I can invite you to dinner. Zhu Lingyun looked up at the other person, her face was sunken, her eyes were black, and her body was typically hollowed out by wine. Sorry, my master doesn't let me have dinner with strangers. After saying the cold words, she ignored the other party. Walking to Yuxuan, he said, Master, how long will it take to arrive? They are all hungry. The coquettish voice in a coquettish way makes people unable to stop listening. This noble man looked at Yuxuan and felt dissatisfied. Why is this maid not his? The clothes are so ordinary, it is not worthy of such a stunning maid following him. Yuxuan naturally noticed the other party's gaze and yelled. Surprise pen! Although the others around him didn't understand what this meant, from his contemptuous gaze, it was definitely not a good word. This noble young man, they can't afford to offend him. Prince Swexing's second son, a famous playboy in Tiandu Imperial City. Snow Sand. Even the Soul Emperor dared not easily make friends with him. As the son of the prince, Susha has always been the only one who despises others, so how can others despise him? Come, I dug up his eyes, and 100 gold coins are used as treatment fees. 2 guards walked out from behind him and 7 soul rings appeared. What a big show, any 2 guards are the soul saints. A hint of surprise flashed across Yuxuan. It's really extraordinary to do things. The injury even paid for the treatment. Then he has to praise him voice, are you weird? Ha ha ha, young man, he is very arrogant in his work. Yuxuan smiled and looked at Ling Yuan. I feel it's hard for me to do this. One side is my eyes, and the other side is 100 golden soul coins. How do you think I should choose? Ling Yuan covered her mouth and smiled, young master, others are stupid, why are you still teasing him? Zhu Ling Yuan echoed, it's very simple, just grab the money. Susha's pale face turned red instantly when she heard this. Where did this wave of people come from? Do you know his Susha's rules? Digging his eyes and breaking his limbs. Let him see that offending members of the royal family will be a variety of consequences. These women all pulled them to my courtyard, and the 2 kittens peeled their skin and dug their bones and stewed soup. After saying that, he showed Yin Xie's gaze and glanced at Ling Yuan and the girls. Rareless. Ling Yuan's body flashed, and a black shadow flew out and landed on the nearby trash can. When I looked at it, it was snow sand lying down. The people around melon-eating people were sweating coldly, pills. Chapter 63 Kicked to the steel plate. The other 2 guards turned pale. When they returned this time, they both decided not to eat the fruit. Swallow. The 2 of them immediately came to Susha, looked at his embarrassed look, and hurriedly asked. Your Highness, is it okay? Susha's eyes were red, she grabbed the collar of the guard on the left and shouted. Call someone, call me someone. 1 Conra no, 5. Call me 5 gold medal guests. The guard on the right nodded quickly, Your Highness, I'll call someone now. After saying that, he turned into a werewolf and quickly disappeared here. Your Highness, do you want me to help you up first? Said the guard who was grabbed by the collar. Where are the others? Come and move my Highness away. My bones seem to be broken, so I quickly send someone to find a soul healer. Soon, his followers quickly moved him out of the stinky trash can. The jewelry-like decoration is now stinking. There was still a rotten vegetable leaf on the head. I said, young people, you can't be too arrogant. Yuxuan shook his head. In his eyes, the other party's age was nothing wrong with young people. Don't teach me a lesson like an old man. If young people are not arrogant, can they be called young people? Soon, you will know what regret means. Susha looked at Yuxuan and said, gritting her teeth. In this Tiandu imperial city, except for the emperor's lineage, there are no more awesome existences than him. Yuxuan nodded, then looked into the distance and felt several powerful auras. Yes, 5 Conrads are an honest young man. He smiled, his tone seemed calm. You. Before Susha could speak, 5 people were left by her side. I've seen the second prince, which scares you. 5 old men in golden robes stood up and said. When Ling Yuan saw this scene, she said disdainfully. The Contra is willing to be a vassal for others, which is really a shame for our soul masters. Rub. The 5 soul Doris all turned around and looked at her with a bad look on their faces, and the aura on their bodies appeared and faintly appeared. 2 defenses, 1 attack, 1 agility, and 1 assist. Oh, are you anxious? Ling Yuan said again. After so long with Yuxuan, I still learned some of the art of speaking. Arrogant. The opponent's agile attack and strong attack of the Soul Conqueror directly revealed the martial soul and soul ring. Agile attack on the soul control, martial soul bald eagle. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Strong attack on Contra, martial soul Vajra tiger. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. At a big age, I'm really getting back to life. With this mentality, I still want to break through the titled Douluo. Today, let you recall your original intention. After Ling Yuan finished speaking, her aura was no longer hidden. With the firebird chirping, the temperature around her instantly increased. The phantom of the Lihuo Lingchuan flashed behind her. Who am I supposed to be? It turns out to be the law enforcement elder of Ling Yuan in the Martial Soul Palace. I advise you not to get involved in this matter, so let us have an explanation. The strong attacking Contra then recognized Ling Yuan's identity, and his tone was naturally a bit respectful. After all, he is the law enforcement elder of the Wuhan Hall, and he is also at the Douluo realm, so he has to give him some face. A mixed? The look of the bastard looking at me makes me feel disgusted. What? I think my spirit hall is easy to bully. I am easy to bully. Since your prince is not good at teaching his children, let me come. Ling Yuan shook her head and then showed her martial soul. Fire spirit kit, possessed. At the same time, her soul ring was completely revealed. Yellow, purple, black, red. Feed the title Douluo. You are actually a titled Douluo. The old man with the Vajra tiger martial soul had a little trembling in his tone. The other party was not only the titled Douluo, but also the titled Douluo with the 9th soul ring of 100,000 years. The martial soul hall is indeed the peak that the soul master world looks up to. Ling Chuan floated in the air, staring at Susha, and questioned. What did you say just now? Send me into your yard. Prince Susha, please repeat what you said just now, don't make it difficult for me. The moment she showed her soul ring, Susha was already soft. If someone hadn't helped him, he would have fallen to the ground and eaten shit. After Ling Yuan finished speaking, his cardiac arrest took place for a second. He trembled and couldn't say a complete sentence. Compared with the rebellious appearance before, it seems like two people. Like a little chick, letting someone control it. What are you shaking? Please restore your previous rebellious appearance. Ling Yuan spoke again. Hearing this, Susha's body shook even harder and her face turned pale again. At a loss, like a ray of light on your back, like a thorn in your throat, like a needle in a needle. Abbreviation, are you sweating profusely, brother? Ling Yuan, please forgive me if you want to forgive me. After all, the second prince is young and ignorant. Vajra Tiger Douluo pleaded for mercy. Tisk, tisk tisk. Shut up to me. Ling Yuan disappeared from the sky, and a figure flew out of the ground like a meteor, flying out of Tiandu City. You have to forgive others, but you think your old guy who is buried in your neck is very big. Silent noise. After kicking the Vajra Tiger Contra away, she turned around and looked at the white-headed Contra. You said, do I need to give you some face? The white-headed eagle Contra shook his head quickly and then watched him fly back frantically. If you don't give you face, then what are you doing here? It turned out that Ling Yuan kicked him away with another kick. Zhu Ling Yuan looked at her cool appearance, her eyes filled with little stars. This is the role model of our female soul masters. Aou! Aou! The two cubs also made happy screams. Qian Yuchen looked at the snow sand shaking into a sieve, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised at this moment. Isn't it exciting to kick the iron plate? Are you surprised or happy? The spirit coin and bird look at people, unless it is someone they are very familiar with, it is another face. Susha did not kick the iron plate this time, but 4K pure titanium alloy steel plate. The other three conqueror strongmen had already been frozen in place and a cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. It is rumored that there is a law enforcement elder with a hot personality in the Wuhan Hall, who is unforgivable. Unexpectedly, the rumors came true, and they even encountered each other. My son, are you okay? A concerned middle-aged man's voice came, and his footsteps were also very fast. He was furious when he looked at his son's miserable situation. Who did it? Prince Swexing looked at Qian Yuchen for the first time, thinking that he did it. I did it. Ling Yuan's voice came into his ears. You. Then it became quiet in an instant, and Ling Yuan's 9 soul rings were the best mutes. Dare you ask me if I am? Prince Swexing asked attemptedly. At the same time, I was very angry with Susha. Why didn't I hit this rebellious son against the wall? Qian Yuchen said at this time, the one who beats your son. The law enforcement elder in the martial soul hall and the 6th elder in the elder hall. He became the youngest Douluo at the age of 40. The owner of the top beast martial soul fire spirit kite. The owner of the 100,000 year soul ring is Ling Yuan Douluo. After hearing his words, Prince Swexing's eyes turned dark and he almost couldn't stand. Looking at Ling Yuan's face, he knew that he must have thoughts that he shouldn't have. There are only 3 people who have the title of Douluo and the royal enshrinement of the Tiandu Empire. It is only when the empire is in crisis that we can invite them. This rebellious son was considered a disaster today. By the way, I even cheated myself. Uncle Ling Yuan Mian, I was the one who was not disciplined properly and let the dog hit you. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Please forgive the dog son for the relationship between the empire and the holy city. Prince Swexing knelt on one knee and begged Ling Yuan to let his second son live. If you get into a titled Douluo, he will not be so stupid as to make such a choice. What's more, the other party is also one of the members of the Elders' Hall of the Spirit Hall. If there is any damage, he will not be able to withstand the anger of the Wuhun Palace. Susha was stunned. His most proud father actually knelt down. This is undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for him. Only now did he realize how big a mistake he had made. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Susha fainted. Chapter 64 The Prince kneels down and begs. Prince Swexing looked at his son fainting and hurried to him. My son! My son! Stop calling, he is fighting the heart with blood. I think this lesson will make you grateful to me. Qian Yuchen could see Susha's situation at a glance, and his belief collapsed made his qi and blood attack his heart. After waking up, he should have changed his appearance. If it really changes, will Prince Swexing help his nephew Avalanche, or help his son to take power? He, that's getting more and more interesting. Will Lanhao Wangtang-san appear in the future? Ling Yuan saw Qian Yuchen's expression and dissipated his martial soul and put away his soul ring. Young master, merciful, otherwise your Tiandu royal family can try the anger of the martial soul palace today. Stop talking about your son, you just equilibrium your prince's mansion, so what? After warning, she slowly walked to Ian. Zhu Lingyun looked at Ling Yuan with stars all over her eyes, she was a real fan. Ling Yuan noticed her hot gaze and smiled, like the eldest sister next door. As for the surrounding people, they have disappeared, and civilians dare not watch royal affairs. No accidental disaster. I'm here, thank you for your life for your grace. Prince Swexing naturally heard Ling Yuan's implication, and that man's identity was extraordinary. However, there was no hostility in the other party's eyes from beginning to end, which shows that his identity is already a super top presence. A prince of an empire cannot make waves in his eyes. I'm sorry to disturb you. I'll collect this black gold card Ling Yuan crown first. Leave first. After saying that, he took Susha away. Ling Yuan took the black gold card sent by the other party, the black gold card of 200,000 gold soul coins. You are worthy of being the prince, you are generous when you take action. Qian Yuchen watched him leave and shook his head. Dan, it's such a strange and familiar word. I remember that he could have become the biggest playboy in Wuhan City, but unfortunately, the weather was not good, so he had to accompany him with books for 30 years. And his elder brother didn't have the chance to be a playboy. After all, after awakening the six-winged angel martial soul, he was trained in a key way and he had greater freedom time only at the age of 25. Perfectly missed the best time to be a dandy. You're not much worse than a playboy in your work. Ling Yuan said softly. She looked at Qian Yuchen's expression, but she didn't think he was sighing at the past. He may be criticizing the playboy, but he hated his background and failed to experience the playboy. Even become a playboy, surpassing a playboy. The happy childhood time of this second young master ended after the awakening of his 6-year-old martial soul. The old father's disappointment, the brother's ridicule, and the elder's contempt. The situation became even worse after adulthood, and Pope Chihiroji frequently targeted him in the dark. Even the maids around him were carefully selected by His Majesty the Pope. If he can't control himself, he may not even be able to pass on his descendants. The Pope regards him as a shame for the six-winged angel lineage, so he naturally does not want his dirty bloodline to pass on his inheritance. The relationship between the two brothers seems to be friendly and respectful, but in fact it has been in dire straits. The library became his place to settle down. Ling Yuan felt that the second young master was in the square of the Pope's hall, in front of all the elders, and was really merciful. Just a guy like the Pope who has a dark mind, it is not an exaggeration to kill Kunkin directly. Thinking of this, she seemed to understand why the second young master came out to travel to the mainland. The life of the first 40 years was really too depressing. There were thousands of words, but in the end, the depression in his heart could not be emitted. To be honest, just the bullshit second prince glanced around, she could kill the other party on the spot and then all the ashes were raised. The titled Douluo cannot be humiliated, otherwise he will never end. But Jian Yuchen had no murderous aura in his eyes, so she didn't take any heavy measures. She just kicked away 2 old men who were relying on their seniority to vent. What kind of prince, even if he kills him, Emperor Tiandu will be dissatisfied at most. What actions can he do? The influence of the Wuhun Palace, both empires have to consider it. Second young master, don't delay it, we haven't had a meal yet. Ling Yuan said with a word, her face full of desire for delicious food. Well, keep going, no one will disturb us at the next time. Jian Yuchen smiled and continued to lead them forward. In another attic, a graceful and luxurious woman watched them leave curiously. The calmness of Tiandu city seems to have been broken by the man who made the title Douluo love him. I haven't seen such an interesting thing for a long time. Open a private room and serve according to the highest specifications. Jian Yuchen said to the front desk waiter. Customer, please wait. Said the waiter with a professional smile, and then contacted a special person to receive the reception. 5 minutes later, 6 people sat in a luxuriously decorated private room. The calm and peaceful incense and pleasant piano music make people feel much more relaxed. Even the 2 noisy cubs were quietly lying in Ziling and Yuling's arms. Sure enough, there is still a reason to be expensive. Most of the people here are either rich or noble, and even the soul saints are very few. Customer, the food must be waited for 5 minutes before it arrives, please forgive me. It's okay, you go down first. After the other party left, Jian Yuchen looked at Ling Yuan and asked. What do you think of this place to eat? This is not something that ordinary people can come in, it is a place where nobles consume. Ling Yuan lived in the Holy Soul village for some time, and her feeling about it was full of luxury. What does this have to do with her? She is just an ordinary titled Douluo, not a sociologist. Although she doesn't like to use her brain, it doesn't mean she has no brains. There is a very evil second young master here, and she feels at ease. Just act as a foil for your heart. The same is true for the Xingluo Empire. If it is a child of the Zhu family, it will be fine if you enter and exit such a place. It can be said that the establishment of such a place is for the service of nobles and people with high status. Zhu Lingyun knew better the reason. Well, so this world is really interesting. Jian Yuchen smiled, not planning to say anything on this topic. Ziling and Yuling both teased the cubs. They didn't understand these big words, and doing the things in their hands was the most important thing. Yin was thinking about comparing the social situation of human beings with the situation in soul beasts. It seems that soul beasts are much more honest than humans, and there are not so many intrigues. The hierarchy is strict, but it is still following the survival of the fittest. The overall ethnic group is stable in a good situation, and there are also many 10,000-year-old soul beasts in the star-fighting forest. However, now when thinking about what to do, eating is the main thing. Soon, the rich food was presented to the dining table one by one. Looking at the food, everyone's mind was now on the food. What is the most important? Of course it was a meal. Jian Yuchen looked at the girls and smiled. Have a meal. Chapter 65 Movement from all parties. The matter of Tiandu Imperial City naturally spread to all forces. A prince's son dared to be disrespectful to the titled Douluo. What a bold one! So, my brother, did you hit the iron plate today? When Emperor Sui heard the secret guard's report, a trace of shock flashed. This younger brother likes to fight against me, even if he is beaten by his father, he will never get tired of it. Although I am not so naive when I grow up, I always give my brother eye drops from time to time. As the candidate for the king of a country, Emperor Shuya naturally loved this younger brother very much. It is normal for brothers and brothers to be respectful. After each of them had their own families, Prince Swexing did not have the same nonsense as before, but he would not suffer any losses. Therefore, many ministers dared not offend this prince easily. This time, his younger brother actually made him kneel on one knee and beg for mercy. It's really not an easy thing. The angry nephew Susha must have changed a little when he woke up. Come here, let the inner mansion give some supplements to the prince's mansion. Emperor Sui will definitely not interfere in this matter. Anyone can underestimate the Wuhan Hall, but he will not underestimate it. The establishment of the Tiandu Empire is related to the Wuhan Hall. The foundation of such a soul master holy land that has been passed down for a long time is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Take the titled Douluo as an example. It is definitely not just the people in the worship hall and Douluo hall. Once a fight occurs, the soul master will crush you directly. The prestige of the martial soul hall among soul masters and civilians is very high and sacred. The compound bow and armor-breaking arrow made countless civilians grateful for it. This conflict involves the other parties titled Dulo, and Prince Swexing can only bear it himself. On the side of the Heavenly Do Empire's Spirit Hall, after hearing about this, Bishop Saras of Platinum just sneered. Snow sand? A terrible pen. If I were Elder Ling Yuan, then Prince Swexing would have a white-haired man and a black-haired man. So what if you kill it on the spot? The sacred honor of the martial soul hall is inviolable. However, I am worthy of being the elder of the holy city, and I am still more kind in my actions. He is in charge of the Heavenly Do Empire's Spirit Hall, but he knows these royal nobles so well. Selfish, bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Especially for these second-generation children, they don't have good habits, but they are not bad, and they are just close to each other. The most prominent one is this Snow Sand. If he is really killed, it is probably the new year of the Tiandu Imperial City. The sound of firecrackers must be endless. Not only is there no mistake, but also work hard. Salas looked at his subordinates and said, we don't need to ask about Elder Ling Yuan. The Tiandu Empire will not cause trouble for her or ask us for an explanation. The Tiandu royal family will definitely not offend a titled Douluo strongman. Bibetan, do we need it on Elder Ling Yuan? Before he could finish his words, he interrupted him. No need, we pretended not to know what Elder Ling Yuan wanted to do. It may be counterproductive to bother her now. The subordinate nodded and left. Salas looked outside the hall and shook his head. This Tiandu Imperial City, which has been quiet for many years, is a bit more fun. It's a pity that I'm already in my 40s. It's just plainness. Ning Fengzi smiled after seeing the news. I didn't expect that Elder Ling Yuan came to Tiandu City. This means that Mr. Qian must have come too. When Chen Xian heard this, he was somewhat looking forward to the other party's arrival. He now looks like an ordinary old man, friendly and kind. This time Prince Swexing suffered a great loss and could not fight back. It's really rare. Susha is so stupid. Even Douluo dares to provoke him, but he really doesn't know what he says. Prince Swexing is also given up. He had an old face and actually knelt down on one knee and begged for mercy. Elder Ling Yuan, Rao Susha's life, is so kind. Ning Fengzi said again, it was indeed right to reject Prince Swexing's request. That second prince is just an incompetent person and a troublemaker. Let him be a teacher for the other party, that would be a harm to himself. Lower the level of the seven treasures glazed sect. What level of that waste, how dare you take him as your teacher? Indeed, Elder Ling Yuan didn't kill him, he was already very kind. Chen Xian guessed that something was posted. The idiot Susha was used to being a dandy in Tiandu City. The idea of acting is, my father is Prince Swexing. Elder Ling Yuan's face is also one of the best exquisite. That idiot Susha must have offended her on this. Gurong is not interested in this. A stupid young man deserves punishment if he provokes someone he shouldn't. After the old sword man returned from the Stardew forest, he seemed to have become a different person. I felt the sharp 7-killing sword intent before, but now I can't see it at all, but he always feels that the other party has made progress. And I often hold a wooden sword and don't know what I'm gesturing. But it is abnormal to cut off a big tree as thick as an arm with a wooden sword. It is very likely that it has anything to do with the Elder Ling Yuan and his group. Humph, I'll see what abilities you have then. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Yu Yuanzhen looked at the latest information and frowned slightly. Another titled Douluo appeared, who also has a soul ring of 100,000 years. The other party is also an elder of the Wuhun Hall. This is not a good thing. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is now the only one named Douluo. After the dragon transformation, it is not a problem to fight against the three named Douluo. But the titled Douluo with the 100,000 year soul ring is very powerful. You can't underestimate the other person just because he is a woman. Why do you feel that the peace of this continent seems to be about to be broken? He always felt that this was no coincidence. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, alas. Yu Yuanzhen couldn't help but sigh when he thought about the family affairs. His second brother was stuck in the Douluo realm and unknown when he would break through the titled Douluo. His eldest son has average talent, but his younger son still has a vicious martial soul mutation, and few of the other juniors have outstanding ones. The niece-in-law and daughter-in-law were pregnant, which made him feel much more comforted. After generations, there will definitely be younger generations with better talent. Instruct the children of the family outside to not cause trouble and practice with peace of mind. Break the ban and punish the lone strictly. His tone became serious and he issued the latest instructions. Yes. The subordinate who came to report directly retreated. At Tiandu Royal Academy, after learning about Susha, many students were very happy. This result is very satisfying for many students. Relying on your identity to bully people, you deserve retribution. Meng Shenji, Zhilan, and Bai Basehan shook their heads. Susha's past behavior was destined to have an ending like this today. Compared with Emperor Sui's child, he is 1,000 miles away. It is not surprising that he is so naughty and unchanged, and has no eyes and is full of disaster. Based on their understanding of Emperor Sui, he would definitely not come forward to reconcile this matter. Prince Swexing, this time he was cheated by his son. I hope he can wake up such a major blow. Meng Shenji sighed and said again. Send the soul healer to treat those injured children. Susha was so out of the way last time. In addition, each child will compensate 5 golden soul coins. Zhilan and Bai Basehan looked at each other and nodded. Just do as the chief said. Other small families are preparing to visit Bishop Salas. Getting protection from the martial spirit hall seems to be a good choice. Xiangjia sect sent people to Wuhun City to discuss the matter of entering Wuhun Academy. Small clans such as the Fire Leopard sect and the Fengjian sect are also making their own considerations. While the forces of all parties were speculating, Qun Yuxuan was wandering in Tiandu City with a few girls who had enough food and drink. Soon, the group came to a special place. Yuxuan. Chapter 66 Yuxuan. Ling Yuan and others stopped watching Qian Yuxuan and looked at him. Yuxuan. Ling Yuan has heard of this place. It is a place where the royal relatives and nobles of the Tiandu Empire learn etiquette. Second young master, this is a place to learn etiquette, and they are all taught to children. I know, it is said that the lord of Yuxuan Pavilion is born with noble character and just wants to meet him. Qian Yuxuan knows Yuxian more than she knows. In a sense, Yuxuan is also the intelligence base of Haoshan sect in the Tiandu Empire. The pavilion master Tang Yuehua is also the daughter of the contemporary sect leader of Haoshan sect. This identity gives him a certain voice among the royal relatives and nobles of the Tiandu Empire. Emperor Sui had pursued her, but Tang Yuehua, who had seen the genius, would naturally agree with him. Another reason is that I won't talk about it, I understand everything. Master, this Yuxuan pavilion master is said to be an ordinary person. Why do I feel like a rumor? A trace of curiosity flashed in Zhu Lingyun's eyes, and she was still a little interested in the master Yuxuan pavilion. You should not behave like a person, and you should not be measured by the sea. Everyone has his own strengths. Seeing is true, but hearing is not advisable. But I feel that this year the lord of Yuxuan pavilion should be a stunning woman who sinks fish and falls geese and leaves the moon and is ashamed to the flowers. Qian Yuxuan said with a smile. Tisk, the second young master has never seen a real person yet, so he praises the other party like this. It seems that the lord of Yuxuan pavilion is quite charming. Ling Yuan glanced at him, and her tone showed a little sourness. Then there is no need to say that the name he shouted in his dream at the beginning was Tang Yuehua. Moreover, the other party is a woman that Emperor Sui cannot get. If he gets it, it will be much better than the other party. Doesn't this highlight his personal charm even more? In addition, can the relationship between the Wuhun Palace and Haoshan sect be strengthened, right? It's just that in terms of seniority, it may be a bit messy. When we saw Tang Chen, the names of both sides were a little awkward. Calling grandpa or uncle is a problem. When I see the contemporary sect leader of Haoshan sect, should I call him brother or father-in-law? Funny. Also, will the contemporary leader of Haoshan sect be angry that his old father's little cabbage was urging by a pig? Or is it because my daughter followed Gihua Huangmao, and the feeling of being stolen from her family? Ahem, why's too deep? Qian Yuxuan looked at her puffed mouth and gently pinched her cheek. He smiled and said, You can even hold the sesame oil bottle in your mouth. Humph, hate it. Ling Yuan knocked off his hand and walked to Ian. Yin shook his head. This Qian young master always likes to be funny, like a child. It's also strange, sometimes full of wisdom, sometimes very childish. It makes people unable to understand. This is what soul beasts often say, humans are the most complex creatures in the world. In the pavilion master room on the top floor of Yuxuan, Tang Yuehua naturally heard Qian Yuxuan's praise for him. It contains the aura of a scholar, but it shows a bit casualness in his actions, and there is also a titled Douluo to accompany him. That maid is still the eldest daughter of the Zhu family. What an interesting man. I just don't know what it has to do with the spirit hall. She covered her mouth and smiled, and she became more and more curious about Jian Yuchen in her eyes. So she said to the outside of the door, Mei Xiang, Yuxuan distinguished guest is here, go and receive it. Okay. A crisp female voice came from outside the door. Jian Yuchen looked at Yuxuan's sign and was about to leave. He didn't plan to walk in this time, after all, time is not very suitable. It is not his style of conduct to disturb him. Let's go, he said to Ling Yuan and others. At this moment, a maid came out of Yuxuan and stopped him. She said with a respectful tone, young master, my pavilion master is welcome. Jian Yuchen was stunned. Tang Yuehua invited him into Yuxuan. Ling Yuan was a little surprised. She had never seen this before. The other party even took the initiative to invite the second young master? No, this charm can attract women through the wall? This Jian Yuchen looked at the maid in confusion. I'm at Meiziang, I'm ordered by the pavilion master to come and invite the young master to come to Yuxuan for a lecture. Mei Xiang saw that Qin Yuchen was a little disbelief, and once again stated that she had followed the order of the pavilion master. Since it was invited by the Lord Yuxuan pavilion, I will disturb you. After Jian Yuchen finished speaking, he signaled the other party to lead the way. Afterwards, the group, led by Mei Xiang, walked into Yuxuan. Shortly after they entered, a person disappeared from the alley opposite, and the direction of their way was Tiandu Palace. Mei Xiang brought Qin Yuchen and a few people to the VIP guest room and opened the door. Looking at the layout of the room, Jian Yuchen knew that this was a top-level treatment. Young master, please. Yeah, thank you. The 6 people from Qin Yuchen walked in one by one, and their mood calmed down instantly. And I also felt a very relaxed feeling, and my whole body felt a little fluttering. Aou. The 2 ghost tiger cubs showed their enjoyment appearance, their front paws were spread out, revealing the plum blossom mark. Mei Xiang asked them to sit down and said again. Everyone, please wait a moment, I'll go and tell the pavilion master. After Jian Yuchen nodded, she took the VIP guest room door and left. When Ling Yuan saw that someone had left, she looked at Qin Yuchen and said, what did this pavilion master call us in? You can't really like you, right? Second young master, you don't have the chance to meet strangers even if you don't go out of the door. Hearing the sour smell in the conversation, Jian Yuchen couldn't help but smile. You, I have never seen Master Yuxuan this time. What are you thinking about? Even if you are close, you and Union are the only ones. I'm also very curious. What's the purpose of asking us to come here? Hearing the confusion in his tone, Ling Yuan nodded. Could it be that his charm really penetrated the wall? Don't you dare to write novels like this, right? 3 minutes later, Qin Yuchen heard a regular sound of footsteps. The door opened, and a woman wearing a silver palace dress and elegant style, full of nobles, looked at Qin Yuchen with a smile. At first glance, she seemed to be 27 or 8 years old, but her eyes seemed to see through everything in the world, and she wore a silver palace dress on her body. It seems so compatible. However, Ling Yuan did not feel the existence of soul power from her, just like an ordinary person. The hostility towards the other party in my heart also dissipated a lot. Yuehua, I have seen you all. She saluted gently, full of aristocratic spirit. Jian Yuchen stood up after hearing this, and the scholarly aura on his body instantly emanated. Finish, I've met the Lord of Yuehua Pavilion. The temperaments of the 2 began to communicate at this moment. A hint of surprise flashed in Tang Yuehua's eyes, and the man in front of her gave her a bookish aura. It's like pure uncensored jade, completely natural. What kind of temperament is this? The elegant aura I have never seen before. Interesting, really interesting man. The 2 looked at each other and understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Then, both of them smiled. Ling Yuan looked at the eyes of the 2 of them and always felt something was wrong, but she couldn't detect it. Yin saw it very clearly. There was something very pure in the eyes of the 2, which she had never seen before. Zhu Lingyun smiled, as if the Master Yuxuan Pavilion was very interested in the owner this time. This is a good thing, not a good thing. Tang Yuehua glanced at Ling Yuan and others and said slowly. Young Master, can you tell me alone? Chapter 67, Master Yuehua Pavilion, you don't want to. I wish, I dare not ask for it. Yuxuan quickly flashed a little surprise, but he smiled and nodded. Ling Yuan was very shocked. This sentence was actually said from a woman. As the head of the Noble Etiquette College, it is really incredible to say such bold words. But Yuxuan knew what the other party wanted to invite him. Of course, he would not miss such a good opportunity to get along alone. He believed that after this separate conversation, some people might be in a bad mood. If there were no other forces eyewitness in Yuxuan, he would not believe it. Tang Yuehua smiled and waved her hand and said, "Young master, please." Yuxuan stood up and headed out of the door. Before leaving, Tang Yuehua reminded Mei Xiang, "Don't neglect the guests and treat them with the highest standards." "Yes, Pavilion Master," Mei Xiang said respectfully. Under the leadership of Tang Yuehua, Yuxuan came to the place where she usually drank tea. "Young master, please sit down." "Please." The two sat down. Tang Yuehua was very curious about the strange temperament on him. It is not as hard-blooded as the soldiers on the battlefield, nor is it the unique noble spirit among the nobles. She opened her lips slightly. Yuehua takes the liberty, how can she ask the young master what to call her? "You are welcome to be polite, I'm in Yuxuan. The jade that the people on the streets are as beautiful as jade, succeeds." Yuxuan does not want to tell the other party his true identity at the moment. "Young Master Yu seems to have some understanding of Yuxuan." Tang Yuehua asked again. There was no trace of excitement in the man's eyes since he appeared to the present. The eyes are pure and sincere, unlike those royal nobles, with possessiveness in their eyes. This man must have a good understanding of Yuxuan, and even a little bit about her. It's just a little shallow understanding, and I have a little yearning in my heart. Yuxuan smiled. Tang Yuehua nodded, still not believing what he said. The tone is modest, but it hides your true thoughts. Young master shocked Tiandu City today, and suddenly broke the peace that had been around for many years. Even I am a little curious about the origin of the young master. Tang Yuehua did not hide the purpose of inviting the other party to Yuxuan, but to know the other party's origin. She knew that for such people, sincerity and straightforwardness are the most suitable. As for whether the other party will be honest, then it will be a different matter. Yuxuan was also a little surprised when she heard the other party say this. She would go straight to the point and say her purpose. "He is worthy of being the lord of Yuxuan Pavilion. I am just a scholar. By chance, I entered the library of the Wuhun Hall. I have been there for 30 years. In 30 years, I have finally digested all these theories. I am traveling to the mainland and want to combine my theoretical knowledge with practice. During this period, I also published a book, which is the theory of core competition among martial souls that is widely circulated among soul masters." Yuxuan's words are also real truths, without any false words. As for the titled Douluo, he accompanied me to travel through the mainland and protect my personal safety. When Tang Yuehua heard this, she looked at him incredibly. Is the person in front of me the pioneer of the core competition theory of martial souls? At this age, I look like a young man around 25 years old, and I really can't believe it. Looking at the confusion in Tang Yuehua's eyes, he said again. "Master Yuehua Pavilion, your martial soul must have mutated, causing it to be unable to cultivate soul power, right? From the way you walk, you can rarely perform soul meditation, which is different from ordinary soul master women. Even if you have special training, this subtle gap cannot be changed." Tang Yuehua did not admit it, but asked, "Young master, only with this, I still can't believe that you are the master of theory." In fact, after these words were over, her heart was filled with shock. "Master Yuehua Pavilion, you are 3 feet all over your body, which makes people feel that you are radiant and you are involuntarily kind to you. I guess, this should be the effect of your martial soul mutation. To some extent, it was a blessing in disguise. What I said is correct." After saying that, Yuxuan looked at Tang Yuehua with a smile, very confident. "Young master has a sharp eye like a torch, and the moonlight admires you." Tang Yuehua's tone was full of respect, and she also recognized his identity. "My martial soul has indeed mutated. Without the domineering attitude of attacking martial souls, it contains the opposite attributes." Hearing her words, Yuxuan nodded. "Master Yuehua Pavilion, are you from Haoshan sect?" After the words fell, the atmosphere became quiet. Tang Yuehua looked at him calmly, and he also looked at the other party. The eyes of both sides met again, and the two smiled again. "Young Master Yuxuan, I guess you should have a very close relationship with the current Pope's crown prince, right? My grandfather is good friends with the Grand Priest of the Wuhan Hall. I have met Pope Kyungsunji. Your appearance is 70% similar to him. The relationship between you two. Tang Yuehua probably guessed Kyunyuchen's identity, and the other party must have some purpose in traveling to the mainland. I am worthy of being the little princess of Haoshan sect. She is much better than other Haoshan sects in terms of wisdom. In Kenshui City, in the eyes of the Pope's crown, I am not a member of the Qian family. Your two brothers have good talents. Haoshan sect will add two titled Douluo in the future. It's really enviable. Qian Yuchen also showed his identity, but he did not fully show it. Tang Yuehua didn't expect that the other party's identity was still a noble person in the martial soul hall, and it still had a deep relationship with Qian Sunji. Since we have all talked about this, I would like to ask my son, after the innate level 9 of my soul power, there is no possibility of progress, so is there a way to solve it? A hint of expectation appeared in her eyes. As a disciple of Haoshan sect, who doesn't want to become stronger? Any disciple of the Haoshan sect yearns for the style of grandfather Tang Chen. Naturally, she is no less than a woman. But God is not good, the elder brother and the second brother are both innate and full of soul power, and the powerful Haoshan hammer martial soul. An accident happened here when it was her turn. The martial soul mutated and could not break through to the soul master. There is a solution to any problem. The mutation of martial soul must have something to do with the soul master himself. As long as there is a corresponding method, the abnormal impact brought by the mutation of martial souls will naturally be solved. Qian Yuchen has long understood this issue. When Tang Yuehua heard such confident words, a light appeared in her heart, which made her see hope. Young Master Qian, I. Before he could say anything, he was stopped by Qian Yuchen. We are not close or not, so I wonder what conditions can you come up with? Master Yuehua Pavilion, I forgot to tell you something. Your second brother is following a woman, and they have a good relationship. His two words made Tang Yuehua swallow the unspoken words. Yes, it's not a relative or a bad person, and it's definitely a price to get the solution. Also, a strange woman appeared beside his second brother. This made her feel a little uneasy, but she could do nothing. Looking at her like this, Qian Yuchen smiled slightly and said, Master Yuehua Pavilion, you don't want to lose this rare opportunity to solve the problem of the inability to cultivate martial souls, right? Chapter 68 Simple Communication. Tang Yuehua looked at Qian Yuchen's smile and felt that this person seemed to have some purpose. But there was no vulgar look in his eyes that he had seen before. Even Emperor Sui, his eyes are not pure. After this man said such words, his eyes only showed his appreciation to him. Young Master Qian, I am really attracted to the solution you mentioned. I don't know what your conditions are, so there must be a range, right? In this way, I can exchange according to my actual situation. Hearing Tang Yuehua's words, Qian Yuchen agreed and he had to give a range. Master Yuehua Pavilion, just exchange it for the things you think are the most precious. I have been in Tiandu City for a long time. Just think about it slowly. When will you think about it? Come and find me. He said this just to see if the other party has really thought about it and change his destiny. It appeared several times in the original work and disappeared. If you want to change your destiny, you must first understand your heart and the courage to burn your boat. Hearing Qian Yuchen's words, Tang Yuehua seemed to understand what the other party's conditions were. I think the most precious thing. She savored this sentence carefully. It is difficult to say whether the conditions stated by the other party are difficult or not. To be precise, it is to give yourself a very difficult thinking question. Seeing her thinking, Qian Yuchen picked up the tea in front of her and took a sip. On the other side, Emperor Sui's spy came to the palace and hurriedly reported the matter. Your Majesty, the group of people who injured Prince Xuexing's second prince entered Yuxuan. It seems it was the Lord Yuxuan Pavilion who took the initiative to invite them. Hearing the secret agent repay, the always kind Emperor Sui, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The failure to pursue Tang Yuehua back then was a thorn in his heart. No one else can imagine what he can't get. Those men who had contacted her disappeared inexplicably, which was done by him. As an emperor, he has his own pride. Can't admit your failure. He can do something wrong, but he cannot admit his mistake. The other party is the princess of Haoshan sect, and he cannot make mistakes because of a moment of impulse. Whenever she has problems in the Tiandu Empire, she may be greeted by dozens of hammers. Even the 3 royal elders worshipped by the emperor cannot withstand the accountability of Haoshan sect. The old leader of Haoshan sect, Tang Chen, is still alive, and the Tiandu Empire Imperial City will be gone with one stroke. When he hit his nephew, his identity and background are very mysterious. The titled Douluo is by his side, so it is hard to do it. You have to find a way to figure out the other party's identity. Emperor Sui thought for a moment and said, investigate the identity information of these people clearly, and closely monitor their whereabouts, don't alert the snake. Originally, he didn't want to have too much contact with this group of people, but when it comes to Tang Yuehua, his desire to win and lose is rising. Go back to your post. The spy stood up and left after saluting. After the other party left, Emperor Sui's face turned gloomy. No matter who you are, Tang Yuehua is not something you can get involved with. At this time, Qian Yuchen didn't know that he had been missed by Emperor Sui. But, so what if you think about it? It was just a matter of chatting and laughing, and it was wiped out. Qian Yuchen looked at Tang Yuehua's gradually relaxed expression and knew that she understood what she meant. All he needs to do is wait for the other party's answer. Tang Yuehua didn't say anything about this issue, but changed the topic. Young Master Qian, you have a special temperament, which is different from the teaching taught by Yuxuan. I wonder if the young master himself has noticed it. She was very curious about the other person's temperament, and the feeling it gave people at first glance was very comfortable and friendly. There is a golden house in the book, and the beautiful woman in the book. I am a bookish spirit that I have been with books for a long time. Let's call it a scholarly spirit. Qian Yuchen smiled. Scholars are so angry. This description is very appropriate. When Tang Yuehua heard him say this, he felt enlightened. A gentleman is as gentle as jade, and a scholar is full of vigor and vigor. This temperament cannot be formed overnight. As for your Yuxuan's current situation, you cannot create a second person like me. Qian Yuchen spoke again, full of confidence in himself between the lines. This is the confidence, the bookstore of the Wuhan Hall gives him the confidence. Yuxuan's aristocratic etiquette is just like the assembly line in his previous life, and all the students taught have lost their own personality. Looking at people, they are actually like dogs. Of course, it cannot be denied that the etiquette and academic teaching is somewhat desirable. That's just a little bit. Tang San came to Yuxuan to learn etiquette, which was to use it to eliminate his strong murderous aura. Once time passed, all the aristocratic etiquettes were left behind. Yuxuan's etiquette cultivation, to put it bluntly, is to cultivate a group of animals in clothes and animals. Here is a derogatory term. Qian Yuchen was a little suspicious. Is her training institution used to cut off the leaks of the royal family and nobles of the heavenly Dou Empire? After Haoshan sect was hidden in the world, how could a clan run as much as the cost? Self-sufficient in ironwork, vegetable planting, etc. Although Haoshan sect itself has abundant reserves, the number consumed in more than 10 years is not that big. That Yuxuan is one of the important income points. No wonder Tang Yuehua has a high status in Haoshan sect, this is the god of wealth. Can it not be high? Tang Yuehua looked at Qian Yuchen's confident expression and nodded. What the other party said is correct. There are a few children from a literary family in Yuxuan, but they do not have the temperament of him. It is obviously not enough to read a few books and recite a few poems. In the Tiandu Empire, there are only those old pedantic scholars who have a somewhat similar temperament. Furthermore, the Wuhan Hall Book Pavilion is the richest place in the mainland. It has read hundreds of thousands of books in 30 years, and this temperament has been formed in subtle ways. It will take at least 10 years to cultivate such a person. Her Yuxuan's aristocratic etiquette trains qualified students, which will be only 5 years at the latest. Generally speaking, if you study hard, you can graduate in 2.5 years. A comparison, the right and wrong are judged immediately. What's more, the purpose of her creation of Yuxuan was to serve the sect. A few of those students are able to act according to etiquette. Most people, even if they graduate successfully, come here to experience life. They can't change it. After leaving Yuxuan for about a month, they may have exposed their previous nature. The establishment of Yuxuan was just a coincidence. The worldly torrent, she is just a small woman, can't change anything. Young Master Qian, this scholar's aura is indeed rare. I, Yuxuan, cannot cultivate such a person for the time being. If Tang Yuehua recognized Qian Yuchen before, Yuxuan was a mysterious person to outsiders, but it was just that for royal relatives and nobles. She looked at Yuxuan and said again. From you, I see a quality that ordinary people do not have, which makes people feel amazing and want to find out. In addition, you seem to be covered with a mysterious veil. Yuxuan was stunned and then smiled. Master Yuehua Pavilion, don't try to touch this mysterious veil. Otherwise, you will be deeply attracted by my charm and cannot extricate yourself. When Tang Yuehua heard this, she couldn't help laughing. This is also the first time she has rudely rude in front of outsiders. Young Master Qian, I didn't expect that you are quite interesting. Chapter 69 Tiandu Auction. One day after, Yuxuan brought his 5 girls to the largest auction in Tiandu City. During Yuxuan's trip, he had a preliminary exchange with Tang Yuehua and basically achieved his goal. When they left, the other party personally sent them away from Yuxuan. He should be the second person in Tiandu City to have such honors, right? The first one should be the Snow Knight Emperor. Of course, when he left, he found someone observing in secret. These are all small questions. You can guess with your toes that this is the Snow Knight Emperor. Tang Yuehua has had no scandals or negative news in the Tiandu Empire for so many years. Only Emperor Sui can do such a thing. Gradually, this kind of thing became a tacit understanding between the two sides. This is just his guess, and it has little impact on him anyway. No matter who comes, he is just a paper tiger. I can only hope that the other party will not find fault, otherwise he will pick up Runta's fork. Several people walked on the street. Ling Yuan turned around and looked at Yuxuan who was thinking, and walked to him. Second young master, what are you thinking? It's nothing, just relax and go shopping. Hearing Ling Yuan's words, he smiled. It's nothing, I just want to go where to go. After all, there are so many famous attractions in Tiandu City, it's hard to choose where to go. Seeing that he said this, Ling Yuan said again. Didn't you say you wanted to come to the Tiandu Empire auction store to have a look? You don't plan to see such a good opportunity. Yuxuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is a good place, maybe it can be Douluo. Tiandu Empire auction, you will decide it is you. He looked at Ayan and others who were excited in front of him and spoke. Let's go to the Tiandu Empire auction store to see it, maybe we can meet good things. What do you think? After the words came to an end, Zhu Lingyun nodded hurriedly. She had been looking forward to this place for a long time. It is said that the Tiandu Empire auction is the largest auction house in the mainland, and the daily flow of gold and soul coins starts in units of 100 million. Although the auction hall of Xingluo Empire is also lively, it pales in comparison. Even the soul master of the Xingluo Empire was willing to travel thousands of miles to come here to try his luck. The nobles say that they are entrusted tasks. Ziling and Yuling also showed curiosity in their eyes, and they also wanted to see what the auction house was like. Aou. The two cubs also expressed their own opinions. I want to go. Needless to say, Ayan is very interested in the culture of the human world. In her opinion, this auction house should be a kind of trading place and is very popular. It must be an interesting place. She wants to understand and see. Okay, then we'll go to Tiandu auction. Seeing that they had no objection, Yuxuan decided on the next goal. 20 minutes later, 6 people arrived in front of the Tiandu auction. Looking at such luxurious and atmospheric decoration, Yuxuan was amazed. It is worthy of being the top auction house on the mainland, and it emits the aura of gold and soul coins everywhere. The aura in the entire auction house is very mixed, including soul beasts, soul masters, and ordinary people. Let's go. After looking at it, he took the 5 girls in. Welcome to guests. Please provide proof of property identity so that we can provide better services. A hot, tall, and cool-wearing woman came to Yuxuan and said with a professional smile. In her eyes, this man is very handsome and charming, but unfortunately, if his financial strength is not good, it will be useless. Ayan and the others looked at the waiter and felt that her clothes were too bold. Ziling and Yuling covered the eyes of the 2 ghost tiger cubs, which should not be suitable for children. Yuxuan nodded, there was nothing wrong with the other party's request. If you have money in this place, you are the old man. He understands what the other party said very well. He touched his storage soul guide and a black card appeared in his hand. 5 golden diamond patterns are embedded on it, and there are also 6 winged angel patterns. When the hot woman saw this card, she became respectful in an instant. This is a special golden soul coin card that only top forces have. A golden diamond is equivalent to 1 million golden soul coin. She only heard that the supervisor had seen it once, but she didn't expect that this incident would happen to her. Young master, please wait a moment, I'll call the supervisor. Of course, I will report such an important thing first. She is just a small service staff member, and if something goes wrong, she can't afford it. 2 minutes later, a burst of rapid footsteps came. Then, a middle-aged fat man wearing a gold-edged robe with a shrewd look, walked over with a smile. Dear guests, Tiandu auction store welcomes you. I have $1 million, I have seen the young master. The fat man's words showed a kind smile, giving people a feeling of being close. The hot-bodied waitress stood beside him respectfully and nodded slightly. Qian Yuxuan put away his black gold card and said, "Give us the best position and compare the number of people. It's troublesome." Qian Wangqian said to the waitress with a serious tone. "Take a distinguished guest to Tianzi luxury number 6, don't neglect it." "Mr. Qian, I understand." The waitress understood that this was her great opportunity, so she would naturally do this. Soon, under the leadership of this waitress, Qian Yuxuan and others arrived at a luxurious location. After walking in, Qian Yuxuan looked at the layout inside and was very satisfied. "Young master, there are 30 minutes left to start for the next auction, so you can wait with peace of mind. All food and drinks are provided for free. If you need other special services, you need to increase the service fee. I won't bother you. Call me anytime if you have anything." The waitress briefly talked about the precautions and came outside the room and waited at the door. Qian Yuxuan walked to the red cloth covered in front of him, opened it slightly and took a look. The auction hall below was completely visible. He turned around and looked at the food and drinks provided in the room, which were all top ingredients in the luxury hotel outside. There was also a manual on the table. He picked it up and flipped it out, which was a basic manual. Ling Yuan and the others found a seat and sat down, and were also curiously looking at everything in the room. The 2 ghost tiger cubs went downstairs and started playing on the ground. "Second young master, the decoration here is much better than the auction house in Wuhun City. This ice crystal seems to be free, and it's all on the edge of the ceiling. And this carpet is made of rare green wool. Tisk 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 tisk, it is worthy of being the most famous auction house in the mainland." Ling Yuan was still shocked by Xiao Xiao, curious about who the real owner behind this auction house was. Yin could feel that the decoration in this room was unusual, which was very different from the ones I saw before. To describe it in terms of the words she learned, that is magnificent plus elegant. Everyone just enjoy it with peace of mind. After the auction starts, see if there is anything you like. I've been out for so long, and I haven't given you any gifts yet. Qian Yuxuan looked at the girls and said with a smile. "Really, the second young master?" Ling Yuan said in surprise. "Master, don't deceive others, otherwise I will be angry." Zhu Lingyun walked to him and looked at him with a gaze. Qian Yuxuan gently scraped her nose and smiled. "You. I officially announced, thousands of young masters will pay for your consumption today." Chapter 70 Auction. 30 minutes passed quickly and the auction hall became lively. This auction house is not the style in the original work, and the distinction does not seem to be particularly detailed. Qian Yuxuan carefully looked at the overall layout, which was a little different from the original work. The description in the original work is that the auction house is divided into 5 areas: red, black, purple, yellow and white. The 3 rows of seats near the ceremony are red and radiated outward, black, purple, yellow and white in turn, and are set according to different bidders. Maybe, the person in charge of this auction house has not been reorganized yet. The host on the ceremony stand was already in place, holding a simple loudspeaker in his hand to prepare for the next auction. Her figure is even hotter than the waitress outside the door of Qian Yuxuan. If you really want to make a detailed comparison, your figure and face are slightly inferior to Yafei. No, the women here are so big. This dress is really a bit too bold. Ling Yuan looked at Qian Yuxuan's gaze, curled her lips, and then looked down at her. Strong and handsome, magnificent and regular ups and downs. Hearing her words, Qian Yuxuan turned to look at her and said. The women here have no choice. To put it bluntly, they are just objects without souls. If someone likes them, they can take them away by giving them money. The price may be more expensive than the top brands in the entertainment club. Their perfect figure is the greatest capital. After saying that, he sighed softly. Not everyone is as free as we do. After the words came to an end, the female host on the ceremony stage started speaking with a loudspeaker. Dear guests, welcome to participate in this auction. I am Yun Shang. If you don't say anything, the auction will begin soon. I wish you a happy auction trip. After saying that, the female host threw a charming look at the audience. Get out of my position. A woman in cool clothes, holding a tray covered with red cloth, placed it on the display stand. The first item at this auction is the Orchid Dream created by the jewelry master of Zhengzhen City. The true heart will last forever, and one will last forever. The starting price is 10,000 gold soul coins, and the price is no less than 1,000 gold soul coins each time. Yun Shang said the name and quote of the first item, and then walked to the display stand. The red cloth was lifted up, and the silver necklace was inlaid with a night amber, exuding a mysterious feeling. 10,000 gold soul coins. Someone spoke. 10,000 gold soul coins. 5,000 gold soul coins. 27,000 gold soul coins. After the sound reached 27,000 gold soul coins, no one continued to increase the price. Yun Shang didn't expect the price to rise so much. It was a good start. She said slowly, 27,000 gold coins per time. Qian Yuchen looked at Yin and stared at the necklace, and the other party also noticed him. When the two of them had their eyes intersected, they understood what they meant. He nodded and shouted outside. 30,000 golden soul coins. The person who was originally full of confidence was stunned for a moment. When I saw the place where the sound came from was the location of the Tianzi private room, I gave up the idea of raising the price. Yun Shang didn't expect that someone would quote a higher price, but when he saw that it was a private room with Tianzi, he looked calm. 30,000 golden soul coins are once. 2 times for 30,000 golden soul coins. 3 times 3 times. After 3 seconds of speech, no one raises the price, then the final result will be final. Congratulations to the distinguished guest of Tianzi number 6 for obtaining Yalan Dream. Yun Shang announced the location of Kenshui City and obtained the ownership of the first auction item. The tray was recovered with red cloth and taken away from the display stand. Yun Shang then looked at everyone in the audience and spoke again. The following is the second item. A woman in an auction house uniform made a show of a small cart. The things on the cart were covered with red cloth. From the appearance, she looked like a larger boxed item. The second item, the Soul Beast Cub, the starting price is 30,000 gold soul coins. After Yun Shang finished speaking, he lifted the red cloth on the cart. Wind Chasing Leopard Cub. This is the Wind Chasing Leopard Cub, 15 days old, which is the best time to raise. The starting price is no less than 5,000 golden soul coins, and the auction starts now. After the words came to an instant, the fierce bidding sound rang out. 40,000 golden soul coins. 45,000 gold soul coins. 50,000 golden soul coins. 70,000 golden soul coins. 80,000. 80,000 golden soul coins. 95,000 gold soul coins. Hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands of golden soul coins. The sound of bidding came one after another. Fortunately, the Feng leopard cub fell asleep by special means, otherwise he would have been trembling. Zhu Lingyun looked at the wind-chasing leopard cub, but she still felt that the ghost tiger cub in her arms was cute. Ziling and Yuling don't want to add cubs anymore. It's so noisy. Qian Yuchen felt it and found that this cub had congenital deficiency. Whoever bought it would be a big injustice. If you have to die and grow to about 100 years, you will be slap. This cub is not a rare breed. When you have the chance, you will find a cub of the dark gold clawed bear. If you cultivate it, it will be a top-level combat power. He looked at Ling Yuan and the others and said with a smile. I don't care. This cub looks very good when he was a child, but he has his face hangs when he grows up. I don't want it. Ling Yuan is not interested in this wind-chasing leopard cub. How cute this ghost tiger cub is. Yin also felt that there was a physical problem with the cub. It was very likely that he was abandoned and picked up by a human soul master and sent it here. This is the natural law among soul beasts, and she doesn't want to intervene too much. Soon, the wind-chasing leopard's cub was captured by 120,000 gold coins, and the winner seemed to be a wealthy businessman. Qian Yuchen looked at the joy on the other person's face and shook his head. A great injustice. Soon, the third item slowly appeared. The third item is 2 weapons obtained from a ruin. A sword full of cold air and a sharp sword. According to the identification of professional appraisers, the two weapons are legendary peerless weapons. The forging is probably the genius Gongsun Mo who is circulating in the mainland. Therefore, the price of the two divine weapons is set at 500,000 gold soul coins, and the starting price is no less than 30,000 gold soul coins. After saying that, Yun Shang showed off two weapons. One sword and one sword. Qian Yuchen looked at the shapes of the two weapons and felt a little incredible. Snow-drinking mad knife. A peerless sword. Not a buddy? Is this trademark supermodel? Ling Yuan looked at his surprised eyes and said in confusion, "Second young master, do you know these two weapons?" "I don't know." Qian Yuchen shook his head, "It just feels very magical, those two weapons look very friendly. I was kind enough to take them down immediately, and then I waved out a knife energy of 40 meters with the Suan Kuang knife. If possible, it would be impossible to use Mok Wuliang with one move." The first auction bid has begun. 55,000 golden soul coins. 600,000 golden soul coins. 65,000 golden soul coins. 2 million gold soul coins. 3 million gold soul coins. The number of 3 million gold soul coins has discouraged many people. Although the magic weapon is good, it is useless to use 10 waste people. This kind of golden soul coins can cultivate many soul masters. Large families recruit and worship can recruit contra-level characters. 3 million gold soul coins once. 3 million gold soul coins twice. 3 million gold soul coins. At the last moment when Yun Shang was about to count down, Qian Yuchen spoke. 3 million and 5 million golden soul coins. Rub. The person who bids for 3 million gold soul coins was also in the Tianzi room, and he looked at the location of Kenshui City. "I'm so generous, I just don't know if you can take it safely." After saying that, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Qian Yuchen, who took two weapons, felt a hint of murderous intent and looked at the source. "It's interesting, it's really interesting." Chapter 71 Accident. "Guest, the things you auctioned are here." Qian Yuchen heard the sound outside the door and asked Zhu Lingyun to open the door of the room. 2 or 3 women walked in, 2 holding items, and the other was empty-handed, as if they were a manager. "Hello, I am from the finance department of the auction house. Should the 2 items you auction be settled now or before leaving?" The woman's tall and plump figure, and the voice of the lady made Qian Yuchen feel a sense of charm. A trace of golden light flashed in his eyes, and he saw through the other party's background. The magic heart fox martial soul? No wonder he is born with the power of charm. "Let's settle now, the auction experience is very good," he said with a smile. The woman was very surprised that this man actually ignored his charming power. Even the young leader of the 7 treasures glazed Li Sec dared not look directly into his eyes. "Okay, please wait, my son." She sorted out the auction records, presented the corresponding receipt, and handed it to Qian Yuchen. "Young master, there are a total of 3.53 million golden soul coins." Qian Yuchen nodded and took out his black gold card. The other party took it respectfully, brushed it on the special device, and returned it to him. The woman signaled the 2 waiters to put the things in place and looked at Qian Yuchen. "Dear guest, then we won't disturb you." Then, they retreated respectfully. After the other party left, Qian Yuchen picked up Yalan Dream and walked to Ian. "Give it, this is a gift for you." He handed over the necklace. "Thank you." Ayan took the necklace with a smile. Ling Yuan looked at the 2 of them for a few times, but found nothing strange. Zhu Lingyun was also very confused. Sister Ayan's eyes looked at the master were so simple. And the master's eyes when he looked at the other party were also very clear. How did this be done? It's so amazing. After giving the necklace to Ayan, Qian Yuchen walked in front of 2 weapons. Pulling out of the sheath, there was a resonance between the 2 weapons. "Snow-drinking mad knife. A peerless sword," he whispered softly. Feeling the aura they emit, it feels very unusual. Suddenly, his trouser legs felt like they were tearing. When I looked down, I found that 2 ghost tiger cubs were pulling out their trouser legs, and seemed to be very interested in the 2 weapons. "This thing cannot be eaten. It's not a tooth-grinding stick. Aoo! Aoo!" The 2 cubs were still anxious, shaking their tails frantically, and howled. Okay, let you see too." Helplessly, Qian Yuchen bent down and placed 2 weapons on the ground. The two pups sniffed and then made their own choices. The cub with a white tail tip sat on the snow-drinking knife. The cub with a black tail tip sat on the peerless sword. A magical scene happened. The two weapons resonated and turned into a barrier that enveloped the two cubs. Good guy, I haven't heard of it. Yuxuan stared at the barrier curiously. It seemed that these two cubs were not ordinary. Second young master, what's going on? Ling Yuan asked. Master, there will be no problem with the two cubs, right? Zhu Lingyun was also worried about the cubs' situation. Don't worry, their life breath is very stable. Yin didn't feel anything abnormal, which made Zhu Lingyun and the others feel at ease. About 3 minutes later, the barrier surrounding the two cubs disappeared. Yuxuan felt a little humanized from their eyes. Dad, Dad! The ghost tiger cub with a white tail shouted intimately at him. What did you say? Yuxuan looked at it incredibly. No, why did you call me Dad? Is it so abstract? The cub with a black tail pointed to the tail also spoke, Dad, Dad. Yuxuan. Ling Yuan covered her mouth and smiled, Second young master, it's good to have such a cute son. Ziling and Yuling hurried over. The cub was so strange. Mom dear. The white-tailed ghost tiger cub looked at Ziling and shouted intimately. Ah! Ziling, I was stunned. Is this too unexpected? Yuling looked at the cub with the black tail with curiousness, and the other party looked at her. Mom dear. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. You two are so good. You can't speak in front of strangers, do you understand? Otherwise, we will be sad if we are caught. Yuxuan touched the little heads of the two cubs and reminded him. Aou. They nodded and then looked at their respective weapons. The two cubs stood up and signaled Yuxuan to put away their weapons. I see. Understanding the meaning of the cub, Yuxuan put two weapons into the storage soul guide. Then, Ziling and Yuling picked up the two cubs. Yuxuan looked at the auction again, and this little episode really surprised him. 4 hours later, Yuxuan and his group left Tiandu auction with satisfaction. Especially Ling Yuan, looking at the bracelet on her right wrist, she couldn't hold back the corners of her mouth. This is the Jade Phoenix bracelet that represents the meaning of love, and the second young master gave it to him. It seems that the second young master also had a bracelet, but he put it away. Is it going to give it to Sister Union? Thinking of this, she really wanted to know where Shui Union had gone. There was no news at all for so long. Ayan wore a necklace given to her by Yuxuan, adding a bit of beauty. Zhu Lingyun had a pair of earrings on her ears, and she also had a smile on her face. Ziling and Yuling were holding two ghost tiger cubs, and there was an additional storage soul guide on their waists. In their opinion, it is already a great honor to be able to receive the gift from the master. The two cubs suddenly fell asleep for some reason and are not awake yet. If Ayan hadn't said that they were fine, the two of them would have been filled with anxiety. As for Kenshui City, his biggest gain is two weapons. Moreover, these two weapons are related to two ghost tiger cubs, which is very interesting. Of course, this also made the idea brewing in his mind go on the agenda in advance. Shortly after they left, a noble young man looked at the direction of Yuxuan leaving and smiled. If you want to grab something from me, you have to pay the price. If you have money, you have to see how strong you are. If you don't have the ability to keep your money, you will be the lamb at slaughter. There was a 7-layer glass tower engraved on this young man's chest. As the Yuxuan and the others walked, they came to a remote street. After not seeing a person, he stopped. Then he looked at a shadow position and said, "Friend, come out and follow us all the way, it's not easy." After the words fell, no one appeared. He shook his head, "Why do you have to suffer a little?" He took out a golden soul coin and flicked it out gently. Whoosh! Ah! A scream came, and a finger appeared on the shadowy ground. Immediately afterwards, dense footsteps came from all directions, surrounding the Kenshui City and the others. Wow, what's the situation? Yuxuan looked at their clothes and was from the 7 Treasures Glazed Lith sect. Immediately afterwards, a young man in a golden robe walked out. His face is 76th, slightly similar to Ning Fengzi. I don't know who you are, but I'm scrambling something from me. I don't pick on you in the auction hall. If I leave the auction hall, I'm sorry. He waved and the 3 contras came out. Their strength was much stronger than the old men before. Let them teach them some lessons, even if it's a dragon, you have to lie here for a while. Chapter 72 Go to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Young people today are really arrogant. Don't you know that strangers are dangerous? Qian Yuxuan felt speechless. This kind of urban villain plot was encountered by himself. I don't care who you are. In Tiandu City, there are no awesome existences than me, except for the royal family. The young master's man showed his martial soul and was ready to launch an attack. Red tassel gun, stone armor shield, black cat. Ling Yuan looked at the other party's murderous look and walked to Qian Yuxuan and protected him behind him. A mere contra, dare to block my way. She looked at the three contras with bad eyes, and her soul ring also lit up. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Give you 3 breaths and get out of the way immediately, otherwise. The powerful sense of oppression of the title Douluo made the people who surrounded them sweat profusely. The cold sweat on their forehead reminded them not to act rashly. Damn it, it's actually a titled Douluo. Elder Jian is not here, it's bad now. The noble young master looked at the red soul ring and felt panic at this moment. How come it is a titled Douluo? Instead, I became a clown? If the 3 contras on his side are increased, they will not be able to fight against the titled Douluo. Mad, you have to try it. 3-1, the advantage lies in me. The noble young master revealed himself his martial soul, a small glazed tower on the 6th floor. The 6 treasures are transferred out of the glass. 1 is power. The 2nd is soul. 3, speed. The 3 amplification powers fell on the 3 contras, and their momentum could be temporarily confronted with Ling Yuan. It is worthy of being a branch of the 7 treasure glazed tower, and its amplification power is really powerful. Then let you see. Even if it is an increase, the titled Douluo is not something you can compete with. A red light flashed in Ling Yuan's eyes, and a fiery red bird appeared and disappeared. Fire Spirit Kit. While she was about to give the other party a profound lesson, a wooden sword fell from the sky and inserted it in the middle of the two. I'm late, it seems to have caused some misunderstandings. Qian Yuxuan heard the familiar voice and smiled. After not seeing each other during this period, Chen Xian's sword cultivation has improved a lot. A wooden sword gives people a strong sense of oppression. Then, the heart of dust fell from the sky, looking like an ordinary old man. Ling Yuan looked at Chen Xian, and the other party gave her a very dangerous feeling. Compared with the previous Star Do Great Forest, his strength has improved rapidly. Elder Jian, why are you here? The noble young master was a little puzzled. Why did you come here, Chen Xian? You are so chaotic. Go back to the sect and receive the punishment yourself. Chen Xian showed a stern expression and looked at the people surrounding Qian Yuxuan and his group. His prestige in the 7 treasures glazed pieces sect is second only to the sect master. Chen Xian then looked at Qian Yuxuan and others, showing a hospitality smile. Elder Ling Yuan, when will you come to Tiandu City? Can you go to the 7 treasures glazed pieces sect to discuss it? He then looked at Qian Yuxuan and smiled and said, Young Master Qian, I can't wait to discuss swordsmanship with you. These words made the noble brother stunned. It turned out that these people had such a good relationship with Elder Jian. Then what he said just now was that he really let his group go back to the sect to receive punishment. In fact, the other party was really right. He bullied others with his power, which really violated some regulations of the 7 treasures glazed Li sect. Elder Jian, let's go back to the sect to receive the punishment. After the noble young master finished speaking, he looked at his subordinates and spoke again. Go back and go to the law enforcement hall to receive the punishment. Chen Xian even spoke. If they don't listen, they will only accept a heavier punishment. Besides, the people he blocked seemed to have a very good relationship with Elder Jian. This really caused the Dragon King Temple to rush. He could only pray now, and the other party did not take this matter to heart. Soon, the scene became quiet, and only Qian Yuxuan and his group and Chen Xian were left. Under Chen Xian crown, your sword seems to be even more powerful. I wonder what realm you have learned. Qian Yuxuan was very curious about Chen Xian's current state, so he asked. Chen Xian smiled, and then waved his hand to the wooden sword inserted on the ground and returned to his hand. This wooden sword, without summoning the martial soul, killing the ordinary soul saint with one sword is not a problem. Of course, both stone and wood can be used as swords. But my heart has felt something recently, and there is a little sword energy between the quiet and the movement. Qian Yuxuan was very surprised. Chen Xin's current realm is that both plants, trees, bamboo, and stone can be used as swords. It's not far from having no sword in your hand and having a sword in your heart. This kind of swordsmanship is really too strong. He is worthy of the reputation of the first sword cultivator in Douluo continent. Didn't Chen Xinmen come here by chance to welcome me to the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect? Hearing him say this, Chen Xin nodded and said, Young Master Qian, this time I came out, I was entrusted by the next sect leader to invite you to visit the Seven Treasures Glazed Li sect. Brother Feng Zhi's position as the leader has been confirmed? Then I have to go and congratulate me. Qian Yuxuan understood what Chen Xin meant, and Ning Fengzi was the next sect leader's matter. Then what I said before can be fulfilled. But thinking about it, he was recognized by Chen Xin and Gurong, and it was only a matter of time before he succeeded to the sect leader. It seems that it was the Star Do Great Forest that made the other party turn this matter into a foregone conclusion. Ning Fengzi really wants to make progress. Uncle Chen Xinmian, please lead the way, we will disturb you. Haha, you guys follow me. After Chen Xin finished speaking, he controlled the wooden sword to fly with the sword. An hour later, Qin Yuxuan and his group, led by Chen Xin, arrived at the base of the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect. Looking at the numerous spire buildings, he thought it was a mosque complex. The other party's architecture is also magnificent, and it can only be said that it is worthy of being the richest sect in the mainland. Welcome to the Seven Treasures Glazed Pieces sect. Chen Xin stood in front of the entrance of the sect, looking at Qin Yuxuan and the others with a smile. At this time, the space on the side fluctuated, one side seemed to have withered, the muscles and skin were shriveled, the eye sockets were deep, and there were a few white hairs on the head. An old man with a height of nearly 2.5 meters appeared. His figure is not the kind of extremely swelling and strong muscles, but his entire body skeleton is amazingly large, and his clothes seem to be completely supported by bone frames. What are these the guests you brought back? His voice was very hoarse, and he asked Chen Xin like the wind blowing leaves. Qian Yuxuan looked at the old man who appeared and recognized his identity. Bone Douluo, Ancient Banyan. Martial Soul Bone Dragon, Level 95 Strong Attack System Seal called Douluo. He looked at the other party and said with a respectful tone, I have seen Gu Douluo Mian. Ling Yuan looked at Gurong and greeted him, my uncle of Gu Douluo, your body is still so strong. Gurong looked at Ling Yuan and said in surprise, you are actually a titled Douluo. Congratulations, Elder Ling Yuan. But when he looked at Qin Yuxuan, he found that he couldn't see the other party's strength clearly. This surprised him secretly. Even Pope Chihiroji had never felt this way. This person who looks like the Pope is indeed extraordinary. The woman with blue hairstyle is also full of mystery and is not an ordinary person. He also brought the ghost tiger cubs, it was such a group of strange combinations. Young Master Qian, everyone, Feng Zhi has already made arrangements, you guys follow me. Gurong's hoarse voice sounded, which made Qian Yuxuan and the others feel a little uncomfortable for a moment. Let's go, just follow the old bones, I'll go find you later. After saying that, Chen Xin stepped on the wooden sword and flew into the sect. Qin Yuxuan and others looked at each other and followed Gurong and walked into the Seven Treasure Glazed sect. Chapter 73 The situation has changed while talking and laughing. 30 minutes later, Chen Xin came to Kenshui City's residence in the Seven Treasures Glazed Li sect. Zhu Lingyun and the other two, who were playing with the ghost tiger cub in the yard, stopped when they saw Chen Xin and a strange man coming. The person who comes is the peaceful wind. Since the sword Douluo Mian, I'll inform the master now. After Zhu Lingyun finished speaking, she quickly walked into the house. After the two ghost tiger cubs glanced at Chen Xin and continued to play with Zai Ling and Yu Ling. Chen Xin and Ning Fengzi didn't say anything, but just waited quietly for Kenshui City to come out. If the rest of the sect know about this, it will definitely feel incredible. It is unheard of to let two people in the sect wait for a guest. Are Chen Xinmian and brother Feng Zhi coming? Sorry, I've kept you waiting for a long time. Qian Yuxuan's cheerful smile came from the room, making Chen Xin and Ning Fengzi smiled at each other. I just arrived. Mr. Qian, don't think this place is simple. Ning Feng smiled. Brother Feng Zhi was joking. Your residence is low-key and luxurious. I feel a little embarrassed to live here for too long. Anyway, the city is so frightened. Qian Yuxuan walked out with afternoon tea and smiled. Following closely behind were Ling Yuan, A Yin, and Zhu Lingyuan, who also held things in their hands. Brother Feng Ji prepared the place really good, the ingredients are very complete. You guys came just right. We made some afternoon tea and taste it. Qian Yuchun put the things in his hand on the table in the courtyard and invited the two of them to come. Ning Fengzi was still troubled in this yard, so he naturally could not lose his etiquette. The location here is quiet, and will not be disturbed by others. It's a good place for him. Ning Fengzi and Chen Xian sat down and looked at the food on the table, feeling very novel. The snack of Mr. Qian looks quite exquisite, it seems to be a new product I have never seen before. Hearing his words, Qian Yuchun smiled and introduced. This is my own snack, roasted mai, crystal steamed dumplings and mung bean cake. The drink that matches it is this pure natural and pollution-free green tea. Take it, how does it taste? After he finished speaking, Zhu Lingyun added a pair of chopsticks to Chen Xian and Ning Fengzi. Zhengzhu Ning, Chen Zinmen, please. Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin picked up the chopsticks and tasted the roasted wheat and steamed dumplings respectively, and their taste buds were instantly conquered. Fresh, lubricating, sensual and endless aftertaste. This snack tastes really good. Young Master Qian's cooking skills are still so good. Ning Fengzi woke up from the aftertaste and praised. He is also half a gourmet, and this is the first time he has tasted this novel dish. He was very curious about this mysterious young man, what else can he do besides having a baby? This time, the other party was invited to come here for the evolution of the 7 treasure glazed tower. The position of the sect leader has been confirmed to be his next sect leader. The title of young sect master will soon become the real sect master. Therefore, he has the capital to negotiate with the other party. If it is really successful, he will be the greatest sect leader in the history of the 7 treasures glazed Pili sect. It is unshakable to forge the glory of the sect. Looking at the expressions of the two, Qian Yuchun sat opposite them, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. I'm just thinking about my stomach, Brother Feng Ji praised me. Then, they embarked on a simple afternoon tea journey. Young Master Qian, I believe you are very clear about the purpose of my invitation to you this time. Ning Fengzi directly pointed out his purpose. Qian Yuchun nodded. He was originally planning to come to the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect again in 3 days, but he never thought that it was just a coincidence that he came in advance. However, if you come, then just be at peace. Brother Feng Ji, the advanced cultivation method of the 7 treasure glazed tower is essentially to absorb the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon, and to transform the martial soul. In this way, you can pass the law of heaven, breaks the innate shackles of martial souls and makes it more progress. After his words finished, Ning Fengzi's face became very excited and looked at him with a fiery look. Mr. Qian, please tell me your conditions, and I will do my best to meet the conditions of the transaction. Now the opportunity is right in front of him, he will definitely not miss it. Even if it costs a huge price, it is worth it. I know Brother Feng Ji's sincerity, so I will say it openly. The conditions for exchanging the practice method are simple, and difficult. That's the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect becomes part of my partner. Chen Xin was surprised when he said this. Let the auxiliary sect, one of the 3 sects in a famous mainland, become partners. It's still part of it, this condition is really ambitious. He was very curious about what the other party's real purpose was. Boy Qian, what is your purpose? As for your identity, many things can be achieved easily, right? Do you want to set up a brand new force to radiate the entire continent? This is the range he can think of. If this answer is not within the other party's consideration, it would be terrible. Qian Yuchun looked at Chen Xin, nodded first, and then shook his head. Chen Xin was stunned, and then felt that this young man was terrible. We scholars, we should focus on establishing our hearts for the world, establishing our destiny for the living and the people, inheriting our unique knowledge for the past sages, and opening peace for all generations. To realize this ideal, it is naturally necessary to help all forces. What do you think if you don't know what you think? Qian Yuchun's remarks made Chen Xin difficult to answer. After savoring it carefully, I roughly understood why the other party nodded first and then shook his head. The other party's ideal is really too grand. This classic discourse has not been circulated in the literature and classics of Douluo continent. What you want to do for this young man is definitely a great feat that has never happened before. Changing the mainland pattern is not an easy thing. All forces are in power, and the two empires are the two highest mountains for him to realize this ideal. I am really old and I can't understand what you young people think. If I need my help in the future, I will definitely be obliged to do so. Chen Xin decided that he must help with such things. The legend of the seven killing sword will continue to be passed down on the mainland. Needless to say, Ning Fengzi was deeply impressed after the 4 classic sentences in Yuxuan were expressed. This person who is about his age seems to be standing at a very high level overlooking the world. His wisdom is something that ordinary people cannot understand. In a sense, he is a lonely seeker. What he thinks is always based on the entire continent, not a limited place to make choices. Ning Fengzi was actually a little lucky that he could recognize such a person. The feelings and ambitions of Jian Gongzi make Feng ashamed. But I'm still very interested in what you want to do. So, I will do my best to help you. The 7 Treasures Glazed Pieces sect will always be your reliable partner. Jian Yuxuan nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Brother Fengji, the city has thanked me here. This glazed body purification art will definitely make the glory of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower spread throughout the continent. Chapter 74 Gossip. Li Yulai Body Purification Art. Ning Fengzi looked at Jian Yuxuan. This was the first time he heard of this kind of cultivation method. No, it's the Li Yulai Body Purification Art. This method of cultivation is very suitable for your 7 Treasures Glazed Pinal sect. After practicing, you can absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, purify your body, and only by accumulating over time can you improve the quality of your martial soul. In this way, the innate shackles of your 7 Treasure Glazed Tower can be completely broken. Jian Yuxuan briefly introduced. Ning Fengzi showed a hint of desire and said, Young Master Qian, can you please let Uncle Jian and me taste it? Jian Yuxuan nodded, a ball of light emitted with his right hand, and then a blueskin thread pack appeared. Li Yulai Body Purification Art. Ning Fengzi and Chen Xin were still a little surprised by his move. It didn't seem like it was taken out of the storage soul guide. Jian Yuxuan placed the thread-mounted version in front of Ning Fengzi and smiled and said, Brother Fengzi, take a look. Ning Fengzi, with curiosity, picked up the thread-bound book and slowly started reading it. Then, he was completely immersed in the world in the book. Every time he flips a page, it seems like a person who can't see his back clearly is doing various movements. It was this novel action that made him deeply addicted and unable to extricate himself. At this moment, he felt as if he was immersed in a hot spring. The feeling of transparency and comfort in his body was so wonderful. Chen Xin watched him so immersed, without any extra movements to disturb him. This situation is the same as when he entered a good state when practicing swordsmanship. 10 minutes later, Ning Fengzi put down the book in his hand with some reluctance. Young Master Qian, this method of cultivation is simply amazing. Just watched it for a while, I was addicted to it, it felt so amazing. And I can feel my martial soul making a cheering sound. Hearing his words, Chen Xin was curious about the book, but he still didn't say anything. Jian Yuxuan had a smile on his face, as if everything was under his expectations. Brother Fengji, a gentleman's word is as good as hell. I have always treated others sincerely. I think it's obvious whether this method of cultivation is as effective as I said. Ning Fengzi agreed with these words very much, and the other party was full of gentlemanly speaking and doing things. The 7 Treasures Glazed Lilac sect will always be your partner. Whether it is me or my future successor, he is the most solid partner of Jian Gongzi. I will write this code into the 10 major laws of the sects and will never be changed. Chen Xin had no objection to this decision. After all, he was a worshipper, and the decision-making matters of the 7 Treasures Glazed Li sect had little to do with him. The most benefited from this matter was the sect, and the promises needed by the other party were currently very empty. He believed that within 10 years, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect would be renamed 8 Treasures or even 9 Treasures Glazed sect. No one knows how far the young man on the other side can go. Ling Yuan looked at the 3 of them on the other side, and the atmosphere they got along seemed to be pretty good. The blue leather thread-covered book taken out by the second young master looks unreliable, but it actually has something. Really, no matter where I am, I always like to make it so mysterious. I guess the next sect leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Li sect has been conquered by him. According to her understanding of Jian Yuxuan, when talking about the relaxed smile with the other party, things are basically sure. Then he looked at the 2 ghost tiger cubs. They showed human smiles while playing. I really envy your carefree life. She sighed in her heart and walked into the house. Qian Yuchen then looked at Chen Xian and asked, "How do you feel when you hold a wooden sword in your hand for the time?" Chen Xian saw that he asked about him, a smile appeared on his old-fashioned face. "At the beginning, I took an ordinary iron sword, easily cutting off a big tree, and the cut was smooth. I changed my soft sword later. Although each move is unpredictable, it also cuts off the big tree with one sword, and the cut is smooth. The third time I took a heavy sword made of meteorite from the sky. Although the heavy sword has no edge and no tricks, I can still lift heavy weights easily cut off the big tree and smooth the cut. It was not until I picked up this wooden sword that I did not complete the effect of the first 3 times. But I feel that the bottleneck has loosened recently, so it shouldn't be far from achieving that effect with the wooden sword." In his tone, he was still very grateful to Qian Yuchen. The other party's conversation in Star Dumdo opened his new door to Jiandao. But he always feels that there is still room for further development to reach the realm of not having a sword in his hand and having a sword in his heart. This is a sword cultivator, the most fundamental intuition. After hearing Chen Xian's words, Qian Yuchen, the other party's realm was indeed as he guessed, and he reached the level of wood sword. After reaching the realm of wood sword in such a short time, Chen Xian's sword talent is indeed so terrifying. Under the crown of Chen Xian, the realm of wood sword is not something that ordinary people can achieve. I believe in you and will soon be able to enter the realm of having no sword in your hand and having a sword in your heart." Chen Xian shook her head and said again, "My decades of sword cultivation have reached the level of wooden swords. It can be seen that my former cultivation is still not enough." Qian Yuchen expressed a different view. The 7 killing swords of the crown inherit the family's martial souls, and a double-titled Douluo in one sect is a height that many people on the mainland cannot reach. As for the sword cultivation being caught in a bottleneck, this is a process that sword cultivation must go through. Chen Xian thought for a while and felt that there was nothing wrong with what he said. He practiced sword skills since he was a child under the guidance of his father Chen Jianjun, and after awakening the 7 killing sword, he practiced the 7 killing swords until now. However, after he reached level 96, he felt stagnant. Even if you work hard to cultivate your soul power, you will not be able to see the threshold of level 97. But now he has found a new path, and he is in a very pious state and is making great progress. I believe that within 5 years, he will be able to surpass his father Chen and meet you. Uncle Jian, it's not an exaggeration to call your swordsmanship the #1 person in the mainland. And the martial soul of the 7 killing sword is the world's #1 martial soul with strong attack power. Ning Fengzi still respects Chen Xian very much, and the other party's strength is undoubtedly one of the best in the mainland. Even if it is the most mysterious worship hall in the martial soul hall, in his opinion, if Chen Xian is one of them, he must be a high-ranking existence. Fengzi, I just walked faster than the others, and it was still much worse than the finish line. Chen Xian smiled. He never thought about what kind of person he was, the #1 person in the continent. He wanted to do it, just go to the Wuhan Hall to challenge that person and surpass his ancestors to achieve the supreme glory of the 7 killing sword. Qian Yuchen looked at Chen Xian's eyes. It was an extreme desire for swordsmanship. Not only is his outstanding talent, but his heart is also very firm and pious. So Qian Yuchen was about to shock the other party again. Under the crown of Chen Xian, the sword path can be used to the gods, and you can reach the extreme with one sword to open the sky gate. Use the body of a mortal, kill the gods. Forge the heart of the sword, sword bones and sword body, achieve the supreme swordsmanship. I call it, Sword God. Chapter 75 Name the Unborn Rong. Qian Yuchen and Chen Xian Ning Fengzi's chat between the two ended happily, and both sides achieved very unexpected gains. Needless to say, Ning Fengzi got the cultivation method he had always dreamed of. Chen Xian fell into a brief silence after his words, and then a strong heat burst out in his eyes. That is a kind of high fighting spirit that Ning Fengzi has never seen before. It seems that the blood that cooled in the body has become boiling again. Before Chen Xian left, he bowed to Qian Yuchen with great respect. Time also passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, the next day came. After Qian Yuchen got up, he found Zhu Lingyun preparing breakfast. I got up so early, let me see what delicious food I made. When he approached, he saw that it was all the breakfast he taught. Master, this is what you taught before, and the taste may be slightly worse than you. Zhu Lingyun smiled and continued to do what she was doing. Then I'll help you too. You may need to prepare more things this morning. In the morning, there may be guests. In his perception, 4 people were slowly approaching here. He is very familiar with the 3 auras, namely Chen Xin, Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong. The other one is a woman, who he guessed might be Ning Fengzi's wife or the side room. Zhu Lingyun was a little puzzled. Isn't they enough to eat? Isn't there really someone here to visit in the morning, right? Isn't this too rude? The 2 ghost tiger cubs got up very early and were having fun in the yard. After Qian Yuchen took a look through the window, he helped Zhu Lingyun prepare breakfast together. With the combined efforts of the 2, although the breakfast portion increased, it did not affect the time at all. After mixing the dipping sauce in Qian Yuchen, the ghost tiger cub in the yard smelled the stranger's breath and turned around and howled in the room. Aou! Aou! Hearing the sound of the cub, Qian Yuchen walked out and came to the gate of the courtyard. When I opened the door, it was Ning Feng who led them. Young Master Qian, I'm really sorry to bother you so early. We are here to invite you to the sex restaurant and eat together. Ning Feng smiled. Qian Yuchen made way out of his position and said, that's a coincidence. My breakfast is just finished. Or why should I taste my skills? Ning Fengzi originally wanted to refuse, but he put a jade hand on his waist and twisted it gently. In an instant, the pain made him swallow what he wanted to say. Young Master Qian, then we will disturb you. Qian Yuchen naturally noticed this small move, and looked at the woman's slightly cunning eyes and found it quite interesting. Please come in. At the greeting of Kenshui City, the 4 of them walked into the courtyard. Then, he took out a set of tables and chairs from the storage soul guide, spread a tablecloth for the 4 of them to sit down. Please wait, and the meal will be served soon. After saying that, he walked into the kitchen. Azzi, this man feels so mysterious. The woman looked at Ning Fengzi and expressed her opinion on Qian Yuchen. Haha, Mr. Qian is indeed a mysterious person. But when you get along with him, you will find that he gives people a feeling of spring breeze. This is what he said, a gentleman is as gentle as jade. Ning Fengzi briefly talked about his views on Qian Yuchen. At this time, Zhu Lingyun walked out with tea. The woman looked at her hot and proud figure and looked down and found her toes. I really want to ask how she developed her figure. She muttered softly. Ning Fengzi gave her a blank look and thought to himself that such a big man is still like a little girl and likes to make trouble. The title of which is really not wrong. Zhu Lingyun put the tea in front of the 4 people and smiled and said, Young Master Ning, the 2 crown princess and lady, drink a little tea to moisten your throat first. Chen Xin and Gu Rong felt much more energetic when they smelled the refreshing fragrance of tea. The 2 looked at each other, then picked up the teacup and tasted it. Thank you. The woman smiled. Zhu Lingyun smiled and turned around and left. Then, Qian Yuchen came over with a 3-drawer steamer, and there were 2 portions of dipping sauce. He put down the 3 steamers and introduced, this is Xiaolong Bao, crystal steamed dumplings and fresh meat roasted wheat. These 2 dipping sauces are sour plum sauce and chili sauce. They have a unique flavor when dipped in them. Hearing this introduction, the woman's eyes lit up, and she couldn't wait to try the food in front of her. You guys try it first, I'll bring the drinks. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he turned around and headed towards the kitchen again. The woman picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of steamed crystal dumplings, dipped them in sour plum sauce, and tasted them. So sour, smooth, tender. This is her truest feeling after eating, but she is not very interested in the sour taste. She then clamped it up again a piece of roasted wheat, dipped in a little chili sauce, and tasted it again. It's so delicious. The spicy taste instantly filled the mouth, and the stimulating smell kept irritating the arrow, which was so irresistible. Looking at her appetite, Ning Fengzi showed a little relaxed look. This big witch, I don't know what happened recently, I'm very picky about eating. This made him very anxious, but he didn't expect to open up his appetite here. Mr. Qian can always bring unexpected surprises. He said in his heart. When Qian Yuchen came here again with freshly ground soy milk, he found Ning Fengzi looking at the woman with a doting look on his face. He didn't expect that the other party was also a crazy wife-loving man. Chen Xin and Gu Rong looked at the 2 of them without changing their faces, and there was actually a hint of joy in their eyes. Soy milk is here. As the words fell, the aroma of soy milk spread, making the 4 of them look forward to it. This drink that is lighter than milk and full of plant milk fragrance, can't wait to taste it. Qian Yuchen put a large cup of soy milk in front of the 4 people, and then looked at the woman. Is this brother Feng Zhi's lover? Well, the food you have is very special and tastes very good. The woman nodded, then pointed to the chili sauce. This dipping sauce tastes great. I wonder if I can tell you how to make it. Hearing this, Qian Yuchen looked at the woman a few times, then looked at Ning Fengzi. Congratulations, brother Fengzi, your wife is happy. Ning Fengzi showed joy on his face, and then looked at him and asked. Is this true? Qian Yuchen nodded and smiled. Haha, I have a very sensitive perception of the breath of life. There is a hint of fresh vitality in her abdomen. In addition, I believe your lover has a very picky diet recently, and it's a headache, right? His words made Ning Fengzi convinced that his lover was indeed pregnant. This unborn newborn must be a very outstanding child. Brother Fengzi, a sour and spicy girl, is likely to be a daughter. Maybe this is a coincidence. As the glory of the seven treasures glazed sect blooms, she is about to come to this world. If it's really a daughter, just name it wrong. Qian Yuchen said again. Then I will accept your good words. If you are really a little princess, then you will be wrong. After Ning Fengzi finished speaking, he held the woman's hand. Did you hear it? Our children, our love has been crystallized. The woman also looked at him gently, her lips slightly opened. Aji. Needless to say, Chen Xin and Gurong, a trace of expectation flashed in their eyes. The little princess of the seven treasures glazed lilac sect. Qian Yuchen didn't expect that he seemed to have changed something inadvertently. Chapter 76 Diagnosis and Treatment. Ning Fengzi hurriedly flashed a hint of apology and began to introduce the woman's identity. This is my real wife, Xuelinger. She is the adopted daughter of the former Tiandu Emperor, and we met at Tiandu Royal Academy. I didn't write the original work, so I edited it. Qian Yuchen looked at Xia Xuelinger carefully and found that her innate aura was not very sufficient. Brother Fengzi, are you weak since childhood, and you have been conditioned and become a little better after you become an adult? This surprised the four of them. You can understand the other person's physical symptoms by just taking a look. Oh, even the soul master of the treatment system cannot heal Linger's symptoms. Fortunately, since her marriage, she is much healthier than before, and she is considered a blessing from God. Ning Fengzi felt very lucky and met his beloved person. At the time at Tiandu Royal Academy, I was attracted by her at first sight. The delicate appearance makes people want to take care of you. In the end, naturally, the lovers finally got married. It's not like a certain god king. If a lover becomes a brother and sister, let me resurrect my lover. Qian Yuchen smiled and thought Ning Fengzi was still a very lucky person. However, this woman is weak and her physical condition will become weak again after giving birth. It is very likely that I will not last the day when the child's martial soul awakens. Hiss, it's a bit difficult. But there is no way, after all, there is a person with a lot of life energy in the house. Ning Fengzi looked at Qian Yuchen like this and hurriedly asked, is there any hidden danger in Linger? This is not, it's just that my younger brother and sister are weak, and 10 months of pregnancy is a huge burden for her. She may not last long after the child is born. Qian Yuchen told the truth, but this scared Ning Fengzi very much. What does it mean that you can't last long after giving birth? Mr. Qian, is there any way? I don't want to lose Linger. He was a little panicked and looked at the other person with an anxious look on his face. Brother Fengzi, sit down, why are you anxious? It's early in the morning, I have to finish breakfast before talking about it. Qian Yuchen told him not to worry, just take it slowly. This matter is not very difficult, let's talk about it after breakfast. Relax. Relax. Ning Fengzi sat down, but he was a little absent-minded. Since Mr. Qian said so, there must be a way. You don't have to worry, just be at ease. Xuelinger comforted her. She understood Ning Fengzi's mood and was also moved. But it was so early in the morning that people invited them have breakfast and treat her. If you are too anxious, you will be rude. Chen Xin also spoke, if you have anything to do, let's talk when Mr. Qian is free. And he has enough time, and it's not a short while. Ning Fengzi understood and looked at Qian Yuchen and said, I'm sorry, I was too concerned about Linger's physical condition just now. Please forgive me for Mr. Qian. It's okay, you two have a deep love relationship, which makes me envious. Qian Yuchen waved his hand and said with a smile. He naturally understood Ning Fengzi's mood, and it was human nature to do this. With Yin's ability to provide auxiliary treatment, Schwellinger's congenital deficiency in her body is not a problem. After they each had breakfast with different moods, Yuxuan redecorated a table. Zhu Lingyun and others in the room also walked out slowly. Schwellinger was very surprised when she looked at the 5 girls' dress and figure. She didn't expect that there were 5 beautiful women around Yuxuan. Chen Xin and Gurong's eyes quickly looked at Ling Yuan and Yin. This was the momentum that only the strong had. Chen Xin looked at Qian Yuxuan with a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Why are you always encountering good things? Gurong felt a strange energy on Yin's body, full of vitality. Aou! The ghost tiger cub made a sound, which made Schwellinger's eyes lit up. Wow! What a cute cub! What kind of little tiger is this? She looked at Yuxuan and asked curiously. This is a ghost tiger cub, adopted by coincidence. Qian Yuxuan said with a smile. Aou! Aou! The 2 cubs waved their front paws, as if they were greeting each other. Ziling and Yuling gently touched their little heads. Yin's eyes looked at Schwellinger unconsciously, and his brows frowned slightly. This subtle action was captured by Ning Fengzi. Can you say that this blue-haired woman named Yin can also see that Linger has a physical problem? He is not sure yet, he wants to confirm it first. Qian Gongzi, Linger's symptoms. Let Yin show her first, how about it? No problem, then it's trouble. Ning Fengzi looked at Qian Yuxuan and looked at Yin, and the other party stood up and walked slowly to Schwellinger. Yin said, Hello, I am Yin. Can you stretch out your right hand and let me see it? Please trouble you. Schwellinger stretched out her right hand. Yin gently held her wrist, and then a blue light flashed in her eyes, followed by a trace of blue soul power began to wander in her body. A minute later, Yin let go of Schwellinger's hand. Her face was a bit solemn. If the woman in front of her was not replenishing her life energy in time, it would be very dangerous. This lady's body has a congenital deficiency. If it weren't for the Soul Emperor's cultivation, she might have long since. She is pregnant now and breaks the balance before, and her situation will only get worse after the child is born. Yin's words were very similar to what Qian Yuxuan said before. Ning Fengzi looked at Qian Yuxuan and asked, Young Master Qian, can there be a treatment method? Qian Yuxuan nodded and said, the innate deficiency is naturally used to treat it with the innate energy. When I join forces with Yin, I can naturally guide the innate energy and revitalize my brother and sister's bodies. Ning Fengzi hurriedly stood up and begged in a tone, please take action to treat Linger. No matter what conditions are, I can accept it. I just hope that Linger can recover her health and be a wife and mother safely. Schwellinger was naturally very moved and looked at Qian Yuxuan, wanting to hear his answer. Brother Fengji, what you said seems to be strange. We are already in a partnership, so it is appropriate to help each other. Qian Yuxuan signaled the other party to sit down and said, don't be so excited. This also reflects his sincerity and makes the other party feel grateful to him invisibly. Chen Xin and Gurong looked at each other, and their favor for Qian Yuxuan rose to a higher level. In one night, the transaction between the 2 parties was reached, and he regarded the 7 treasures glazed pieces sect as his partner. It turns out that he can accomplish great things. Qian Yuxuan looked at Yin and said, you use life energy to increase vitality to her body, and I will inspire her life fire. No problem. Yin nodded. She said to Schwellinger, Madam, stand up. Schwellinger stood up, curious about what she wanted to do. Yin put his hands on his chest, and the blue life energy began to slowly condense. Under her feet, blue-silver grass with golden patterns began to grow. Don't be afraid, these blue-silver grasses are used to replenish your life energy. Yin's gentle voice sounded, which calmed Schwellinger's heart gradually. The golden pattern of blue-silver grass gently wrapped around Schwellinger's ankles, and the blue life energy was slowly input into her body. Yes. The cool and comfortable feeling made her unable to help but make a happy sound. It was so cold that it was like a dry stream that was poured into a clear spring. Ning Fengzi clearly saw that her skin gradually became rosy. Get up, no longer the paleness that was before. It works, it's great. He was very excited. Qian Yuxuan was also sensing the changes in Schwellinger's body. When Yin's life energy supplemented her shortcomings, it was the best time for him to take action. 3 minutes later, from his perception, the other party's life breath became full and he took action quickly. The index finger of the right hand was closed together and pointed it on Schwelling's forehead. Don't be nervous, I'll reinvigorate your fire of life now. Buzz. A strange energy from Yuxuan's fingertips came from top to bottom, instantly filling her whole body. A new vitality burst out immediately. Warm, comfortable, relaxed and pleasant. Schwellinger felt the cells in her body making cheerful sounds, and a new life emanated from the inside to the outside from her body. Ayan and Yuxuan looked at each other and then stopped at the same time. The two of them took a step back together, both looking at Schwellinger with smiles. My brother and sister, from now on, the boat has passed thousands of mountains. Yuxuan said with a smile. Schwellinger was naturally very aware of her physical condition and bowed to the two and said, "Thank you so much, She didn't know what to say, and looked at the two of them with gratitude. Ning Fengzi came to her side, held her hand and patted her gently twice. Young Master Qian said, "We are his partners, do you understand?" Schwellinger understood what he meant, and then said again. Young Master Qian, Sister Ayan, come to Tiandu City in the future, remember to visit the Kaibao Glazed Li sect. Ayan nodded with a smile, yet. Yuxuan smiled and said, "Then remember to prepare breakfast at that time. We want to go over and have a meal." As soon as these words came out, Ning Fengzi, Chen Xian and others laughed. Chapter 77 Tai Chi Sword Technique. Yuxuan has completely gained the recognition and support of the Seven Treasures Glazed Lith sect. After he helped Schwellinger recover, the old sect leader Ning Xingdao came to thank him. He is already 88 years old. Except for his white hair and beard, he looks about the same age as Chen Xian. However, the pressure that appears faintly on the body is the unique temperament of the lord of a sect. Level 79 Auxiliary Soul Saint. Martial Soul, 7 Treasure Glazed Tower. His only knot in his heart is that his weak daughter-in-law has a very deep relationship with his son. It is hard to imagine that if something happens to her, Ning Fengzi, who is about to become the next sect leader, can withstand this blow. The Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect developed very smoothly in his hands and did not disappoint the expectations of his ancestors. Ning Fengzi is also very outstanding, but the disadvantage lies in this daughter-in-law. The other side rooms are all designed to stabilize the relationship between forces of all parties, and their relationships are average. Now that my daughter-in-law is in good health, Ning Fengzi will have no worries to inherit the position of sect leader and then show her talents. The young sect leader for 20 years has accumulated a lot of experience for him. Ning Xingdao is very grateful to Kenshui City for this, which is a big event for the Seven Treasures Glazed Pieces sect. However, after Ning Fengzi explained, the other party hurriedly asked where the method of cultivation was. Ning Xingdao's talent is average, with innate soul power level 5. He broke through to the Soul Saint realm at the age of 40, and was stuck at the bottleneck of level 79 at the age of 40. 44 years have passed, and he always thinks that his martial soul can evolve and let himself go to another level. Although the level cannot be increased after level 79, the soul power is slowly accumulating. If his accumulation over the past 44 years is really achieved, the 8 treasure glazed tower will reappear in Douluo continent. Ning Xingdao printed a method of cultivation on the spot and told Ning Fengzi, "In 3 months, you will be the new sect leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Lith sect." As for him, he went to practice the Liulai body purification art in seclusion. Now, under the leadership of Ning Fengzi, Yuxuan and Ling Yuan have arrived at the place where the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect practice on a daily basis. Zhu Lingyan's 3 girls and Ayan said that they would not go out after the critical moment of their cultivation. That's right, Brother Azi, you recruit a lot of talented disciples every year. With the luck, the fresh blood of the Seven Treasures Glazed Panelia sect will not be broken. Haha, Brother Qian was joking, just keep the sect running normally. Under the witness of his father, Ning Fengzi worshipped Yuxuan as his righteous brother. In his father's opinion, this kind of kindness, the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect, has not been cleared for generations. This is not that brothers are better than brothers. That's up, auxiliary soul masters are usually targeted by other soul masters. What methods do you use to resolve them? Hearing Yuxuan's words, Ning Fengzi said. A direct disciple of the Kaibao Glazed Li sect will practice long-distance running since he was 10 years old, and then carry weight-bearing running. The ultimate goal is to carry 30 kilograms of weight and run 10 kilometers in an hour. Under this kind of training, the chances of disciples surviving in actual combat can be improved. Then Yuxuan was very confused. Why did Ning Rongrong in the original work not have such physical strength? Could it be that she is too doting on her? Well, since the other party has worshipped him as his righteous brother, he still has to take care of him. In this way, the auxiliary soul master must improve his or her own flexibility, that is, his or her ability to escape, so that he can handle it freely on the battlefield. That's a coincidence. I really have a soul skill suitable for escaping. After saying that, his figure disappeared in front of Ning Fengzi and ran quickly towards the training the disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Lilac sect. A magical scene appeared. Yuxuan flexibly shuttled among them, not only with the fast speed, but also dazzled these disciples. A minute later, he returned to Ning Fengzi again. How about this soul skill paired with the auxiliary soul master can be considered a great addition to the tiger, right? Ning Fengzi's eyes lit up. This escape soul skill is very practical for them. This soul skill is called the Legend of the Conversation, let's talk about it later. Qian Yuxuan said with a smile. Ning Fengzi looked at the puzzled disciples and said, this is trying new body skills and soul skills, and we will teach them after they are improved. We will continue to train. Hearing his words, the disciples were very excited and looked forward to the teaching of this soul skill as soon as possible. Afterwards, the group came to the place where Chen Xin practiced sword skills. The most conspicuous ones were the 3 neatly cut tree stumps, and Qin Yuxuan felt the remaining sword energy from it. Due to Chen Xinmen, are you? He was puzzled by what the other party meant to bring him here. Chen Xin smiled, then took out a wooden sword from his storage soul guide and handed it to him. I want to see your swordsmanship. I agree with your theory, but you should be able to do the most basic swordsmanship, right? Qian Yuxuan took the wooden sword and waved it a few times, and it felt pretty good. He looked at Chen Xin and smiled and said, since that's the case, then I'll be ugly. Can you talk to Chen Xinmian to have a move? At the same time, his Bible is instilling in him the complete set of swordsmanship and moves of Dugu 9 swords. Also, it is the true meaning of swordsmanship in Tai Chi swordsmanship. There is one thing that after the Tai Chi sword technique was passed, he seemed to have forgotten it directly. Chen Xin was naturally extremely happy. He was curious about what level Qin Yuxuan's swordsmanship reached. Qian Yuxuan walked across from Chen Xin, and his face became serious with the wooden sword. For a moment, he was like a swordsman ready to go. This change surprised Chen Xin and became even more curious about Qian Yuxuan. Chen Xin held the wooden sword in his right hand, presenting a pose of whatever he wants. It seems that they are all flaws, but there seems to be no flaws. Qin Yuxuan did not move, but looked at Chen Xin calmly. Young Master Qian's swordsmanship should also be an extremely advanced realm. Let's try it first. Chen Xin quickly drew his sword and stabbed him in the mouth. Qian Yuxuan slowly waved the wooden sword in his hand, his movements were like a turtle crawling, surprisingly slow. Immediately afterwards, an incredible scene appeared, his wooden sword gently tweaked, dissolving Chen Xion's offensive. Use stillness to drive. Fight fast with slow. Chen Xian nodded, and the movements in his hand became more and more fierce. The 13 basic techniques of swordsmanship formed a powerful attack network in his hands. Qin Yuxuan's movements are still very slow, and he can always block Chen Xion's attack at critical moments and turn danger into danger. Ning Fengzi stared at the competition between the two and widened his eyes. This kind of effect can be produced without using soul power. The sword cultivator is really terrifying. Chen Xion's attack was simple and clear, and Kenshui City's defense was as stable as Mount Tai. The two of them were like sharp spears fighting a strong shield, and they were deadlocked for a moment. Chen Xian also discovered the abnormality of Kenshui City. The opponent's sword seemed to form circles one after another in the continuous defense, resolving all his attack power. He has never seen this kind of sword technique that uses static to control movement, slow to fight fast, and soft to overcome hardness. Could it be that the other party understands it himself? After swinging another sword, Chen Xian stopped the movement in his hand and took a step back. I didn't expect that there was such a wonderful swordsmanship in the world. I feel very honored. Qian Yuxuan put away his sword and smiled and said, the Chen Xinmian is worthy of being a master of swordsmanship, and his swordsmanship has reached its peak. Chen Xian asked curiously, does the sword technique you just used have a name? Qian Yuxuan nodded and said with some respect. Have. This was created by a hidden master, called Tai Chi. Chapter 78 Daily. Magic Swordsmanship. The person who comprehended this swordsmanship must be a master of swordsmanship. Chen Xian sighed and praised Tai Chi swordsmanship. This kind of swordsmanship that uses softness to overcome hardness is a brand new swordsmanship concept. The sword techniques he learned were all aimed at attacking. Yes, it's really amazing. It's a pity that the master is no longer in the world. Qian Yuxuan sighed lightly, expressing deep regret. Indeed, Zhang Sanfan is not from this world, so naturally he can be said to be not in this world. Nothing wrong. A trace of regret flashed across Chen Xian's face, which is indeed very regretful. The 7-killing sword technique is a purely aggressive sword technique that is very different from the Tai Chi sword technique. He really wants to compete with the founder to see which of the two is stronger. Under Chen Xian crown, the sword skills are over, can you believe what I said? Qian Yuxuan looked at Chen Xian with a smile, wanting to hear his opinion. Actually, after I entered the bottleneck of level 96, I noticed some abnormalities. My father told me the method, feel nature and understand the world. This is really too broad. I suddenly realized it after hearing your kendo theory. If you want to break through the bottleneck, it has a close relationship with intention. When I put down the wooden sword in my hand, my cultivation will be able to go further. Chen Xian paused for a moment, looked at him and continued. If swordsmanship is connected to the gods, it should not be the worldly swordsmanship, it involves deeper things. Although I am no longer young, my heart for pursuing swordsmanship is still hot. So, I believe what you said. When Qian Yuxuan heard this, he waved his hand and several people were in a special space. Brother Aji, 2 princes, please take a look at this. A light curtain appeared in the space, with 2 old men fighting by the sea. The sloppy old man broke his left arm, but the sword intent on his body was very terrifying. Today, I, Li Chungang, use the opportunity of yin and yang, the flame of starlight, and use thunder to temper and the universe to small. To this day, finally, the sword is completed. As soon as he finished speaking, many sword bodies appeared on the sea, retempered into a new giant sword and flew into the thunder in the sky. When the sword is completed, the stars are shining and the sky is shining. This is, a sword opens the sky gate. Chen Xian could clearly feel that this giant sword was no longer a worldly sword technique. The sword path is a god. Then, Qian Yuxuan waved his hand again, and they were still in the same place. He looked at Chen Xian and asked, did you believe in the sword art and the gods now? Chen Xian's eyes were filled with shock, and she said excitedly, swordsmanship is a god, what a sword opens the sky gate. My heart is not weaker than humans in my life, and I will definitely be able to reach this state. Gu Rong came to her senses and didn't expect that the sword can still be so powerful. Ning Fengzi was now imagining the scene of himself wearing white clothes and walking around the world with his sword. Unfortunately, he is an auxiliary soul master, so he will just survive in the team. Uncle Jian, I wish you to achieve this realm as soon as possible and become the name of the sword god in the continent. He said to Chen Xian. I'm also looking forward to the day when Chen Xian King became the sword god. Qian Yuxuan also showed a hint of fascination. I wonder if he can break the shackles of level 99 and become the first person to come from the god-creating position for thousands of years. No, he is the first, and Chen Xian is definitely the second. Boy Jian, you always give unexpected surprises. I feel like you are not like a person from this world, so evil. Chen Xian laughed and had never been as comfortable as today. He really felt that Kenshui City was too evil. Looking at the history of the mainland, he had never encountered such an existence in thousands of years. Apart from having children, it seems that there is really nothing he can't do. Too perverted. Qian Yuxuan smiled awkwardly, my dear Chen Xinmian was joking. I was just standing on the shoulders of my predecessors. They were all the wisdom of my predecessors. The city was just picking up people's wisdom. Chen Xian and Gu Rong looked at each other and smiled at each other. Ning Fengzi felt that his words were fine. The Wuhan Hall Library is a place where soul masters all over the world dream of visiting. The ancestors' hard work is condensed into it. He has been immersed in the sea of books for a long time and must have had a deep understanding. Let's go for a while, let's keep going. Ning Fengzi calmed down and prepared to take Qian Yuxuan to continue visiting the 7 treasures glazed sect. Chen Xian nodded, well, I'm on a whim for a while, but I've been wasting time. Let's go. Then, they left the place where Chen Xian practiced swordsmanship. On the side of the Wuhan Hall, Bibi Dong's heart was slightly relieved. Since Jian Sunji woke up, she has been worried. I was afraid that he would have evil thoughts about him again. During this period, he seemed to be inquiring about the news that the daily affairs of the Wuhun Palace were very fast. It seems like I have forgotten my apprentice. During this period, she concentrated on practicing and her soul power broke through level 3. When the teacher woke up, he seemed to have changed his personality, and the obsession in his eyes seemed to have dissipated. But, what is he inquiring about? Bibi Dong murmured in the room, looking at the direction of the Pope's hall. And the second uncle, I have been out with Elder Ling Yuan for so long, why don't I even write a letter? Damn it, wait for him to come back and ignore them for at least 3 days. She suddenly felt a little angry when she thought of Jian Yuchen without replying at all. Saint, I'm here. Yu Mei's voice came from outside. Hearing this, Bibi Dong got up and walked out. She looked at Yu Mei and asked, Sister Yu Mei, has Elder Zhu been very busy recently? Have you given advice to you recently? Yu Mei smiled and said, as the assistant of the Pope, it is normal for him to be busy, and my cultivation is normal. I have already broken through level 30. Level 30. Sister Yu Mei, your cultivation speed is so fast. Bibi Dong was a little surprised. How long has it been since it was already level 30? I don't know what's going on, maybe it's because of the martial soul. Yu Mei shook her head. She had not encountered any difficulties in her practice. The acquisition of the soul ring was arranged by Yueguan himself, which was very suitable for her martial soul. The second uncle is really full of golden eyes. Bibi Dong sighed. Yes, I don't know how to repay the favor of the second young master. When talking about Qin Yuchen, she showed gratitude on her face. I don't know where the second young master and Elder Ling Yuan have been, and there is no news. She sighed softly. To be honest, Jian Yuchen is not here, she really misses it. Bibi Dong is the same, and he misses the other party a little. With Elder Ling Yuan, safety is definitely not a problem. I always feel that his purpose is extraordinary when he goes out this time. Bibi Dong feels that Kenshui City is safe and that it is the purpose of travel, which makes people feel extraordinary. It shouldn't be a simple trip to the mainland. Saint, the second young master has carefully considered before doing anything. Maybe after he returns to the spirit hall, he will bring us a different surprise. Yu Mei said that based on her understanding of Qin Yuchen, she had definitely started planning for traveling for a long time. After all, he once wanted to live in a library and be wary of the dangers outside. Especially for his brother, Lord Pope, he is so distrustful. Bibi Dong thought about it, so he was. Uncle Er was more casual in his work, but he was not reckless. I just don't know when they will be able to return to the spirit hall. Chapter 79 7 Treasures Glazed Sect Arena. After visiting the 7 Treasures Glazed Pieces sect, the biggest feeling I gave Kenshui City is 2 words. He is inhumane. It is worthy of being the richest sect on the mainland, and it inadvertently reveals the breadth of money. Both buildings and personnel reveal low-key luxury. The residence and treatment of worship and elders are second only to the spirit hall. No wonder in the original work, many elders died in the battle when the Wuhun Palace attacked the 7 Treasures Glazed Li sect. This treatment is similar to the disciples recruited by ancient nobles. The scholars must have died for themselves. In addition, there is also an arena built within the 7 Treasures Glazed Pieces sect to improve the disciples' practical combat capabilities. After returning to his residence, Jian Yuchen briefly talked about what he saw and heard. Zhu Lingyun couldn't wait to ask. Master, this arena is similar to the soul fighting arena, right? The 7 Treasures Glazed Lilac sect is also a place full of talents. Is this arena very lively? Jian Yuchen nodded. Yes, their arena was established for the exchange of disciples among the sects, and there are a lot of people. Ziling and Yuling's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they also wanted to go here to test their strength. Master, can we go there and see? Since I was promoted to the Soul sect, I wanted to test my strength. Can I take us there? Jian Yuchen thought about it and wanted to see how practical ability of the 3 women practicing the 9 yin scriptures reached. Moreover, the 3 of them also obtained soul bones, and their combat power should be much higher than that of the same level of soul masters. No problem, then go to the arena here. To be honest, I'm also curious about your current practical ability. Seeing him say this, Zhu Lingyun smiled. Master, you will definitely not disappoint. She is full of confidence, even if she is a Soul Emperor level 69 opponent, she is not afraid at all. Ziling, Master, we have the confidence to defeat our opponent. Yuling, yes, the master's soul skills are so magical. It is invincible to cooperate with our martial soul. Seeing that they were so happy, the two ghost tiger cubs also screamed. Aou! Ling Yuan was also very curious about what was worthy of praise for the netherworld spirit cat of the eldest daughter of the star Luo Zhu family. Okay, let's go now. After saying that, Qian Yuchen looked at Ling Yuan and Ayan and asked. Do you two want to go and have a look? Ling Yuan said, it's just boring, go and have a look. Ayan, yeah. Ghost tiger cub, Aou. I want to go too. Afterwards, they went to the arena of the Seven Treasures Glazed Li sect. By chance, when Qian Yuchen was about to arrive at the arena, he met Ning Fengzi who was walking with Shueling. Brother Cheng, are you? Ning Fengzi looked at them and showed doubt. Qian Yuchen looked at Zhu Lingyun walking behind and said. The three of them want to go to the arena to try it out and see what the difference is with the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Lilac sect. Oh! Ning Fengzi also became interested for a moment. Shueling also had a curiosity in her eyes, and then she looked at Ning Fengzi. Ning Fengzi naturally understood what she meant and said. Then let's go together. Qian Yuchen has no objection, it's good to see. He naturally saw Shueling's expression when she heard the conversation. How could Ning Fengzi, a madman who loves his wife, refuse her? Then the group walked into the arena. The person in charge of the arena saw Ning Fengzi coming and hurried forward. Young master, madam. We're just here to take a look, no need to make a statement. Ning Fengzi signaled the other party to pretend that he didn't know. The person in charge nodded and left straight away. Soon, under Ning Fengzi's guidance, Zhu Lingyun, Ziailing and Yu Ling successfully completed the registration. 2 Soul Kings, 1 Soul Emperor, Brother Cheng, you really have a wise eye to recognize people. Ning Fengzi looked at Qian Yuchen and exclaimed. The people who follow him are all talented people. 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. If you want to recruit some outstanding talents, you will either be in the Tiandu City Soul Fighting Arena or look for them in the Tiandu Royal Academy. Qian Yuchen easily found someone with outstanding talent, which made him envious. Lucky, lucky. Should you wait until they appear? Qian Yuchen smiled and said nothing else. Let's go to the audience. Shueling said. Ning Fengzi nodded and took her hand and walked forward. Qian Yuchen, Ling Yuan and Ayan followed them. Zhu Lingyun, Ziailing and Yu Ling are waiting for their opponents in the battle rest area. 10 minutes later, Qian Yuchen, who was sitting in the audience, heard the number shouted by the host, which was Ziailing's. He looked at Ling Yuan, it's beginning, the first one to appear is Ziailing. Ziailing appears, her opponent is a man. Purple Spirit, Martial Soul Purple Spirit Cat, Level 52 Agile Attack War Soul King, please advise. Wang Bassian, Martial Soul Black Wolf, Level 56 Strong Attack Spirit King, please advise. After the introduction of the two, they showed their own soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. The configuration is the same, but Ziailing's soul power level is weaker than that of the other party. The third soul skill, the Purple Spirit Illusion Body. Ziailing let out a sweet voice, and 2 purple phantoms appeared on the ring. The body and the phantom form a horn to prevent the opponent from sneak attacking. Wang Bassian's eyes froze and he shouted, the second soul skill, Black Wolf Insight. His voice disappeared, and a black shadow rushed towards Ziailing. Meow. The purple phantom made a lazy cat moan, and sharp claws appeared on both hands. Swallow. 2 phantoms rushed towards Wang Bassian's black shadow, directly fighting head-on. Brush. 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 The sound of sharp claws colliding sounded, and then the black shadow was repelled. Wang Bassian's hands even trembled slightly. This time he was at a disadvantage. Before he could react, Ziailing actually came behind him. The second soul skill, Collision. Bang! A huge force came from Wang Bassian's abdomen, and Ziailing's fist pressed on it. Plop! His body flew out of the ring uncontrollably and fell to the ground. Ziailing Sheng. The host announced the result. Ziailing heard this and felt a trace of regret flashing on her face. Before she could do anything, the other party had already fallen down. She shook her head and left the ring. Ning Fengzi didn't expect that this woman who plays a maid is so strong. Wang Bassian is very strong in the arena of the 7 Treasures Glazed Pieces sect, and is one of the top 3 in the Soul King level. This woman named Ziailing easily defeated him with a higher level, and seemed to have more energy. Qian Yuchen looked at his slightly surprised look and said, "Brother Azi, this is just the beginning, please watch with peace of mind. Xueling'er herself is the Soul Emperor. She has also held competitions here before, and winning every ring is not easy." Then she became even more curious about what outstanding performance this maid named Zi Ling would do next. Ning Fengzi instantly understood that Jian Yuchen must have taught the soul skills that fit their martial souls. Then this makes sense. "Brother Cheng, I guess many disciples will be deeply hit after today," Ning Fengzi said with a hint of helplessness. Jian Yuchen looked at him and smiled and said, "Just treat it as giving these disciples strength so that they can understand what it means to have someone outside the heavens. There are all acquaintances in the sect, and no matter what happens, they will always leave a little bit of thin air." "You're right." Ning Fengzi couldn't refute it, after all, this was quite reasonable. "Okay, let them see that the strong people outside the sect are not what they imagined." Qian Yuchen nodded and looked at the ring again. The next one to appear is Zhu Lingyun. Chapter 80 The Speed of the Netherworld Spirit Cat. Zhu Lingyun walked out of the ring passage while stepping on the cat steps. His hot figure instantly attracted the attention of many male disciples. The black tights fully demonstrated her hot figure. Her face no longer had the smile when she was with Jian Yuchen, and her expression was full of coldness. She was just an iceberg beauty. On the other side of the ring was a man with calluses on his hands, in his 40s, with a bit of vicissitudes on his face. The two stood up in stalemate and introduced each other briefly. "Zhu Lingyun, Martial Soul Ghost Cat, Level 63 Agile Attack War Soul Emperor. Please give me advice." "Ning Fengjiu, Martial Soul Glazed Vajra Stick, Level 65 Strong Attack Type Battle Soul Emperor. Please give me advice." Then, the two immediately opened the distance and stared at each other. Jian Yuchen heard the man's introduction and looked at Ning Fengzi. "Is this person's martial soul mutated by the 7 treasure glazed tower?" Ning Fengzi nodded and smiled, "Yes, this is one of my clan brothers. His martial soul has undergone a benign mutation and has become a powerful attack-type glazed Vilang mystic. Uncle Jian said that he might become the 10th person in the history of the 7 treasures glazed Pilai sect to reach the level of conqueror." Jian Yuchen thought about it and it seemed that there was indeed a high upper limit for the benign martial soul mutation in this world. Lu Erlong's fire dragon later, he practiced to the level of conqueror, which was no worse than her father Yu Luomian. He is considered the most talented person among the second-generation disciples of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex family. Another one is Feng Xiaotian. His martial soul is a mutated 2-headed wolf with a mutated wind, and his talent is no worse than Tang San. The real talented Douluo original resident. Then I'm a little looking forward to it. How is the performance of this glass Vajra stick martial soul? I didn't expect that the maid who was following you was actually the eldest lady of the Xingluo Zhu family." Immediately, the two looked at each other and smiled, looking at the ring. Zhu Lingyun summoned her martial soul and turned into a tempting cat-eared girl. A golden stick with glass patterns appeared in Ning Fengjiu's hand, and his whole aura became thicker. The second soul skill, Netherworld Thorn. Zhu Lingyun's speed instantly accelerated, and her sharp claws stretched out and quickly approached Ning Fengjiu. Ning Fengjiu's eyes narrowed, and the stick in his hand was pestle, and the powerful shock force was emitted. The third soul skill, Liulai Vajra Shock. Bang! Zhu Lingyun, who was preparing to fight in close combat, was bounced away, and a kite turned over and landed steadily, looking up at the other party. His soul skills should be both offensive and defensive, and the calluses on his hands should be caused by practicing stick techniques. I can't be careless. At this time, the stick in Ning Fengjiu's hand hit her. Whoosh! Zhu Lingyun quickly dodged away, and the opponent's attack followed. So fast! She was secretly surprised. This agile attack soul master who was not weaker than an ordinary speed. For a moment, the ring was filled with stick shadows and dodging figures. The high speed of the two left many after-images on the ring. This woman is really powerful. I didn't expect to be able to play with Elder Ning. Yes, Elder Ning's martial soul is born with shock power, and it is powerful and powerful. Even the defensive soul saint doesn't want to face him. Qian Yuchen looked at the disciples discussing, but he was somewhat interested in Ning Fengjiu. His stick technique is already at the level of a master, and he exerts 10,000 of his power with his martial soul. The flaw is the inability to fight for a long time. Because there is no matching breathing method, he can regulate his breathing reasonably in the battle. On the other hand, Zhu Lingyun seemed to be at a disadvantage and dodged the opponent's attack. In fact, it is to deal with the enemy and wait for an opportunity to find an opportunity to counterattack. 9 Shadows of Spiral. Brush. 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 Zhu Lingyun's figure instantly split into 9, and her sharp claws attacked Ning Fengjiu. Then, the sound of a dagger slashing across the steel roller sounded, and the two began their first head-on confrontation. The second soul skill, the Vajra Phantom Stick. The third soul skill, the Netherworld 100 Claws. When Zhu Lingyun used the third soul skill, she also combined the 9 Yin Divine Claws, not afraid of the shock power of the opponent's martial soul. As long as I fight fast enough, the opponent's shock force will be one step slower. Ning Fengjiu was very surprised. This woman's strength was far beyond his imagination. Agile attack martial soul cat martial soul, can fight him for so long. Her soul skills are weird, and she can actually fight me head-on. He poked forward with a stick and repelled Zhu Lingyun, and the two of them opened the distance. The fifth soul skill, the Sky Stick Shadow Vajra Rage. Ning Fengjiu directly used the fifth soul skill, which was also a rare use of the fifth soul skill on the ring. This made many disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Li sect look surprised. Is that woman so strong? The ring was surrounded by stick shadows all over the sky, and Zhu Lingyun's reaction was also very fast. The fifth soul skill, Netherworld Possession. Her speed and dodge were greatly enhanced, and she quickly shuttled through the dense attacks of the stick. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could anyone easily avoid the Elder's attack? Many disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Li sect rubbed their eyes, and it was hard to believe that this was true. You should know that people who fight Ning Fengjiu have long been beaten out of the arena. Very few people hold on for 3 minutes. Zhu Lingyun's move directly shocked many disciples watching the battle. Well, the martial arts of the 9 Yin scriptures combined with her martial soul, this practical ability has really increased to a great level. The winner is about to be decided. Qian Yuchen's thoughts flashed quickly, and the gap between the two sides was immediately visible. Zhu Lingyun is now becoming more and more at ease, while Ning Fengjiu is already in a state of decline and exhaustion. Ning Fengzi was completely convinced. This young lady of the Zhu family followed Qian Yuchen, which is the most worthy choice in her life. He is very clear about the matter of Xingluo Empire. Ordinary people may not understand it, but this is the most appropriate way to ensure that excellent bloodlines are passed on. But how did this young lady of the Zhu family get rid of the baptism of tutoring? On the ring, Zhu Lingyun's performance directly made Ning Fengjiu feel at a disadvantage. His fifth soul skill was used, and basically no damage was caused. Like the expected result, after Zhu Lingyun finished his soul skills, she had nothing to do except that her clothes were a little dirty. Among the aggression soul masters I have ever seen, her strength should be the strongest. The Netherworld Spirit Cat seems to be a martial soul that has been passed down from the Xingluo Empire for a long time. It is indeed powerful. Ning Fengjiu stopped the movement in his hand and nodded to Zhu Lingyun for a moment. Then, he put away his martial soul and soul ring. I lost this competition. Zhu Lingyun was stunned after a while. He spoke, Elder Ning is also very strong, I'm just taking advantage of the situation. Miss Zhu is so talented that I admire. There is still something important in the sect, so I will leave first. Ning Fengjiu smiled and then left the ring. He only comes to the arena in his spare time, and he is working hours right away. Of course, he can't neglect his duties. After Ning Fengjiu left, Zhu Lingyun put away her martial soul and left from the other side. This result was unexpected to everyone, and for a moment, there were many whispers in the audience. Qian Yuchen also flashed a little surprise. Ning Fengjiu is still a very honest person. However, Zhu Lingyun's strength is unexpectedly powerful. In the future, if you give her the Narcissus Jade Bone, your strength will be improved to a higher level. He put away his thoughts and looked at the ring again. Chapter 81 Leaving the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. After returning from the arena, Zhu Lingyun and the other two were very happy. My own performance is unexpected, and my strength has improved greatly after practicing the 9 Yin scriptures. Lingyun didn't have any thoughts, after all, the gap in strength between the two sides was there. But he was still surprised by the method of practicing soul skills given to them by Qian Yuchen. The strength of the three women is basically at the top among soul masters of the same class. Yin felt that they did not use all their strength, and only spent 1/3 of their physical strength in terms of physical consumption. Qian Yuchen looked at them and said, how is it? After this simple test, can you practice patiently and with peace of mind? Zhu Lingyun smiled and said, Master, your soul skills are really magical, we are completely convinced. Yu Ling, yes, this is really too strong for our combat effectiveness. Ziling, I never felt relaxed in the battle. This is the first time, it's so amazing. Hearing the words of the three girls, Qian Yuchen shook his head, you just can't stay idle. He then looked at Ling Yuan and said, let's leave tomorrow. The matter in Tiandu City is not over yet. You can't wait for the 7 treasures glazed lilac sect for too long. Ling Yuan thought about it, and it seemed that the first and second day had already completed all the things she wanted to do before, and it would be boring to stay. Well, second young master, if you have completed everything you want, then leave. Qian Yuchen thought about it carefully, and now he only needs to hand over the various changes in the divine actions to Ning Fengzi. Other things have been completed very smoothly. After the group returned to their residence, Qian Yuchen found a place alone to sit down and think about the next plan. The matter in Tiandu City is tentatively determined by Tang Yuehua's cultivation method and going to Dugu Bo's family. If there is an emergency, it will be fine to stay for a short time. He doesn't want to go to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family for the time being. Yu Yuanzhen did not introduce him much in the original drama, but the fact that he wanted to revitalize the family was a breakthrough for Qian Yuchen. As the patriarch, he must have put the interests of the sect first. Otherwise, Yu Xiaogang, as his own son, would not have been expelled from the sect. You can say that he is not a qualified father, and you cannot say that he is an unqualified patriarch. Qian Yuchen believes that if he puts enough interests in front of the other side, he will definitely be able to reach cooperation with him. The world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is the last stop to travel to the mainland in his plan. After sorting out his thoughts, he took a simple breath to calm himself down. Looking at the sky, it is already sunset hanging in the sky. Qian Yuchen stood up and said to the room, I want to write something, and I will give you supper to Ling Yun. Zhu Lingyun's voice soon came, Master, you are all busy with yours, leave it to me. Then, Qian Yuchen walked into his room. The next day, in the morning, Qian Yuchen looked at Ning Fengzi, who came to have a meal again, and said with a smile, after eating this meal, we are leaving. Ning Fengzi was stunned. Why was it so fast? Schwellinger hurriedly said, Brother Qian, is he so in a hurry? If she leaves, how could she taste these delicacies? Yesterday was the most delicious day she had for dinner during this period. Wouldn't that mean I'm going to be chewing wax again? Qian Yuchen looked at the faint feeling in her eyes and said again. My brother and sister-in-law are pregnant, and they may be a little picky. I have written 300 recipes last night, and I will give them to the chef at that time. It's still Brother Qian is considerate, thank you so much. After Schwellinger finished speaking, she looked at Ning Fengzi, look at Brother Qian. Ning Fengzi smiled awkwardly, I forgot that Brother Cheng is a meticulous person, so he still has this consideration. Sit down first, sit down and say. Qian Yuchen asked the two of them to sit down. Chen Xin and Gurong did not come, and he didn't ask much. After Ning Fengzi and Schwellinger sat down, Ling Yuan happened to come out of the house. Young Master Ning and his wife are here, it's early. After a simple greeting, she walked into the kitchen. Then, Ziling and Yu Ling came out of the kitchen and walked out with breakfast. Looking at the weight, it seems that Qian Yuchen had guessed that he would come. Guessed, prepare in advance. This made Ning Fengzi feel a little embarrassed. Although he provided fresh ingredients, he always felt that his free meal was not good. Schwellinger didn't feel anything. After all, Ning Fengzi had worshipped the other party as his righteous brother, so he could be considered a family. Master, this is yours. Yu Ling put down the breakfast, turned around and walked towards the kitchen again. Ziling, Zhu Lingyun and Ling Yuan walked into the house with breakfast for 5 people. When there are guests, they don't have the same table as Qian Yuchen. Try it, this is tofu brain, add the sweet and salty ingredients yourself, and eat which flavor is suitable for eating which one. Qian Yuchen introduced. Ning Fengzi and Schwellinger each added some ingredients and tasted them, and then chose their own taste. Ning Fengzi likes salty mouths, and Schwellinger likes sweet mouths. The strong soy aroma conquered the two again. Soon, breakfast ended and the two of them were satisfied. After packing up, Qian Yuchen couldn't help but smile when he looked at them. This is the body and soul skills that you have practiced for your disciples, which is the divine action ever changes I have shown. He took out a blue leather thread package from his soul guide and handed it to Ning Fengzi. There are big words written on it, God's actions are ever changing. Ning Fengzi felt like he had found a treasure, which undoubtedly increased the chances of the disciples' survival in battle. Brother Cheng, I don't know how to thank you anymore. If my father knows, he probably wants to become a brother of a different surname with you. He had a headache when he thought of his father Ning Xingdao. At the age of 84, he sometimes acts like an old naughty boy. It is really possible that the other party can do this. This is just a small gift I have to give to my unborn child, you can just accept it with peace of mind. Qian Yuchen waved his hand, saying that he didn't have to be so polite. Seeing him say this, Ning Fengzi didn't give a gift for anything, so he took out a golden soul coin card from his soul guide, which had a red 7 treasure glazed sect tower pattern on it. Brother Cheng, I have nothing to say. Just accept this golden soul coin card. When you go out, there is always a place to spend money. There are 20 million gold soul coins inside, which is not worthy of respect. Qian Yuchen was slightly shocked. He was worthy of being the richest man on the mainland. He had the breath of money when he took action. Then okay. He originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw Ning Fengzi's twisted hand around his waist, he smiled and took it. Schwellinger is quite interesting. He looked at Schwellinger, took out another notebook and handed it to her. The recipe above introduces in detail how to make each dish. If you ask the chef to follow the above steps. But don't be greedy, don't wait until you meet next time and become a pig. Schwellinger also took it as if she had a treasure and said happily, Brother Qian may be disappointed. I won't get fat no matter how much I eat, hee. Qian Yuchen laughed, it's good that way, I'll be a mom soon, keep my temper a little. After finishing these things, the 6 people from Qian Yuchen came outside the yard. Don't be surprised, let's go back to the hotel first. Qian Yuchen said to Ning Fengzi and his wife. Then with a wave of his hand, the 6 people disappeared in front of the couple. Ning Fengzi widened his eyes and felt a little incredible. This is the power of space. Chapter 82 The New Dugu Bow. Qian Yuchen and the others appeared in the hotel in Tiandu and walked into their rooms. He looked at the mailbox in the room, which contained a letter. Who wrote this letter? Qian Yuchen said in confusion. Then I took out the letter and prepared to open it and take a look. Ling Yuan said curiously, Second young master, whose letter is this to us? Qian Yuchen shook his head, I don't know, I'll open it now. He opened the envelope, which was decorated with elegant lines, obviously from a woman. After careful reading, it turned out that it was Tang Yuehua who stayed yesterday. After careful thinking for a day and a night, she knew what her most precious thing was. Therefore, she chose to reach a deal with Qian Yuchen. There is only one request, let him go to Yuxuan alone. After reading it, he directly used his soul power to turn the envelope into dust. This is a letter sent by the Lord Yuxuan Pavilion, invite me to go there. Ling Yuan looked at him in confusion and said, invite you to Yuxuan? Is that woman a purpose? It's not clear. Since the other party invited me, then go and have a look. But in the letter, I also reminded me to go alone, which makes people confused. Qian Yuchen said again. Ling Yuan felt that the other party's purpose might not be that simple. Second young master, then you have to be careful. Hearing her reminder, Qian Yuchen nodded. Don't worry, I'll pay attention. I'll see what she is asking me for. He was very curious about what the other party thought was the most cherished. Yin had a premonition that Qian Yuchen might have something to happen to that woman. This is her 6th sense. However, this is someone else's private affairs and has little to do with him. Then I'll go out first, go to Dugu's house first, and then go to Yuxuan. If you guys want to go out, just go out for a walk by yourself. If you meet a guy who is not eyebrow again, break his 3 legs. It's still early, so he is going to visit Dugu Bo's house. As for Ling Yuan and the others, they will definitely not stay in the hotel board after he leaves. After saying that, he poured out a black gold card from his storage soul guide and handed it to Ling Yuan. You can take this card, just buy something you like. This. Hold it, you can add a few clothes to yourself. Seeing that he said this, Ling Yuan took over the black gold card. Okay, I'll go out first. Then, Qian Yuchen left the hotel alone and headed towards the Dugu Bo family. 20 minutes later, Yuxuan easily found the location of Dugu Bo's house by sensing the strongest poisonous gas in Tiandu City. Slowly approaching Dugu Bo's house, the poisonous smell gradually became richer. There is a larger manor nearby, and it should be his treatment as a guest minister of the Tiandu Empire. Prince Swexing asked Emperor Sui to give him. The old poison's residence is good, and the treatment of the titled Douluo is so generous. He sighed as he walked. Soon, he arrived at the gate of Dugu Bo's mansion. He reached out and knocked on the door and shouted, "Dugu Mian, are you at home?" Then, he heard the sound of rapid footsteps coming from the house. Scream! The door opened and Dugu Bo, with white hair, walked out. "Young Master Qian, when did you come to Tiandu City? I've been too busy recently, otherwise I'll definitely bring you here in person." He looked at Yuxuan and burst into laughter. During this period, he first conducted experiments on himself based on the detoxification ideas provided by the other party, and the results were very good. All the poison on his body was forced into the soul bone, and he felt unprecedented ease and comfort. All the hair and beards affected by toxins have returned to normal. Yuxuan looked at Dugu Bo's new look and knew that he had tried the detoxification method he had suggested before. "Uncle Dugu Mian, it seems that you are so happy when you are happy during this period of time. I guess the toxin problem that troubles you has been solved, right?" Hearing Yuxuan's words, Dugu Bo nodded with a smile. "Let's go in and talk." The two entered the house and the door closed again. Yuxuan carefully looked at the internal structure and found that there was no servant. Such a large courtyard is really deserted. "Uncle Dugu Mian, are there 3 people in your family living there?" Dugu Bo understood what he said and explained. "I am introverted and because of my own poison, I did not ask my servants to take care of the courtyard. Besides, our family is used to a quiet life, but when there are too many people, we feel uncomfortable." After hearing Dugu Bo's words, Yuxuan didn't ask any more questions. When Dugu Bo brought him to the hall, a woman in a light blue long dress was taking a nap. His appearance is also excellent, and he is currently in a state of showing off. Since Yanner became pregnant, she has been more prone to drowsiness. There is no abnormality in all aspects of the body, and the fetus is fine. Dugu Bo briefly introduced the situation of his daughter-in-law. Yuxuan felt a faint poisonous smell from the other party's abdomen. Her face looked rosy, but in fact, she was affected by the fetus and herself was slowly affected. This symptom of drowsiness is a manifestation of the body's ability to protect itself. He frowned slightly and said, "Uncle Dugu Mian, the situation is not as simple as you think. She is an instinctive reaction of her body. Let me ask you, is the time of sleepiness slowly increasing as the fetus develops?" Hearing this, Dugu Bo thought about it and it seemed to be. When Yanner first, she would take a 30-minute rest, but now she would take a 12-hour rest. Dugu Bo also understood that she was affected by the poison. "What do you mean is that Yanner's body is being attacked by toxins?" Yuxuan nodded, "Yes, I'm here this time to solve the problem of poisonous problems for your family. After today, I believe that the Dugu family may be the first drug doctor family in mainland China." When Dugu Bo heard this, his eyes lit up. The family of poison doctors is a good name. He is good at using poison, but after years of experiments, poison can kill people and save people. "Young Master Qian, I really don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for your age, I really wanted to be sworn brothers of different surnames." Dugu Bo's tone became a little excited, but his voice was still light. Yuxuan smiled and said, "Uncle Dugu Mian, you are so polite. Meeting is fate, and you may need your help in the future." After saying that, he wondered, where did brother Dugu go? Why didn't you see anyone? Dugu Bo said, he went out to purchase and came back in an hour. "Okay, let's talk about it when he comes back." Dugu Xin did not come back, and Yuxuan could not diagnose his physical condition. Although Dugu Bo dissolved parts of his body if you want to completely eradicate the toxin, Yuxuan must come in person. He asked Yuxuan to sit down and take out the good tea he had collected. The two of them were drinking tea in the living room, waiting for Dugu Xin to return. Chapter 83, Detoxification. An hour passed, and Dugu Xin happened to be back. He walked into the house and saw Yuxuan coming, so he hurriedly walked into the hall. "Young Master Qian, when did you come?" After the words came to an end, his wife Zhang Yuan slowly opened her eyes. "I found that my father-in-law was smiling at each other with a man about 25 years old. My husband seems to be grateful to this man?" When Dugu Xin saw that she woke up, he caringly said, "Yanner, how do you feel?" Zhang Yuan said, "Husband, I feel a lot more energetic after sleeping." Dugu Xin immediately introduced Qian Yuchen, "Yanner, this is Qian Gongzi. It is precisely because of his guidance that his father's body can return to normal shape." Zhang Yuan looked at him with curious eyes. "Is this young man so powerful?" Qian Yuchen looked at the curiosity and confusion in her eyes and smiled slightly. "Madam, I look young, but in fact I'm at 40 neglected. But time seems to have ignored me, making me look like a young man." Zhang Yuan looked at Dugu Xin and asked for the answer. "Yes, Mr. Qian is a few years older than me." Dugu Xin nodded, what the other party said was true. Then he looked at Dugu Bo and asked, "Father, is Mr. Qian coming to the mansion?" Dugu Bo replied, "He is trying to solve the poison in our body. We are all here, and he can solve this problem at once." "Yes, I've said it before in the Sunset Forest, and I will help you solve the poison problem that has been troubled by you for a long time. I came to Tiandu City a few days ago and was delayed because of some things. I only have time today." Qian Yuchen spoke, expressing his purpose of this trip. Dugu Xin showed a look of joy, "And after today, his body will be able to return to a healthy state. My father Dugu Bo forced the poison in his body into the soul bones, and with appropriate conditioning, his body had basically returned to normal. Due to his strength, he was seriously poisoned and has only been relieved. He still feels particularly uncomfortable on rainy days. The waist and ribs on both sides were so painful like needles. Thousands of young masters are gentlemen, they have faith in their words. I wonder who are you going to start first?" Dugu Xin asked. "Brother Dugu, the poison on your body is the heaviest. Let's start with you. I don't know if you have soul bones that absorb it. This will make it easier for me to force the poison in your body into the soul bones, so that I can move on to the next step." Qian Yuchen said. "My father found 2 left and right arm bones that were 10,000 years old for me, and they have been absorbed. And most of the poison in the body has been forced into the soul bone." Dugu Xin briefly talked about his situation. Qian Yuchen stood up, walked to him, and said again, "Extend your right hand and let me diagnose the pulse." Dugu Xin stretched out his right hand and made a lot of effort. Qian Yuchen put his finger on his wrist and slowly felt his pulse. In fact, a faint energy came from his fingertips and wandered in Dugu Xin's body. 30 seconds later, he let go of his fingers and understood the other party's physical condition clearly. "Brother Dugu, most of the poison on your body is concentrated in the soul bones of your left and right hands, but the long-term impact of poison makes your own bones contaminated with poison, and even if it is conditioned, it is difficult to remove. Every time it rains, my body will feel uncomfortable, right?" As soon as he said this, Dugu Xin nodded immediately. "Yes, especially the ribs on both sides, like countless needles." Zhang Yuan was stunned. Now she understood why her husband always slept in the study on rainy days. It turned out that he was afraid that this pain would affect him. "Accent," she murmured softly. "I will now use a special method to clear out the poison that is adsorbed on your bones. This process is like scraping a knife on the bone. Can you withstand it? In order to relieve pain, I will activate the paralytic nerves in your body, but the pain will be reduced by at most 3 points." Qian Yuchen said again that the method used is similar to scraping bones to cure poison. This tests Dugu Xin's willpower. Dugu Bo's eyes fell on his son, which was a very strong test of willpower he had faced so far. Dugu Xin was silent for 10 seconds and said, "I don't want to be tortured by poison anymore. I have survived the torture for many years. I can withstand your method." He looked at his wife, "Yanner, please avoid it first." He didn't want his wife to see her embarrassed look. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed with worry, but she left the hall after knowing her husband. After seeing her leave, Qian Yuchen looked at Dugu Xin seriously. "Brother Dugu, no matter what you feel, you must hold it back, it takes up to 3 minutes. Don't worry, I can withstand it in just 3 minutes." Dugu Xin nodded seriously. Qian Yuchen raised his right hand, and the golden light enveloped Dugu Xin. In an instant, he felt that the bones on his body were scraped with a knife. He gritted his teeth tightly, and his facial expression became distorted instantly. "My body was trembling constantly, and cold sweat began to appear on my forehead." Under the illumination of golden light, Dugu Xin emitted a dark green-black aura. "Once you leave the body, you will be purified. Similarly, Every time the black air dissipates, Gu Duxin's face becomes rosy and his hair gradually turns black. Dugu was amazed at his magical method. Time passes by bit, and for Dugu Xin, 3 minutes is like living a life like a year. As he endured the pain, time came. He felt his whole body relax, and then collapsed on the ground in sweat. At the same time, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, and the cells in his body were cheering at this moment. Dugu hurriedly walked over and helped him up, asking, "Xiner, how do you feel?" "Father, I'm fine, I just feel a little exhausted, just wait." Dugu Xin held up a smile and said, Okay, your body has finally recovered, and you don't have to be tortured by poison anymore." Dugu helped him to the chair and sat down with a tear in his eyes. Qian Yuchen then looked at Dugu and said, "Uncle Dugu Mian, you will be next. Your situation is different from brother Dugu, you need to refine the remaining poison by yourself." Dugu looked at him in confusion. The poison of the biphosphine snake emperor is not so easy to refine. I have tried my best to force the poison into the soul bone. I tried many ways to detoxify the residual poison, but the results were very little. He really tried his best, and after he forced the poison of the biphosphine snake emperor into the soul bone, there was still a slight impact. For him, it has little impact and there are still risks. Qian Yuchen shook his head, took out a blue leather thread package from his soul guide and handed it to Dugu. Dugu took it and saw 4 big words on it. The Heart Sutra of All Poisons. Chapter 84 Moonlight Night. Dugu slowly opened it and was instantly attracted by the content of the text. This is simply amazing. He praised the content inside while looking through. The true scriptures of all poisons gather all poisons in the world. Don't talk about poisonous insects and poisonous weeds. All poisonous objects can be combined with each other and will produce stronger toxicity. The more you practice, the more you become, the more you become, the more poisonous it becomes. The most poisonous skills in the world are. He now forced the poison of the biphosphorus snake emperor into the soul bone. According to this method of cultivation, the poison in the soul bone can continue to be used. The poisons you produce will not only not cause harm to you, but will also further your strength. Cultivating a poison sac in your own body provides a brand new storage space for toxins. It will not be like before. Toxins are spread all over your body, causing pain and torture to yourself. After practicing the poison sac, the stored poison can be emitted from the pores of the whole body. It is even more unexpected when used, making the opponent unable to defend himself. At the same time, this can greatly strengthen your control over poison and make yourself more comfortable using poison. After Dugu read it, he became very excited. Now I can be called a poison master. If I practice based on this secret book, I will be a master-level figure. Young Master Qian, according to the content of this secret book, the poison in my body is really not a problem. Not only that, these poisons will become my help. Hearing Dugu's words, Qian Yuchen nodded with a smile. Yes, this records the method of using poison, but there is no way to save people with poison. After saying that, he took out another book. The Poison Sutra. This is a classic that records many medicinal materials, which can be equipped with poisons and methods to save people. Brother Dugu's body will have about 7 days of weakness, and there is a suitable method for him to regulate. With the combination of the 2 methods of cultivation, plus your experience under Dugu Mian, it is only a matter of time before the Dugu family becomes a family of poison doctors. Qian Yuchen said again. After listening to Dugu, he really wanted to say, Bo has been wandering for half his life, and he has never met a wise master. If you don't abandon him, the other party can be said to have recreated the Dugu family. He really doesn't know how to repay such kindness. Otherwise, I can really become a sworn brotherhood with him. Recognize him as your eldest brother. As for his son, the father and son's fingertips and Qian Yuchen's own discussions. He is not a pedantic person either. Looking at Dugu's expression changing, Qian Yuchen probably thought that the other party was thinking about how to repay him. Uncle Dugu Mian, after you practice, you can go to the Sunset Forest to see where there is a magical place. A variety of rare herbs are everywhere, which is very suitable for you to conduct research. When we meet again in the future, we will ask you to help refine medicine. Qian Yuchen definitely doesn't need his help now, so it's not clear in the future. However, his move directly cut off the possibility that Tang San was invading the Ice and Fire Eyes. Dugu didn't need him to help detoxify, and then escorted Shrek, and eventually died in Jialing Pass. I will explore if I have time, if I really this magical place is a great place to exist. Don't worry, if you have something that needs my help, I will be obliged to do so. Dugu patted his chest and promised. He is introverted, but he is trustworthy and grateful. When he fought with Yueguan, he was seriously injured and was rescued by Prince Swexing by chance. In order to repay the kindness, I agreed to the other party's request to make him a guest minister of the Tiandu Empire. Qian Yuchen also understood what kind of person Dugu was, so he was willing to do so. After handing over the 2 secret books to Dugu, he asked him to call Zhang Yuan over to help her remove the remaining poison from her body. By the way, she purifies the poison in the unborn Duguyan's body, so that she will be like a normal child after she is born. After dealing with everything, he refused Dugu's attempt to stay and Qian Yuchen left Dugu's family. He looked at the sunset and was in a good mood and was about to set off for the next location. Yuxuan. As the picture changed, Qian Yuchen was already standing in front of Yuxuan's gate. He knew that Tang Yuehua, who was observing in secret, knew that he was coming. Similarly, those who were closely monitoring Yuxuan also conveyed this news to the people behind him. He waited in front of Yuxuan's gate for 2 minutes, and someone took him in. Then, he was taken to Tang Yuehua's exclusive residence. Seeing him coming, Tang Yuehua smiled. Young Master Qian, I'm in a hurry to invite you, please don't be surprised. Where, since the Lord Yuehua Pavilion has already considered it, I must have thought it through clearly, right? Qian Yuchen felt that there was no problem, but he had a lot of free time anyway. Instead, he looked at the other party, feeling like listening. Tang Yuehua looked at the wisdom flashing in his eyes and sighed. To be honest, many people envy me, the Lord Yuxuan Pavilion, who is able to have connections with many nobles in the Tiandu Empire. In fact, many things are involuntary. If it is really possible, I would rather stay in Haoshan sect. People only see the light, not the shadow behind it. During these 3 days, Tang Yuehua carefully recalled his years of experience. It seems to be incredible, but in fact it is just a puppet controlled by the sect. I am the daughter of the leader of the Haoshan sect, but everything I do is made wedding dresses for the sect. 60% of Yuxuan's annual income is handed over to the sect, and the remaining 40% just maintains Yuxuan's basic operation. Although there are 4 major families under the name of Haoshan sect, there are also some profits per year. But the biggest source of income of the sect is Yuxuan, which she is in charge. But I have not received too much resource support from Haoshan sect. Every year, the sect meetings only give some dispensable things to comfort me. Her sect leader's father focused more on her 2 older brothers. Haoshan Gemini, what a glorious title! Gone are the happy times that belong to Grandpa Tang Chen has retired. However, the innate level 9 soul power cannot be broken through. Wanting to practice again is a huge obsession in her heart. The transaction conditions given by the person in front of her are what she thinks are the most precious things. Thinking about it carefully, she lived for others for the first half of her life. From now on, she will live for herself. The most precious thing is herself. She has to choose her own choice for the second half of her life. Qian Yuchen saw the expression on Tang Yuehua's face changing constantly, and then returned to calm, and then he understood that the other party had completely figured it out. She wanted to seize this opportunity. This kind of woman may have crazy ideas in her mind, and he is curious about what her trading conditions are. After Tang Yuehua's expression completely calmed down, he said again, Young Master Qian, I think the most precious thing I am is myself. So, I am willing to use myself as a bargaining chip in exchange for the opportunity to change my destiny. The tone is very plain, but full of decisiveness and determination. I don't know if Master Yuehua, you. Qian Yuchen was about to say something, but he felt like his body was weak and he couldn't use his strength. I offended you, Mr. Qian. Tang Yuehua got up and walked slowly to him. She leaned over Qian Yuchen's face and gently stroked it. Tonight, let me go crazy once. From now on, it will be entirely up to the young master's care. Qian Yuchen had a thought at this time. Maid, another woman was trapped. As the lights dimmed, he vaguely saw a touch of Snow White coming towards him. The moon is sparse and the moonlight in the sky seems to be particularly beautiful. Chapter 85 Tang Yuehua's Haoshan Hammer. The next day, Qian Yuchen woke up with his eyes open and found that Tang Yuehua was sleeping soundly, not knowing what to say. Why do women on the mainland act so vigorously? There is water, clouds, and smoke in front, and Tang Yuehua in the back. Both of them seem to be gentle, but they are so bold in doing things. The road was ready, and he also saw the other party's determination. The transaction has been reached. It's really Qian Yuchen shook his head and quickly got up and put on it. He sat on the chair and waited quietly for Tang Yuehua to wake up. An hour and a half later, Tang Yuehua woke up. Yes. She opened her eyes and found her body there is no one around. Last night, it was the craziest time I had in so many years. When her gaze moved slowly, she found Qian Yuchen sitting in front of the table not far away. Tang Yuehua wanted to get up, but she was weak all over and could only lie down in disappointment. Where is Yuxuan's kitchen? Qian Yuchen asked when he saw her awake. His cultivation level is profound, but it doesn't have much impact. Tang Yuehua is different. She consumed too much money last night and she definitely had no extra energy. When you go out, turn left and turn the third door. That is my private kitchen. Everything is freshest. Tang Yuehua said in a weak tone. You have a little more rest, I'll come when I go. Qian Yuchen stood up and left the room. After leaving Kenshui City, Tang Yuehua's face was red and bleeding. It's so embarrassing. She was looking forward to the man who had an intimate relationship with her, and would come over with some food later. According to Tang Yuehua's words, Qian Yuchen quickly found the location of the kitchen. Looking at the rich variety of ingredients, I started to make breakfast after a brief thought. An hour later, Qian Yuchen opened the door of the room again, holding a tray in his hand, and the food on it was all good for nourishing qi and blood. He put the breakfast on the table, then picked up a bowl of porridge and walked to Tang Yuehua. This is a porridge specially made for you. He scooped up a spoonful and blew it, and handed it to her lips. Tang Yuehua opened her mouth and began to taste it. Well, I feel a sense of happiness. Soon she finished a bowl of porridge, her stomach was warm and comfortable. Similarly, she was a little surprised by Qian Yuchen's cooking skills. Her level was beyond Tiandushan's most famous chef. Could it be that this man is proficient in everything except having children? Qian Yuchen saw her eating so fast, and thought that the consumption last night was indeed quite large. He got up, put down the bowl, and came to Tang Yuehua again with a bowl of black chicken soup. This is black chicken soup. In order to speed up the stewing, soul power heating is used. The taste is pretty good, it should be to your taste. Tang Yuehua had just recovered a lot of energy, so he didn't let Qian Yuchen feed him. I can do it myself. Well, be careful. Qian Yuchen handed over the bowl and asked her to be careful. Tang Yuehua started drinking slowly. I have to say that his cooking skills are very good and the black chicken soup is very delicious. Breakfast time passed quickly, and Tang Yuehua, who had recovered her strength, also sat neatly dressed and sat opposite Kenshui City. Mr. Qian, I have made a choice, you. Her beautiful eyes stared at the other party, eager to know the answer. Of course you are ready, a way to cultivate your soul power. Qian Yuchen said slowly. Tang Yuehua breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and this transaction was finally done. Your martial soul is the Haoshan hammer, but there has been a vicious mutation, but it provides you with the aristocratic ring realm, which means that you have insufficient energy and cannot support martial soul mutation. Therefore, it is necessary to provide more energy to the martial soul through special cultivation methods to completely complete mutation. After saying that, Qian Yuchen stood up, released the barrier, and enveloped the room. However, the practice step by step will take at least 3 years. Although your body is well maintained, there is a significant decline in qi and blood. If you practice again, you will be one step slower than others innately. If you can practice to the soul saint, you will stop moving forward. I will use a special method to evolve your martial soul. My person, no matter what, he has to practice the title Douluo. Before Tang Yuehua could react, he came behind her instantly. Qian Yuchen's hands pressed against her back. Relax your mind and breathe naturally. Tang Yuehua cooperated very well and quickly adjusted her condition. The power of the Holy Spirit. Qian Yuchen shouted lightly, and a pure energy began to be inputted into Tang Yuehua's body along his hands. Tang Yuehua felt that her body became very hot, and the aristocratic ring field was uncontrollably unfolded. The hot feeling made her unable to help but exclaim softly. Stay calm down and it's the critical moment soon. Qian Yuchen said in a serious tone. The energy input between his palms increased again, and he clearly felt that somewhere in the other person's body was quickly absorbing this energy. This is her unmutated martial soul, absorbing this power and undergoing the final transformation. The time lasted for 10 minutes, and Tang Yuehua felt that his body seemed to have opened some level. Then, she couldn't help but stretch out her right hand. Buzz! A small hammer with silver, diamond patterns on the body and inlaid with red, green, and blue gems appeared in her hands. Qian Yuchen left her back with both hands, took a deep breath, and slowed down. This is what your martial soul looks like. Tang Yuehua looked at the hammer with a little weight in her hand and her expression became excited. Haoshan hammer. This is the Haoshan hammer she dreams of. Haoshan hammer, this is my Haoshan hammer. She stood up and held Haoshan hammer in her hand. At this time, Tang Yuehua also discovered an abnormality, and his aristocratic ring field seemed to have become a little different. In addition to being calm, she also feels her strength the amount seems to have increased a little bit. Is the field increasing? She murmured. This is also an unexpected surprise. One more field will make the increase in battle. Your martial soul has returned to normal, and your soul power has broken through level 10 just now, so you can absorb the soul ring. Hearing Qian Yuchen's words, she looked at him happily. Really? Can I absorb the first soul ring? Qian Yuchen nodded and gave his own advice, yes, but I suggest you don't rush to absorb the soul ring first, and then absorb it after you get the cultivation method I gave you. Tang Yuehua was confused, so she put away her martial soul and looked at him in confusion. The method of cultivation? I am absorbing the soul ring now, and it's just right for more than 400 years. Your health is not in the best condition now, do you understand? When she heard this, her face turned red. She was indeed not the best now. After all, the traces of last night have not been eliminated, and the impact is a bit big. I will pass on you a method of cultivation next, so that you will not have bottlenecks in your cultivation. It's only a matter of time before practicing seriously and breaking through the titled Douluo. In addition, it can make you young and beautiful, stay young, and keep your body in a very perfect state. Qian Yuchen said seriously. These words made Tang Yuehua very moved. Women all love beauty, and she is no exception. She adjusted her condition and said, I'm ready, you can start. Qian Yuchen raised his right hand and gently tapped his index finger on her eyebrows. The golden words appeared in Tang Yuehua's mind one by one, making her feel very magical. The name of this method of cultivation is very concise, with only 3 words. Ming Yugong. Chapter 86 Leaving Tiandu City. After Yuxuan left, Qian Yuchen returned to the hotel. Tang Yuehua officially entered the practice of practicing and obtaining the soul ring could solve the problem of herself. Besides, he didn't have much time to delay in Tiandu City. This is not because he lifted his pants and refused to recognize others. Haoshan sect has long formed its own exclusive system for cultivating its disciples. Tang Yuehua's ears and eyes must have known how to practice to exert the maximum power of his martial soul. Whether it is the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique or the Haoshan 9 judgments, it depends on her personal choice. Tang Yuehua must have known other secret techniques of Haoshan sect. As for her soul ring acquisition, Qian Yuchen also has his own considerations. Let her obtain the first 8 soul rings by herself. When the 9th soul ring is reached, he will help the other party find a suitable 100,000-year soul ring. With the blessing of Ming Yugong, Tang Yuehua basically won't pause in his practice. It is only a matter of time before you practice step by step, breaking through the title Douluo. Ling Yuan looked at Qian Yuchen outside the door, and at the same time she smelled a strange woman's aura on him. Second young master, are you okay last night? There is nothing, everything is handled, and things between the Dugu family and Yuxuan are going well. Seeing Qian Yuchen say this, Ling Yuan didn't say much. Yin felt that Qian Yuchen's life energy was missing and was slowly recovering. She was sure that the other party had close contact with the opposite sex last night. Could it be it is the Lord of Yuxuan? After sitting down, Qian Yuchen looked at Ling Yuan and said, I don't want to contact the Tiandu royal family at the moment. I don't want to go to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family for the time being. Let's leave first. Ling Yuan thought for a while and said, we have been out for so long, so we have to greet the saints and the others. Why should I go to the Martial Soul Hall and have someone send a letter to the Martial Soul City? Bishop Salis of Tiandu City is still familiar with her. Although she is average in her cultivation talent, she has done a very good job in management. After so many years, Tiandu City's Wuhun Hall has been well managed, and even Qian Sunji praised him for his contribution in management. Well, I'll write a letter now, you can go there. Qian Yuxuan thought about it, it was the same. After so long, he had to pass on some news. He took out paper and pen from the storage soul guide and started writing. 5 minutes later, he put the written letter into the envelope and handed it to Ling Yuan. I'm in trouble. We'll set off again when you come back. Ling Yuan took the envelope, put it in his storage soul guide, and went out. Yin walked into her room. Her practice seemed to have accelerated recently, and she had to hurry up and meditate. Qian Yuxuan also found that Yin's soul power was slowly increasing, and it was only a matter of time before he broke through Conquerna. Aou! The sound of a ghost tiger cub came from outside the door, and Qian Yuxuan stood up and opened the door. You guys are? He looked at Ziling and Yuling in confusion. Ziling was also puzzled and said, they seem to be looking for you, master. Dad hug. The ghost tiger cub with a pointed white tail spoke again. Qian Yuxuan? I'm not your father. A hint of helplessness flashed across his face. Since they came into contact with two peerless magic weapons, the two cubs have become spiritual. He also has the ability to speak. The bad thing is that I like to call him father. Then there are Ziling and Yuling. Mother, I was very obedient during this period, so why did I come to see myself now? After Ziling and Yuling came in, the ghost tiger cubs broke free from them and came to Qian Yuxuan's trouser legs. Their tail tips gently stroked across their trouser legs. What do you two little guys want to do? Qian Yuxuan leaned over and looked at the two cubs and said in confusion. Aou! The two cubs were just showing great pleasure and did not say their purpose. Then they lay on the ground, revealing their abdomen. Qian Yuxuan was confused and leaned over and touched their stomachs. Not to mention, the hair is quite soft, almost like a kitten. Just as his hands left, the two ghost tiger cubs thumped and turned into two human cubs with tiger ears. Ziling and Yuling widened their eyes. Why did they become humans? No, to be correct, it should be half a person. Even Qian Yuxuan was extremely curious about this scene. What kind of adventure did those two weapons that did not exist in this world bring to the two cubs? Now, it has actually turned into a semi-human form. Could it be that the sleepiness a few days ago was absorbing a lot of energy? Why does this seem to be a cheat? Okay, I finally walked with 2 feet. The two cubs made cheerful screams. Then, a light flashed slightly between the eyebrows, and the baby version of the snow-drinking knife and the peerless good sword appeared in the hands of the two cubs. The wind and clouds are in harmony, MOK is infinite. Aou! The moment they started the sword, they said this in an angrily way. Qian Yuxuan, no, buddy, are you two reincarnated? Ziling and Yuling felt the dangerous aura on the cub, which had never appeared before. Yin felt the abnormal situation and came out of the room, looking at the two cubs with a hint of confusion. Are these two ghost tiger cubs? How did you become a semi-human? Qian Yuxuan shook his head, saying that he didn't know either. Looking at the two cubs holding swords, he also felt that this was too unreasonable. This kind of demon-like state is very rare in Douluo continent. Except for those who have transformed into a soul beast for 100,000 years, this kind of existence is basically no longer found. However, you can't let the two cubs be so naked. Take out a complete piece of fabric from their soul guide, take out scissors and needles. After brushing, 2 sets of fitted clothes were ready soon. After Qian Yuxuan put the two cubs on, they looked a little cute. Yin, what can you tell? He turned to look at Yin and asked. They are too small to master this power. It would be great to be able to last for 30 minutes. Yin clearly felt that the two cubs were unstable. If you two can control it, remember not to turn into human form casually. Do you understand? Qian Yuxuan touched their little heads and reminded him. If it suddenly changes in front of outsiders, there will be a lot of trouble. Yet. The two cubs nodded and continued to dance with swords. Qian Yuxuan shook his head, it was really about playing the piano against the tiger. 20 minutes later, Ling Yuan came back, looked at the two cubs in the room, and looked at Qian Yuxuan with confusion. Who are they? How could they be in our room? These are those two ghost tiger cubs, and they suddenly became like this. Qian Yuxuan explained. By the way, are you handing the letter to them? Ling Yuan nodded and said, it has been successfully handed over to the messaging team, and they are just rushing to Wuhan City. Salis went out for something and was not in the Temple of War. Qian Yuchen then asked Ling Yuan to wait for a while, and then check out and leave after the two ghost tiger cubs returned to normal. Ziling got up and left, went to the next room to inform him that he was practicing Zhu Lingyun and was about to leave. I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 87, Going North, Kenshui City. Qian Yuchen and his group left Tiandu City, and the familiar carriage slowly drove towards the north. Kenshui City in the north is the location of Tian Shui Academy. Shui Union is the dean of this college. Maybe she will be found in this city. Moreover, Kenshui City is also preparing to go to the extreme north to see the three heavenly kings of the great north. Tianmeng Bing Silkworm is now staying in his special space and will immediately let him come out for some breath. Ling Yuan and his friends were teasing the ghost tiger cubs in the carriage, and cheerful laughter came from them. Qian Yuchen, who was driving the car, shook his head and continued to appreciate the scenery on the roadside. The north is mostly made of large plains and grasslands. Along the way, many places are invisible at first sight. After traveling through 2 provinces, he finally saw the city buildings. Kenshui City. The destination of the new stop has arrived. After Qian Yuchen was registered, he successfully entered the city. The rules here are not as complicated as Tiandu City. After entering the city, the whole city has a faint salty taste. The smell of the sea? Ling Yuan poked her head out of the carriage and said, "Second young master, the air here seems to be heavier than the previous places. This place is close to the sea, and the air humidity is of course much higher than that of the internal cities. Besides, Kenshui is a famous seaside city in the mainland, and high-quality seafood is transported from here to all parts of the mainland." Qian Yuchen introduced with a smile. The construction of this city is quite distinct, with commercial areas, residential areas, colleges, etc. scattered, which shows that the city lord is a very insightful person. He felt a little bit that most of the soul masters here are water attributed. It seems that the geographical environment here has a great impact on their martial soul awakening. Sure enough, one place of land and water nourishes another place of people. Thinking that there are a lot of people in my group, Qian Yuchen is preparing to buy a suitable place to stay, so that he can have a safe place to settle here in the future. Moreover, the 2 ghost tiger cubs like to turn into human form from time to time, and they are both delicious and fun. No matter how you say it, you don't listen, this requires a better place for them to play with. Zhu Lingyun and the other 2 suddenly became a little excited. They seemed to be very excited about their martial souls. The favorite foods of the 3 of them are all kinds of fish and seafood. After Qian Yuchen asked a little about the road, he walked towards the sales area of the big manor. It is better to live in a big house, and it is lively to have many people. It's good to enjoy it occasionally. He also had to go to the extreme north, where the environment was harsh, so it was difficult to take Ling Yuan and the others forward. It is also a good choice to let them wait for him to return here with peace of mind. When he came to a luxurious manor trading office, he found that there were actually many soul saints here. However, it seems that the order here is maintained. It's a big deal, and recruiting so many soul saints as security guards can be considered Brother Yi Fang Hao. Qian Yuchen stopped the car and said to the car, "Ling Yuan, come out and go with me to handle the procedures." "Yin, I'll leave this here to you for the time being." Ling Yuan came out of the car and got out quickly. "Young Master Qian, just leave it to me, just do your business with peace of mind." Yin said there was no problem, just leave it to her. Ling Yuan accompanied Qian Yuchen into the trading hall, and the receptionist immediately welcomed him warmly. There is no plot here where people are despised or slapped in the face. Welcome to visit. Can you tell me about your needs? We will give the most suitable psychologically expected room area according to your needs. Qian Yuchen thought for a while and said, "Is there any larger manor that can be planted, raised fish and flowers, and the environment is quiet?" When the receptionist heard his needs, his eyes lit up. Today, a god of wealth came. He hurriedly said, "Yes, please follow me, too." Soon, Qian Yuchen and Ling Yuan were taken to a small sand table. The above is a manor, and all the requirements mentioned by Qian Yuchen meet the requirements. "Second young master, I think this manor is pretty good. What do you think?" Ling Yuan thinks this place is very good and suitable for cultivation. The environment is quiet and the mountains and rivers are beautiful, and it is a good place. Qian Yuchen was also very satisfied, nodded and smiled. "I wonder, how valuable is this manor?" The receptionist smiled deeper and stretched out 3 fingers. The price of 3 million gold soul coins is quite reasonable, but it is acceptable. In Ling Yuan's opinion, it is reasonable to use his annual salary to buy such a manor. For ordinary people, they have no chance to see the existence of such places. In terms of price, even the soul saint has to struggle for at least 10 years before he is qualified to buy a luxurious house. For Douluo, these are all small problems. Yuxuan has no feelings for this price, and he has basically never touched money. The salary was given to him by Liu, and then he went to a special place to cash out part of it. After all, I still need some cash flow in my hands. The receptionist easily heard the light expressions of the two, and was filled with joy. Big financial backer. He showed a professional smile and said respectfully, "Wait for a moment, I'll call the supervisor here and arrange the next process for you." After saying that, the wind was blowing under his feet and he quickly left. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes and thin body quickly walked over. "The distinguished guest is here, and the hospitality is not good, please forgive me. Let's just take a look there." Yuxuan smiled and said that it was nothing. "I wonder if I can take us to the scene to see it." "The price is easy to say." The middle-aged manager smiled and said, "I'll arrange for someone to go to the manor with the young master." 10 minutes later, the two cars were ready to set off. "Young master, please come with me." After saying that, the middle-aged manager asked someone to drive a carriage and lead the way in front. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the actual location of the manor. The middle-aged man walked to the gate and took out a token to the two soul saint guards. Then the guard on the right opened the door and continued to stand guard without expression. "Young master, please come with me to visit." The middle-aged general manager signaled Yuxuan to come in with him. Yuxuan followed Ling Yuan and walked in behind him. There are really two worlds outside and inside the door, and the layout inside is carefully crafted. It looks pleasing to the eye at first sight. Yes, this layout is very consistent with my psychological expectations. Yuxuan said inwardly. "Young master, this manor covers an area of 2,000 acres, housing area, the breeding areas, scenic spots, etc. have been basically divided. If you want to make a transformation, it can be done easily. We will provide you with a free custom modification to make the layout here reach the best solution in your mind." The middle-aged manager said that serving gold medal customers well is one of their main purposes. Yuxuan thought it was very good, but this basic layout has already met the current residents of their group. Under the leadership of each other, he and Ling Yuan visited the distribution points of the entire manor. After coming out, Yuxuan signed a purchase contract without saying a word, and the 3 million gold soul coins were settled on site. After the other party left happily, Yuxuan drove a carriage into the interior of the yard. Then, he called Ayan and others out. Looking at the wide manor, he smiled and said, "This is our new home. I will take you to visit it." After the words came, the two ghost tiger cubs broke free from Ziling and Yuling's arms and ran happily to the grass and rolled happily. Aou! Yuxuan and Ling Yuan looked at each other and smiled. "Let's go and take a look at our new home together. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival! Oh! Chapter 88 Goodbye Shui Union. After seeing the new residents, Yuxuan and his group arrived at the location of the main house. Ling Yuan looked at the luxuriously decorated villa, like a castle. 3 million gold soul coins seemed to be worth it. Yuxuan smiled and opened the door. Brilliant and magnificent. The moment the door was opened, two ghost tiger cubs covered their eyes with their front paws. After opening the door, Zhu Lingyun, the eldest lady of the Xingluo Zhu family, was also slightly shocked by the arrangement inside. "Master, this decoration is really good, it's not much different from my house. It's the wood age of these furniture, which is a little worse." Ziling and Yuling also nodded. "The environment in this place is really great. Ian doesn't know how to decorate, but these things should be valuable." After the group walked in, Yuxuan said, "You go to the second floor to choose a room you like, and I'll go to another place to take a look." After saying that, he started to look at it on the first floor. Ling Yuan, Zhu Lingyun and others went upstairs and looked for their respective rooms. 10 minutes later, the 6 people sat together again. "I went to the kitchen to take a look. All kinds of ingredients are perfect, and there is also a large fresh storage soul guide to ensure the freshness of the ingredients. Everyone is rushing for a few days and probably is exhausted. Let's take a break first. I'll go to the city to check it out later, get familiar with the environment, and then take you to stroll together." Qian Yuchen looked at the 5 girls and expressed his thoughts. Their fatigue could not be seen with the naked eye, but he felt that the girls were mentally weak. Ling Yuan had long wanted to take a hot shower, and then lay on the soft big bed and had a beautiful sleep. Yin nodded, okay, it seems that my cultivation has reached a critical moment during this period and I need to practice quietly. Zhu Lingyun and the 3 girls are also ready to practice well. The environment here is quiet and it is a good place for them to practice. They have the confidence to break through to a new realm as soon as possible. After practicing in the Yujin bone forging, their speed of soul power meditation has reached a new level. Qian Yuchen looked at their expressions and knew that it was the right decision to choose to stop and rest here. Then I'll go out and leave the house to you. Then he got up and left the hall. Kenshui City walks on the streets of Kenshui City, and most of the people coming and going here are caravans. Moreover, many of this city are female soul masters, which is very unique compared to other cities. He has been shopping for a long time. Although Kenshui City is located in the north, most of the women here have gentle temperaments. It is not as northern as in the previous life, where a woman has a hot and sturdy personality. When he came out, he actually wanted to see if he could meet Shui Yunyan in this city. The word fate is sometimes very wonderful. Qian Yuchen looked up at the sun, then found a nearby restaurant to prepare for lunch. Shixian Pavilion. Seeing that the restaurant was doing well, he walked straight in. Good guy. Looking around, it's either a woman or a couple. In my previous life, this was definitely a check-in restaurant. However, as soon as he entered the door, he attracted the attention of many opposite sexes. People are as handsome as readers, and they are always so eye-catching when going out. Very annoying. He has long been immune to these gazes. After smiling at everyone, Qian Yuchen walked to the front desk to order food. After looking at the menu, he smiled and said, "Give me a number 2 package." The waiter quickly handed him a license plate and said, "Guest, please find a seat and sit down and wait for a while." Qian Yuchen took the license plate, glanced at him, and soon found a corner by the window. Putting the license plate on the table, he secretly observed the scene in the restaurant. After tasting a bite, many diners seemed to praise the food in front of them. Extremely verbal. Those couples, after taking a bite, showed a happy expression and kissed the male partner on the face. Of course, this behavior makes it seem like a lemon in my heart. Sour. At this time, the door of the restaurant was pushed open again and a pair of twin sisters walked in. The woman on the left asked, "Sister, what are you going to eat?" The woman on the right smiled and said, "Just choose a number 2 package." Qian Yuchen felt a little familiar when he heard the voices of the two. After they walked in, he smiled after seeing each other's face clearly. Sure enough, fate is amazing. After the two of them finished ordering, they turned around with their license plates, and the woman on the right happened to look at the location of Qian Yuchen. Talk. She looked over there in disbelief, and didn't even notice the license plate in her hand fell off. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" the woman on the left said in confusion. "No, nothing." The woman on the right was a little excited. She picked up the license plate again and headed towards the seat where Qian Yuchen was sitting. "Sister, we don't usually eat there." "That's right, these two women are the Shui Union sisters. Water, clouds, mist, water, clouds, and gloss." Qian Yuchen looked at Shui Union who was walking over quickly and smiled. This girl was very bold at the beginning. Not only did he say that he did that kind of thing, he also pulled Ling Yuan into the water. Shui Union sat opposite him, and said with a little excited tone. "Young master, Union misses you so much." This scared Shui Yunluo who was following her. "No, is this man the brother-in-law mentioned by his sister? She looks very handsome and elegant. You ran away without saying a word, why didn't I notice you're so bold?" Qian Yuchen looked at Shui Union and said in a teasing tone. Shui Yunyan's face turned red when she thought of what she did that night. "It seems that I am really bold." "Young master," she was so shy that she didn't know what to say. Shui Yunluo looked at her sister showing a little womanly posture, not as deserted as before, and felt incredible. "Also, what bold thing did my sister do to make my brother-in-law angry? I don't know if there is a melon, can I keep it ripe?" She sat slowly beside Shui Union and asked in confusion, "Sister, is this young master?" Shui Union had a new topic and hurriedly said, "This is the life savior I told you. He was the one who took me in." Shui Yunluo was a little unbelievable. Judging from her appearance, the age of this young master seemed to be about the same age as her sister's. Sister, are you lying to me? Seeing the confusion on her face, Jian Yuchen smiled and said, I am still at my age. Shui Yunyan introduced her sister to Jian Yuchen again, this is my sister Shui Yunluo. It's a coincidence that she met her as soon as she arrived in Kenshui City. I am happy for you to find your lost family. When Qin Yuchen was about to say something else, the waiter came over. Guest, please use your number 2 package slowly. After the waiter put down the set he ordered, he smiled politely and left. Looking at the rich food in front of me, Jian Yuchen didn't expect that the portion was too large. Young master, your appetite is so good. My sister and I are just right to order a set meal. A hint of surprise flashed in Shui Yunyan's eyes. Jian Yuchen looked at her and smiled. Of course I have a better appetite. I am out on a trip now and my mood is different from before. I feel refreshed when people are happy when they are happy, so I am no exception. Chapter 89 Meeting with Ice and Fire. Shui Yunyan didn't expect Kenshui City to really leave Wuhan City and start his own travel plan. He said at the beginning that one day he would leave Wuhan City and realize the theoretical knowledge he had learned in practice. This is called it's always shallow to know what you know on paper, and you must practice it yourself. Young master, your style of conduct is still admired by Yunyan. Jian Yuchen is still practicing her own philosophy, which is what attracts her the most. This kind of personal charm is something that too many people don't have. I think this Kenshui City is pretty good. I found a place to settle here. Ling Yuan came out with me during this trip, and she is probably sleeping now. Jian Yuchen said after eating a piece of fish. Sister Ling Yuan is here too? That's great. Shui Yunyan's eyes lit up, and she seemed a little happy. Don't be too happy too early. When you left alone, she was full of resentment towards you. Qin Yuchen interrupted her beautiful fantasy and prompted her with a friendly reminder. Shui Yunyan immediately showed an awkward look and became a little restrained. I'm afraid you will blame me, and you're just a wooden man. Snort. After saying this, it seemed to open up her thinking mode. Yes, it's all because Jian Yuchen is not understanding the charm, which makes her come up with such a bad strategy. Qin Yuchen? He was puzzled to see the other party looking at him from embarrassment to resentment. What does this mean? Could it be that the problem really comes to him? Confucius said it well, only villains and women are difficult to raise. Although he didn't understand what the other party was thinking, he could roughly share thoughts. You'd better think about it first, how to face Ling Yuan later. Jian Yuchen shook his head and continued to taste the delicious food in front of him. I have to say that this chef has a very high level. Shui Yunyan suddenly didn't want to meet Ling Yuan anymore. The relationship between herself, she, and the young master went further, and she also helped Ling Yuan solve the defect of martial soul. No matter how you say, your behavior has more benefits than bad things. Sister Ling Yuan, you shouldn't blame yourself. Even if you blame yourself, you must be just talking. After thinking it through, she felt a little relieved. They are all sisters who have experienced the battle together, what's there to be afraid of? Shui Yunluo was very curious about what his sister did before she came to Kenshui City. She couldn't wait to know what was going on, and her heart was like a cat tickling. And her intuition told her that her sister had a very different relationship with this young man who was not in line with her appearance and age. It must be my brother-in-law, and he didn't run away. Sister, have you lived with your brother-in-law for so many years? Ahem. As soon as Shui Yunluo opened her mouth, Jian Yuchen almost choked. This brother-in-law's call is so easy, right? This sister-in-law seems to be a little tiger? Shui Yunyan looked at her sister with a little anger. Luo. Yunyan, she calls her that right? Jian Yuchen said slowly. Brother-in-law, how did you help my sister become so strong? It was clearly born at the same time and the talent was similar, but it was so much wider. Shui Yunluo looked at Jian Yuchen with a curious look and asked. I just gave a little advice. She has been practicing until now, and it has been the result of her own efforts. Jian Yuchen said with a smile. At this time, the meal ordered by the two sisters also came and they started to eat. Without saying anything, both sides started to eat their own delicacies. After eating, Jian Yuchen settled the bill and took the Shui Yunyan sisters to the big manor. As we walked, Shui Yunyan discovered something was wrong. This direction seems to be the location of a luxurious manor. Could it be that the settlement place the young master chose was to buy a manor? Young master, we are not going in the wrong direction, right? Shui Yunyan said in confusion. That's right, it's this direction, it's coming soon. Qian Yuxuan turned around and said. He is not a road fool, so he can naturally find his place to go home. Everyone said that I will live for a long time, so the site area will definitely be larger. Seeing that he said this, Shui Yunyan would not say anything. What she was sure of was that there might not be only Sister Ling Yuan by his side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this. Young master, you have really become different. She sighed in her heart. It is a good thing that the wood sprouts. Shui Yunluo knew where they were about to arrive. The luxurious manor that no one had won in 5 years was taken down by his brother-in-law today. My brother-in-law seems to be not an ordinary person. She is becoming more and more curious about this brother-in-law. It is really good for her sister to choose him. On the way back to the manor with the Shui Yunyan sisters in Qianyuan, Ling Yuan, who was lying on the bed, suddenly woke up with her eyes open. She was wearing pajamas, got up, and then went to the window, looking outside the manor. Strange, why did I wake up suddenly? Is there someone coming? Ling Yuan was very confused. There were only 2 or 3 people he was familiar with. This kind of excitement in his heart had never appeared before. It can't be Sister Yunyan is here, right? This made her feel a little incredible and mysterious. After waking up, she lost her sleepiness and returned to the bed, sat cross-legged and began to meditate. As we got closer and closer to the manor, Shui Yunyan became more convinced that Qianyuan had bought the big manor. Does the young master really want to settle here? But, this place is too far from Wuhun City, what are you trying to do? She didn't understand very well. This Kenshui City, which is a peaceful corner, is not a good place to choose to compete. If he is for the safety of others, it is in line with his style of conduct. Shui Yunluo wanted to know what his brother-in-law was. After walking for another 10 minutes, the 3 of them arrived at the gate of the manor. I'm here, this is my new home in Kenshui City. Qianyuan looked at the gate and said with a smile. Brother-in-law, is this your new home in Kenshui City? Shui Yunluo felt as if she was dreaming. When I really saw this luxurious manor, I felt a little unreal. Like a dream. Then you need to say, when did I tell lies? He smiled and looked at Shui Yunyan. Let's go, Ling Yuan is here too. You two haven't seen each other for a long time. I think there should be a lot to say. The gate of the manor was opened by Qianyuan, and at his signal, the 2 sisters Shui Yunyan walked in. As soon as the 3 of them arrived in front of the villa, Ling Yuan in the room on the 2nd floor felt something, and immediately changed her clothes and left the room and went downstairs. When she came to the living room on the 1st floor, she looked at Qianyuan on the right side. The person was stunned for a moment. Water, clouds, and smoke. It's really water and clouds. No wonder I suddenly woke up from my dream just now, and it was really her coming. Shui Yunyan looked at Ling Yuan and said happily, Sister Ling Yuan. Before he finished speaking, Ling Yuan's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of her. He grabbed her ear with one hand and looked at her with a bad look. My good sister, I miss you very much. Shui Yunyan, why is this plot different from what I imagined? Chapter 90 Gathering Together. It hurts so much. Sister Ling Yuan, what are you doing? Shui Yunyan hurriedly begged for mercy, wanting Ling Yuan to let go. Now I know to beg for mercy. You ran so fast at the beginning. Did you think of today? Ling Yuan said angrily. It is obvious that she still has resentment towards Shui Yunyan's original actions. It was put on by her good sister, even if it promoted her relationship with Qianyuan, it was still the other party's fault. Shui Yunyan looked at Ling Yuan with eyes wide open and pretended to be pitiful, Sister, good sister, let go. Besides, if I didn't do that, could you completely solve your own problems? After all this, Qianyuan originally wanted to persuade Ling Yuan to stop. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, Ling Yuan grabbed Shui Yunyan's ear and entered the room. Come with me. Seeing his sister being pulled into the house so shamelessly, Shui Yunluo looked confused. Why is this strange woman so fierce? This is the elder sister Ling Yuan, whom my sister calls me easy to get along with. So fierce. Qianyuan looked at his sister-in-law and smiled, it's nothing, Ling Yuan just felt a little resentful. She was just kidding with your sister. This matter is a long story. Just find time to ask your sister yourself. He guessed that when the other party knew the whole story of this matter, he would be shocked. Get into the house. Qianyuan smiled and called the other party in. Shui Yunluo nodded and walked into the hall with curiosity. Perhaps Ling Yuan had made a little more noise, which woke up the rest of Yin and others. When Yuxuan and Shui Yunluo walked into the house, Yin happened to get down from the building. Ling Yuan had already dragged Shui Yunyan into her room, and they happened to be disconnecting. Shui Yunluo looked at this blue-haired woman with her temperament and figure no worse than her sister. Young Master Qian, is she? Yin looked at Qian Yuxuan and asked. This is Yunyan's sister, Yunluo. Qian Yuxuan introduced. Yunyan followed me a long time ago, and she ran out by herself for some reasons. I found my long-lost sister in Kenshui City. Today I happened to meet her again. Hearing Qian Yuxuan say this, Yin nodded. After she walked down, she looked at Shui Yunluo and introduced herself. Hello, I am Yin. Shui Yunluo responded, hello. After sitting down, Qian Yuxuan placed tea in front and behind Shui Yunluo, found a seat and sat down, and by the way, she learned about her strength. Luo, what level are you now? Brother-in-law, I am the Soul Saint now, at level 78, and I will be able to break through to Contra soon. Then your martial soul is also an ice bird. No, my martial soul is an extremely cold bird, and there is such a soul beast in the extreme north. Although Shui Yunluo's martial soul is also ice attributed, its martial soul is different from Shui Yunyan. The extremely cold bird is the soul beast with the largest population in the extreme north, and human martial souls can also awaken this existence. Qian Yuxuan asked again, then your soul ring choice. My 7 soul rings all choose the soul beasts, extreme cold birds. Compared with other ice attribute soul beasts, extreme cold birds are not difficult to hunt. In the soul fighting arena, my strength seems to be a little bit higher than the soul master of the same level. Shui Yunluo told him the source of his soul ring. As for why they all chose the same soul beast, she still found it troublesome. The extremely cold bird population is huge, but the wisdom seems to be abandoned when it evolves. This allowed her to easily obtain 7 soul rings. The soul ring configuration is still yellow, purple, black and black. Yes, your martial soul and soul ring are the same, which surpasses many people in terms of compatibility. After you, your cultivation speed has become very fast. Qian Yuxuan said with a smile. Shui Yunluo showed surprise. How did he know that my cultivation speed has accelerated? In 2 months, she was promoted from level 72 to level 78. At this speed, she has great confidence to break through Douluo before she was 40 years old. Brother-in-law, you're right. Every time I do soul meditation, my speed is twice as fast as before. When Yin heard her call Qian Yuxuan as her brother-in-law, her eyes were filled with doubt. Then you should work hard. When you break through level 80, I will find you a red soul ring. Qian Yuxuan still has some understanding of the race of extreme cold birds. Extreme cold birds that have been around for 100,000 years are real, but they only require luck. After all, the environment in the extreme north is harsh and there are 3 heavenly kings there. Ordinary soul masters dare not go too deep. Brother-in-law, it's hard to find an extremely cold bird that has been around for 100,000 years. My 7th soul ring is the extremely cold bird that is 60,000 years old, but I have been searching for it for 20 days. Although Shui Yunluo is very happy, this brother-in-law is very arrogant and is willing to find a soul ring of 100,000 years for himself. However, it is not so easy to find a soul beast of 100,000 years. However, his sister's 8th soul ring is the 100,000 year soul ring. Maybe my brother-in-law can really help me find the extremely cold bird that has been around for 100,000 years. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish is. The 100,000 year old soul beasts in the extreme north are not so easy to hunt. But since I have said it, I will definitely not betrayal. Qian Yuxuan laughed. He went to the extreme north and must have gone to meet the Lord Swaity. The other party must have known the distribution of all the 100,000 year old soul beasts in the extreme north, and then she will help her. As for why the other party should help him, of course he has become his own person. At this time, Ling Yuan walked in front, and Shui Yunyan followed her honestly. After the two went downstairs, Qian Yuxuan couldn't help laughing. Shui Yunyan's 2 ears were reddishly pulled by Ling Chuan, which looked a bit funny. Shui Yunluo covered her mouth, and the twitching on her face exposed her behavior. Yin didn't feel anything and looked at Ling Yuan with some confusion. Shui Yunyan hurried to Qian Yuxuan and said coquettishly, "Young master, don't you care about sister Ling Yuan? If you do something wrong, you should stand attentively and accept the punishment. Qian Yuchen shook his head and chuckled, I understand her. Do you think she still has resentment towards you now? Shui Yunyan's mouth was pursed, and even if he had resentment, he could not pull others' ears. It's red and a little swollen. Look at you, you can even put sesame oil bottles on your mouth. Qian Yuchen looked at her eager expression and gently tapped her forehead. After saying that, he gently stroked the other person's left and right ears, and the redness and swelling disappeared. Big ears, clouds and smoke returned to normal. It's better for young master. Shui Yunyan changed her face instantly and smiled. Ling Yuan smiled and said, I'm right, the second young master still loves people. Humph, you won. Shui Yunyan felt a little dissatisfied in her tone. Ling Yuan shook her head, stopped ignoring her, and found a seat and sat down. Aou. The sound of the ghost tiger cub came from the upper floor. Then, they came down from the upper floor, followed by Zhu Lingyun and the other three. Shui Yunluo looked at the ghost tiger cub first, then looked at Zhu Lingyun and the other two. This figure is too hot, right? A little envious. After going downstairs, two ghost tiger cubs were wandering around Qin Yuchen's feet, and their tail tips kept sweeping his trouser legs. Master, when did you come back? After saying that, Zhu Lingyun glanced at Shui Yunyan and Shui Yunluo. Are these two? The two women have good looks, and they are twins. She felt that Qian Yuchen had a different relationship with the two. This is Yunyan, I mentioned it before. Qian Yuchen introduced Shui Yunyan around him. He looked at Shui Yunluo again, this is Yunluo, Yunyan's twin sister who has been separated for many years. Shui Yunyan looked at the three girls' maid outfits and secretly looked at Qin Yuchen. This wood is really enlightened and knows how to find beauty to please me. Not to mention, the vision is pretty good. Chapter 91 The Growing Cloud Smoke. Time flies, and the sunset hangs in the sky. Qian Yuchen stood up and looked at them, and said, Today is a memorable day, I'll cook myself. After he finished speaking, Zhu Lingyun stood up and said, Master, I'll help you. Ziling and Yuling naturally stood up and prepared to go to the kitchen. Shui Yunyan was also ready to get up, but was stopped by Qin Yuchen. Yunyan, let's sit down, it's rare that I'm so happy today. He said with a smile. Shui Yunyan nodded and sat down. Shui Yunluo was a little surprised. Is this brother-in-law still good at cooking? She has never heard of this from her sister. On the mainland, except for the profession of chef, few men cook in person. After Qian Yuchen got up and went to the kitchen, Ling Yuan looked at the curiosity on her face and explained, the second young master has always acted as he pleased, just get used to it. Shui Yunyan also smiled and said, Sister, young master is like this, but remember one thing is that he has always been excellent to his own people. Shui Yunluo nodded and said nothing. She was looking forward to what kind of sumptuous food Qin Yuchen would make. When the sunset completely set, Qian Yuchen completed 12 dishes with the help of Zhu Lingyun and the three girls. 4 hot, 4 cold, 2 soups and 2 fried, and 12 carefully prepared dishes were served on the dining table. Not only is it full of color, fragrance, and taste, but it also has a very large portion. In addition, Qin Yuchen has also prepared several flavors of juice. Brother-in-law, your cooking skills are amazing. Shui Yunluo praised as she looked at the aroma of the food on the table. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, just have a little skill, see if it suits your taste. After saying that, he looked at Zhu Lingyun's three girls, thank you for your hard work, sit down and eat together. Thank you, master. After they sat down, Qian Yuchen also sat in his position. Everyone doesn't have to be restrained, just enjoy the food. A call below, the joyful sound of tasting delicious food sounded in the hall. Shui Yunyan lay on the bed, thinking about what happened today, and couldn't help but smile. I couldn't help but touch my ears and complained. This sister Ling Yuan has made people foolish. This is the relaxation and happiness that she had long lost in her heart after she came to Kenshui City. After leaving Kenshui City, she always felt empty. After meeting my sister, I felt a little better. But late at night, I can't help but think of the days I lived with Qian Yuchen. She had a very happy dinner, which was made by Qian Yuchen herself. She looked at the half-empty bed, her eyes flashed, and she got up and left the room. Target, Qin Yuchen's room. Qian Yuchen was in a good mood lying on his bed. Shui Yunyan was the same as he expected, in this Kenshui City. Then the future Tian Shui Academy should have been in its prototype, right? Today's time is a period of rest in the calendar compiled by the Wuhan Hall. While his thoughts were active, there was a knock on the door. Buckle. 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 Qian Yuchen stood up, curious who would come to find him. Ling Yuan? It shouldn't be her, after all, she's so tired. Water, clouds, and smoke. That should be her. He smiled and opened the door. Sure enough, Shui Yunyan was wearing pajamas and looking at him with a smile. Qian Yuchen made way out of his position and smiled and said, Yunyan, come in and talk about anything. Shui Yunyan walked in and he closed the door. Young master, I'm leaving tomorrow. Yunyan has now found what she wants to do, I hope the young master understands. Shui Yunyan sat gently beside his bed and said quietly. This is a good thing, why should I stop you? I said back then, do whatever you want, don't worry and be bold, and I will support you. Qian Yuchen said with a smile. This is similar to what he guessed. Shui Yunyan might have really established the prototype of the academy. Tell me, I'm very curious about what you have done during this period of time. Shui Yunyan smiled happily. Qian Yuchen still remembers what he once said. Young master, it's really a gentleman's word. Young master, I have established a junior soul master academy, which is an academy that has never been in the mainland and specializes in recruiting female soul masters. Now he serves as the dean, he has recruited 30 students and 3 teachers. The city lord also supports my approach and gives the college a support of 200,000 gold soul coins every year. Shui Yunyan said, showing a look of pride on her face. The thing she did was also rare in ancient times in mainland China. The lord of Kenshui City needs strong people as a solid support. She is a contra, and she is a contra who is about to break through the title. The two hit it off and reached a cooperation. Yunyan did things, but he learned a little bit from me. Women's college, this is unprecedented on the mainland. Qian Yuchen smiled and praised her approach. The name of the college is Tianshui. 3 years later, I will take my students to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. Shui Yunyan reveals a look of confidence in his words. She has been influenced by Qian Yuchen's ears and eyes over the years, so her theoretical knowledge is naturally not bad. I have confidence to make a big splash in the next Continental Soul Master Competition. Tianshui Academy, however, was recommended by the Lord of Kenshui City, and qualified for the competition. The younger generation of Kenshui City is not bad in terms of qualifications. There are 9 disciples with innate soul power, and the second is innate level 4. It will definitely make a big splash in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. Looking at the confidence on her face, I felt very relieved. Living out himself is what he wants to see. Such clouds and smoke are truly real people with souls and flesh. Shui Yunyan looked at Qian Yuchen again and found that he looked at him with a smile on his face, with a look of praise in his eyes. She was a little puzzled. Young master, you. Qian Yuchen was really happy for her and said with a smile. Haha, Yunyan, congratulations on finding what you want to do. I'm very pleased, this is what I want to see. Hearing his heartfelt praise, Shui Yunyan also smiled. Young master, you are a claimer. I just did something insignificant. Of course, she was still very happy. I believe you will do a good job, after all, you taught those 4 children well. Remember what I once said, just teach according to your aptitude. Qian Yuchen supports her in doing this, and it is also a very important part of Tianshui Academy in the future. I don't know when Shui Binger and Shui Yuer will appear. If they are trained to become Soul Kings before the competition begins. The Continental Advanced Soul Competition at that time might have been very interesting. Before he could react, the lights in the room became dim under the operation of water and clouds. Young master, I haven't seen you for a long time, Yunyan misses you very much. A soft and gentle voice sounded, who wouldn't be confused if you listened. Then, he only felt softened the incense surrounded him and subconsciously took action. The night is a bit noisy and bustle in the tranquility. Chapter 92 Go to Tianshui Academy. The rising sun is rising, and a beautiful day has begun. Qian Yuchen looked at the sleeping Shui Yunyan and gently stroked her long hair. No matter what you do, I support you. Tianshui Academy will also become the top senior soul master academy in the mainland. After murmured softly in her ear, he got up gently. After he got up and left the room, Shui Yunyan suddenly opened her eyes. Humph, the young master is very bad. Although he seemed to blame Qian Yuchen in his tone, he actually looked happy on his face. It's a pity that I'm going to return to the academy today. Shui Yunyan really wanted to stay with Jian Yuchen, but the students of the academy were still waiting for her to go back to class. She also got up, put on her pajamas, and returned to her room as fast as possible. It's still early now, and her sister Shui Yunluo hasn't gotten up yet. After changing his clothes again, Shui Yunyan slowly walked downstairs. This place has her exclusive room anyway, so I will come back when I have time. After Qian Yuchen came down, he watched Ziling and Yuling come out with breakfast from the kitchen. Good morning, why don't you take a little longer? Master, we have a good rest. The breakfast will be ready soon. You can wait. After Ziling finished speaking, she put the things on the dining table and continued to turn around and head towards the kitchen. Yuling smiled and walked to the kitchen. 2 ghost tiger cubs followed them happily, like little guards. Half an hour later, everyone gathered at the dining table and had breakfast happily. Shui Yunluo looked at her sister's red face and was puzzled by what she did last night. I don't know how much better than before, and there is a smile on my face. Yunyan, after dinner, let's go to Kenshui City to have a walk. Ling Yuan spoke. Shui Yunyan shook her head and said, Sister Ling Yuan, I am now the Dean of the Soul Master Academy. I will return to the academy after dinner. I'm sorry. Ling Yuan looked at her in surprise. What, are you the Dean of the Soul Master Academy now? Which college is it? Tian Shui Academy. Shui Yunluo replied. Tian Shui Academy, I haven't heard of it. Is it a newly established? Zhu Lingyun was born in Xingluo Royal Academy and is still very clear about the well-known Soul Master Academy on the mainland. She really has never heard of this Soul Master Academy called Tian Shui Academy. Yes, this is a college that I took the lead in establishing, specializing in female Soul Masters. Shui Yunyan also spoke. Women's Soul Master College? This made a look of surprise flash in Ling Yuan and Zhu Lingyun's eyes. In addition, we also have requirements for students' attributes, such as water attributes or ice attribute martial souls, so that we can enter the academy to study. Shui Yunyan knew that there was a 3-element academy on the mainland now, and she wanted to establish the 4th 4-element academy. The 3 elementary academies are Thunder, Divine Wind, and Fire. Yunyan, you have established the 4th element academy. Ling Yuan didn't expect she would do this. This was the first time on the mainland. Well, 3 elements academy, I don't think it sounds nice. 4 elements are so good. I also want to see what kind of performance a pure women's team can win in the Soul Master Elite competition of the all-continent. Shui Yunyan looked at them with a smile and said. She began to introduce the city's situation in detail to others. The humanistic environment of Kenshui City is different from other places. The female Soul Masters here account for 75%, 15% are local male Soul Masters, and 10% are foreign male Soul Masters. Most of the ones who had boys at home were sent to the surrounding junior and intermediate Soul Master Academy. The establishment of Tian Shui College is also very consistent with the current situation of this city. So that's it, then I wish you good results in the next Advanced Soul Master competition. Ling Yuan smiled. It's great that this sister can find what she wants to do. She naturally supports it. Brother-in-law, why don't you go to our college and give me some guidance? Shui Yunluo suddenly remembered that her sister told her that the young master was a knowledgeable and talented person. By the way, this question was raised. Okay, I'm quite interested in your Tian Shui Academy. Qian Yuchen nodded in agreement. As a bystander, he must be able to see different problems. 10 minutes later, everyone finished eating, and the Shui Yunyan sisters were about to return to the academy. Young master, let's go. Shui Yunyan looked at Qian Yuchen and said. Well, let's go. Qian Yuchen asked the 2 sisters to lead the way. So the 3 left the manor and headed towards the address of Tian Shui Academy. Yunyan, one of you sisters is the dean and the other is the vice president. For the other 3 female teachers, it's still not enough to bring 30 children. Qian Yuchen frowned slightly after listening to Shui Yunyan explaining the situation of her Tian Shui Academy. Teacher resources must be raised so that students can be trained more comprehensively. Then there is a virtuous cycle, and the number of students will also increase. After some small publicity, the reputation of Tian Shui Academy will increase. We are very busy, and we are also hurrying to recruit students. They are all interviewed and assessed by my sister and I personally. There is no way to go in the water, clouds, and smoke. Everything is difficult at the beginning, you can only do it yourself. Work hard first. Brother-in-law, that's why I asked you to help me take a look. Shui Yunluo also agreed. During the conversation, the three of them arrived in front of the gate of Tianshui Academy. Here, brother-in-law, it's already here. Shui Yunluo pointed to the big sign and said. It's not time for class yet, I'll take you to my office. After saying that, Shui Yunyan took Qin Yuchen into the gate. After taking a look at the signboard of the courtyard gate, Qian Yuchen focused on following Shui Yunyan. Sister, brother-in-law, wait for me. Shui Yunluo hurriedly chased after him. Along the way, I watched the students passing by in groups of 3 or 3, and all greeted Shui Yunyan. Their words all contain respect. This made Qian Yuchen very satisfied. Shui Yunyan did a good job in moral education. When you go to Shui Yunyan's office, you have to pass through the entire college. He looked at the overall architecture and it was in line with women's aesthetics. There were several gardens, which were very attractive to girls. There is no problem with the hardware facilities, so we need to solve the software problem. 5 minutes later, he came to Shui Yunyan's office. Yunyan, I took a preliminary look. Your academy has no problem with the layout. By the way, is there a mimic training ground? After he walked in, he asked. There are currently 2 mimic training grounds, one is water attribute and the other is ice attribute. Shui Yunyan didn't expect that Qian Yuchen had an understanding of the college in such a short time. Young master, sit down and talk. Shui Yunyan asked him to sit down, then turned around to make tea for him. Qian Yuchen thought about the scenes he had walked along the way, and several students he had seen were good qualifications. In terms of admissions control, Tianshui College has done a good job as a senior college. Shui Yunyan did his best to make Tianshui Academy bigger. Propaganda work is the top priority. Qian Yuchen said inwardly. Young master, please have tea. When he came back to his senses, Shui Yunyan had already placed the tea on the low table next to him. Yunyan, I have already made a name for the admissions plan and the plan to find teachers. Ah! Chapter 93, Set Out, the Far North. It has been a month since Kenshui City came to Kenshui City. The problem of Tianshui College has been solved and now it has recruited many good students. The teaching staff has expanded to 80 people. There is no problem in maintaining the normal operation of the academy now, and the Shui Yunyan sisters can still take more free time to visit his manor. At the same time, Shui Yunluo also knew why her sister became radiant. It wasn't like before that I asked about my sister's appearance changes. This also made Shui Yunyan happy and could enjoy some leisure time with Qin Yuchen with peace of mind. During this period, he also taught Shui Yunluo, his sister-in-law, how to practice Ice True Qi. This technique is combined with her martial soul, and she can also go thousands of miles a day when practicing. Compared with the Xianbing power practiced by Shui Yunyan, there is still a difference between the two. In general, the things surrounding him are already on the right track anyway, and you just need to continue to implement them step by step. Qian Yuchen himself was able to withdraw from his plan and did not need to bring him with Ning or others. And in this month, his Xixia magic skills have also been greatly improved. After he was able to achieve this skill, his body was 10 meters long and he could feel it clearly with his eyes closed. In addition, he can feel the danger very clearly and make choices to avoid risks. It was because after the 9 Yang Divine Art was achieved, his internal strength became extremely powerful, allowing the Xixia Divine Art to directly break through to the unprecedented Great Perfection realm. The soul power of Xixia Divine Power attribute does not conflict with other soul powers, but instead tends to merge. It is worthy of being a Taoist Kung Fu. I'm going to set off for the far north, and you guys are waiting for me to come back at home. This journey is dangerous and it is not suitable to take any of you. Qian Yuchen was in the hall, looking at Ling Yuan and the others. Second young master, can't I follow you with my strength? Although Ling Yuan knew that the extreme north was dangerous, her level 94 strength could at least protect herself, right? She was worried that Qin Yuchen would go alone, that would be too dangerous. The extreme north is extremely cold, and the soul beasts are all ice attributes and even extreme ice. This will be greatly restricted on your strength. Even if your strength is about to break through level 95, this is not possible. The dangers in the depths of the far north are no less than the core location of the Stardew Forest. Qian Yuchen would not agree to Ling Yuan following him, as the danger is very high. In the original work, Emperor Shui is a cold-hearted person. If there is a conflict, he will be confident of defeating the other party alone. Even if the Ice Emperor with some tactile attributes is not afraid at all. It's not appropriate to bring Ling Yuan with you. The fire-attributed Soul Master is subject to great restrictions there. Not to mention others, they just deliver food when they go. In short, he will not take anyone with him. Seeing that his tone was firm, Ling Yuan stopped talking. Master, the extreme north is full of dangers, you must act carefully. Zhu Lingyun reminded. Don't worry, I have always been cautious in my actions. You can wait for me to come back at home. At that time, I can still bring you some surprises. Qian Yuchen naturally would not do things that were unsure. He was well aware of the Goziaiju. He also wanted to bring some 10,000-year-old ice marrow to Ling Yuan and the others to further his strength. As for the harsh environment and low temperatures in the far north, that was not a problem for him. His 9-yang divine art is now at the level of 10 yangs, so he can easily grasp the temperature at a low temperature. Okay, I won't say much, I'm going to set off. You guys take your home and wait for me to come back. After saying that, Qin Yuchen disappeared from the spot instantly, with only Ling Yuan and a few others looking at each other in the hall. As soon as the picture changed, Kenshui City had arrived at the periphery of the frozen forest. Looking at the ice-clad beauty pine, he walked towards the depths of the forest. After about 10 minutes of leaving, he remembered that Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was still being taken by him. So, he stretched out his right hand, and after a space fluctuation, a large ice silkworm baby appeared. Oh, I'm suffocated to death. Why are there so many soul beasts in your place? You can find the holy light sky horse for 100,000 years. You are such a lucky person. After Tianmeng appeared, the Balabala mode began. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, how long does this frozen forest take to reach the core area of the extreme north? Qin Yuchen asked. You're asking the right person. We are now at the location, and we can reach the core area in 4 hours. But the closer you get to the core area, the higher the risk factor. The violent orangutan, the silly bear, and my cute Bing Bing. As for that existence, there is nothing important, she will not come forward. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm didn't hide it much and answered his question directly. The violent orangutan refers to the Titan Snow Demon King. The silly bear refers to the Ice Bear King Ziobai. The cute Bing Bing is the Bingbai Emperor Scorpion Ice Emperor. That existence is the special soul beast transformed by spiritual energy in the extreme north, Bing Tian Snow Girl. Snow Emperor. Tianmeng immediately noticed something was wrong and looked at Qin Yuchen with her stupid big eyes. No, human, are you so brave? If you don't even wear a thick cotton coat, aren't you afraid of being frozen into an ice sculpture? The lowest temperature in the frozen forest can reach at least -100 degrees. Qian Yuchen smiled, then heat began to emit from his body, and the snow at his feet melted. Hot. Tianmeng jumped straight away, why did it suddenly get hot? Hiss, human, what ability do you have to release such high temperature? But you have to pay attention. The core area of the far north is built on an extremely thick ice layer. Don't be too hot and it's falling down. This is the first time he has seen such a magical ability. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, stand on my shoulder. Get ready to go now. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he adjusted the temperature and prepared to continue moving forward. Okay. Tianmeng climbed along his arm and climbed to his right shoulder. Then, Qin Yuchen took it to the depths of the frozen forest. After walking for an hour, Qin Yuchen looked at the gloomy sky, and the snowflakes became bigger and bigger. This is not suitable for rushing, so you need to find a place to rest. His current location is still 2/3 away from the core position of the far north. Tianmeng, it's going to snow heavily soon, I have to find a place to stop. Well, it may be a blizzard. Even if it is a soul beast, I will not dare to come out at this time. Tianmeng felt that his choice was correct and agreed with his approach. Qian Yuchen looked around and let go of his perception. Then, he found a suitable location. Let's go, I've found a good place. When the blizzard is over, we will set out again. Chapter 94 Ice Bee Emperor Scorpion. The place Kenshui City is looking for is a cave with a very suitable location. There is no unpleasant smell coming from this hole, which means it is quite clean. He looked at the traces at the entrance of the cave and walked into the cave. Why do you feel like this is a bear cave? Tianmeng said in confusion. This is originally a bear hole, and there is a female bear with a cub inside. Qian Yuchen said with a smile. Tianmeng? No, why are you, a human being, so bold to provoke hibernating bears? The mother bear, and she still has a cub. The irritable buff is full. After Yuxuan walked in, he saw clearly the appearance of the two bears. Tianmeng, do you have giant pandas in the frozen forest? This bear and son are exactly the same as giant pandas. Tianmeng looked carefully and said, what a giant panda? This is a mutated ice bear. Otherwise, how could he live in the frozen forest? This color is very unique, and the black and white combination is very harmonious. The mother and son came to the marginal area and were probably driven out by the ice bear tribe. Look at them being thin. Yuxuan heard this and observed it carefully. I found that this bear and son are really different from giant pandas. This guy can catch up with the brown bear. For more novels, 75982, join, https://discord.gg/xxgastch. But it doesn't seem to be much fat, so the energy stored is not enough. Who told me to be a good person? He shook his head and walked gently to the bear cub. He took out a fat mandarin fish from his storage soul guide. Then, it swayed in front of its nose. The bear cub's nose began to move and kept sniffing. Ayo! It turned over and woke up with eyes open. I found the fish in front of my nose, opened my mouth and bit it. The fat fish meat lit up. Delicious! In just a few strokes, I ate a fat mandarin fish. Immediately afterwards, I discovered something was wrong. Why was there a two-legged beast and a bug in the hole? It was ready to show its vicious appearance to scare the other party away, roar. Before it could grin, a fat mandarin fish appeared at its mouth. Eat or not, this is a problem. It smells so fragrant. No matter what. The bear cub grabbed the fish and started eating it quickly. After eating, he sniffed around Yuxuan. Then he arched his legs, as if to say again. Is there any more? I'm not full yet. At this moment, the mother bear woke up and smelled a strange breath and prepared to attack. Roar! Plop! Yuxuan exuded a powerful pressure and suppressed the mother bear. Don't make noise, I'm feeding your baby. Why are you a dam? It's like you're hungry. After saying that, he took out another fish and threw it to the bear cub. The bear cub took it with joy and put it into his mouth, chewing it with satisfaction. Mother bear? No, you came to my house and told me not to talk and feed my cubs? You two-legged beast, you are too much. Who made my hair different from my ethnic group and was kicked out, making me feel hungry? The female bear watched the bear cub eat happily and became quiet and her hair was closed. Tianmeng, please communicate with her. We will hide from a blizzard here. As a reward, let them have a full meal. Yuxuan said to Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. No problem. Tianmeng Bingzi spoke to the mother bear that Yuxuan could not understand. After some chatter, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm said again. She said it's okay, let her go and you won't scream. Yuxuan put away his pressure, which made the mother bear feel relaxed instantly. It walked to Kenshui City and made a submission move. Get up, we'll be in the middle of this place. We don't want your position with your baby. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm performs synchronous translation, and then the female bear takes the bear cub and stays respectfully in her position. Yuxuan then took out two bathtub-like utensils from his storage soul guide. With a wave of his hand, the two vessels were filled with fat mandarin fish. Eat, this is what you promised. The female bear and the bear cub couldn't believe that so much food was for themselves. Looking at their stunned appearance, Yuxuan looked at Tianmeng with a smile. Tell them, this is a reward for them, just let go of your stomach and eat. Tianmeng croaked at the mother bear again, and they began to eat wildly. The temperature in the cave was not that cold, so the mandarin fish naturally did not get frozen. Big! Bar! The sound of the bear and the son chewing voraciously in the cave kept ringing. At the same time, the wind and snow outside the cave became heavier, seriously blocking the view. I don't know how long it has passed, but the blizzard outside the cave gradually stopped. After the mother and son of Xiong finished their meal, they thanked Yuxuan and Tianmeng, and then lay down and continued to sleep. The weather is back to normal now, let's keep moving forward. Yuxuan put away the two vessels and said to Tianmeng. If the snowstorm in the frozen forest lasts for a long time, it is normal for a long time to stop. This will help the soul beasts in the extreme north to carry out hunting, mating and other activities. Tianmeng also felt that now was the time to leave. After taking a look at the sleeping mother and son of Xiong, Yuxuan took Tianmeng away. As we went deeper and deeper, what we saw in front of Kenshui City was an endless ice field. No trace of vegetation can be seen. Walking to an empty ice field, Yuxuan felt something was wrong. There should be many soul beasts in this extreme north. Why did you never see a soul beast except for the mother and son I met before? Moreover, the ice field is too quiet. Tianmeng, do you feel that it's too quiet here? Yuxuan looked at Tianmeng Ice Silkworm with a slightly solemn tone. Oh? It seems to be. In the past, there were many white orangutans on this big ice field, but there was no one. See? There is also Bing Bing's tribe, but I haven't seen one. Tianmeng was also puzzled. Why didn't even see the soul beast of a big race? As it finished speaking, the ice surface began to shake violently. A cold woman's voice came. Why did humans break into my extreme north? A large crack appeared on the ice field, and a huge ice-green scorpion appeared 20 meters in front of Kenshui City. Ice Bitty Emperor Scorpion. You can still speak, your age should be more than 200,000 years, right? Yuxuan was very calm and slowly looked at the Ice Emperor. Tianmeng was different, and he became a little impatient. Bing Bing, I haven't seen you for so long, do you miss me? The Ice Emperor then looked at the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, and his tone was a little surprised. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, you actually had 10 golden patterns. Didn't the heavenly tribulation kill you? I didn't expect that you, a weak guy, actually broke through to 1 million years. She was very curious, how did this guy break through the heavenly tribulation like this? You should know that she may not have the confidence to survive the 380,000 year heavenly disaster for 400,000 years. Celestial tribulation? What kind of heavenly tribulation? Tianmeng was a little confused. After it woke up in the ice cave, 10 golden patterns appeared on its body, and everything was normal. In terms of mental power, it has increased a little. When I heard this, Ice Emperor was somewhat interested in its way to survive the heavenly tribulation. Human, give me the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm and leave here. I promise, you won't be hurt. Yuxuan looked at her high look and shook his head. I'm here this time to look for the Snow Emperor, or please take the lead. Humph, I know you guys are not uneasy. Take trouble for oneself. The Ice Emperor snorted coldly, and the claws attacked Kenshui City. Since the truth doesn't make sense, let's talk about physics. Yuxuan put away the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, jumped into the air, avoiding the attack of the Ice Emperor. Immediately afterwards, 9 soul rings appeared on his body. Purple, purple, black, 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 red, red, red. When did you, a titled Douluo as strong as you, appear among humans? The Ice Emperor was filled with shock and was shocked by the powerful aura of Kenshui City. Chapter 95 The Snow Girl in the Ice Sky. The Ice Emperor looked at Yuxuan and was shocked by his strength. This is the first time she has seen such a powerful titled Douluo. 300,000 year soul rings, I have to be careful. She said intimately. Looking at the Ice Emperor who was about to launch another attack, Yuxuan smiled slightly. Ice Emperor, the so-called I will never get to know each other without fighting, let me see how strong you are among the 3 kings of the extreme north. After the words came to an end, he closed his hands. The holy light subjugates the demons. The dazzling golden light made the Bing Emperor subconsciously close his eyes. After the golden light dissipated, a huge golden statue full of sacred aura appeared in front of her. Refer to the great Buddha of Shinju Hashirama Senju to grasp the 9 tails. Now, the huge body of the Ice Emperor seems to have less of that deterrence. How is this possible? The Ice Emperor looked at Yuxuan standing on the head of the statue and showed a look of horror. Ice Emperor, then let you taste my physical communication method. After Yuxuan finished speaking, countless big hands behind the golden statue smashed the Ice Emperor. Humph, humans, don't underestimate me. The body of the Ice Emperor showed a joustic light and shouted. Ice defense. Boom. 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 A huge sound resounded here, and the ice scattered around. After everything was settled, the Ice Emperor's huge body disappeared. Damn human, I lost this time. Wait for me, I will definitely come back. A 1-meter diameter ice cave on the ice layer, and the unwilling voice of the Ice Emperor came from inside. It turned out that after she withstood 1/3 of Kenshui City's attack, she discovered something was wrong. I may not be able to stop this human attack. So he turned into a human form, opened a passage from under the ice, and ran away. This Ice Emperor is a bit interesting. Yuxuan smiled, then the golden statue dispersed and slowly landed on the ground. He summoned the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm again, and the other party asked anxiously. Where is Bing Bing? She is not injured, right? Don't worry, I'm a good deal. She left just now. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm finally breathed a sigh of relief, and was secretly surprised by Yuxuan's strength. A human being can fight a soul beast of 380,000 years alone and beat the other party away. How strong is it? I hope that the white-haired gorilla will have some eyes and don't offend this smiling tiger. Don't look at his smile on his face. I really started to fight, but I don't know how cruel it is. How far is our current location from the territory of the Ice Sky and Snow Girl? Yuxuan asked Tianmeng again. It takes 2 hours. If you speed up the road, you will arrive in less than an hour. Tianmeng replied. Okay, hurry up. After saying that, Yue's wind was coming from the foot of the city. He quickly chased in the direction where the Ice Emperor left. After a long run, Ice Emperor has already escaped from Kenshui City. She came out from under the ice, looked behind her, and walked into the ice and snow castle in front of her. Hehe, it's snowing, I'm here. Looking at the location of Emperor Shui, the negative emotions left by Yuxuan in her heart disappeared instantly. Soon, she met Emperor Shui. He rushed over and hugged the other person's waist. Hi Snow, I'm back. Emperor Shui looked at the Ice Emperor who was not in a straight face and couldn't help but shake his head. Then he frowned slightly and asked. Aren't you patrolling the outer layer of the core area? Why did you run back? You have a strange aura. Could it be that humans have come to the core area? The Ice Emperor nodded and said angrily. Yes, there is a very powerful human being who is coming here with the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. His last 3 soul rings are 100,000 years old. That kind of powerful momentum may only be able to compete with him. If I hadn't run fast, I might not have seen my dear heavy Snow. Snow Emperor let the Ice Emperor loosen up, walked to the window, and began to feel the situation in the entire core circle. In her perception, a powerful existence is moving quickly towards her territory. It is expected that the other party will arrive at her in 3 minutes. It's so fast, I want to see what you want to do. Swaty's eyes flashed slightly. This was the first time she had seen such a brave human. Bing Bing, you and I will wait for him here to see what he wants to do. Okay, I don't believe he can still be presumptuous in front of you. The Ice Emperor nodded, thinking about how to teach that human being a lesson later. On the side of Kenshui City, I felt the powerful aura ahead, carrying extremely powerful ice power. He looked at Tianmeng Bing Silkworm and asked, Tianmeng, we are here soon. By the way, have you seen Bing Tian Snow Girl? Tianmeng Bing Silkworm nodded, I have seen it once. She is the natural ice master and the king of the extreme north. It makes other soul beasts unable to help but surrender. After the words came, Yuxuan stopped and looked at the ice and snow castle in front of him. Arrival, Swaty's residence. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm raised her head and discovered a kind of surrender from the bottom of her bones. Who else can besides Swaty? Please ask the Lord of the Far North to come forward and talk to you. Yuxuan shouted. Human, what's wrong with you breaking into the core area of my extreme north? A cold sound came, carrying the power of pressure. Forget it for this kind of meeting gift. Yuxuan waved his hand and the air in front of him was frozen. She is worthy of being the snow girl in Bingtian, and her skills can be called a king-like existence. In the first encounter, the two tied. The gate of the ice and snow castle opened, and Kenshui City walked in without any hesitation. Then, 2 women appeared in front of me. The woman on the right side had her eyes on Yuxuan. Just so happened that Yuxuan also looked at her. In Yuxuan's eyes, the woman's long white hair was hanging from behind her head to her feet, and her sky-blue eyes were empty and transparent, as if she could see through everything in the world. Her slender body is flawless, and although her white long skirt is not decorated at all, it makes her look so noble and stunning. Meticulous, like a cold plum blossom in the snow, outstanding, proud of the snow and despicable frost. Human, you are so bold that you dare to break in. I see how you go today. The Bingdi looked at the 2 of them looking at each other, and felt a little uncomfortable. Then he spoke and interrupted the 2 of them. Ice Emperor is so bad. I'm here this time, but I'm sincere. After Yuxuan finished speaking, he looked at Emperor Shui for a few times and said again. The legendary vision from the sky descended from the extreme north has given birth to its guardian. Since then, it has become even more difficult for humans to enter the frozen forest. Even the titled Douluo strong men, many of them failed there. Since then, the extreme north has become a taboo existence among humans. Then he shook his head and sighed, "It's a pity that your face is dead. Heaven and earth will not allow you to be as powerful as you. The next heavenly tribulation may be your end." Emperor Shui's calm expression instantly became solemn. Since she has survived the 600,000-year heavenly tribulation, she has always felt a dangerous existence. At the same time, I had a premonition that the next heavenly disaster may be a death disaster. But, so does this human know? Obviously, I have never met you before. Human, are you talking about this when you come here? The Ice Emperor showed an incomprehensible look, and the heavenly tribulation of the soul beast is indeed very terrifying. Her 300,000-year heavenly disaster almost died under the thunder. Emperor Shui looked at Yuxuan and wanted to know what he wanted to do. The number of heavenly tribulations of the soul beast is the gods in the god world. In order to prevent the soul beast clan from appearing like a dragon god again. So, for tens of thousands of years, countless soul beasts have died under the heavenly tribulation, either turned into human form, and then turned into dead bones after enjoying more than 100 years of life. Even if you are born from the spiritual energy of the extreme north, you can't escape this. If you want to change this result, you have to overturn it, the decaying world of gods. Build a new pattern to allow healthy competition between soul beasts and human races. Yuxuan's remarks shocked the two overlords of the extreme north. Overthrow God's rule? It's really shocking. Looking at the expressions on their faces, Yuxuan smiled slightly. Your land in the extreme north has the inheritance of the ice god. Chapter 96 Ten Yang Holy Fire, Snow Emperor's Trust Suit. What you mean is that if I get the inheritance of the ice god, I will be able to survive the 700,000-year heavenly tribulation. Sweaty was still a little excited in his tone, which was good news for her. That's right, only by using God's power can we defeat God. Yuxuan nodded. But how can we find the inheritance of the ice god? The Ice Emperor asked the most core question. This is of course not a problem, you don't need to worry. Yuxuan looked at her and said with a smile. Emperor Shui asked again, humans, is your purpose just to overthrow the divine realm? Yes, I have already won the strongest existence among your soul beasts. Your cultivation is profound, but you are just ranked third. The two people ahead of you are one of the Golden Eye Black Dragon King and the other is the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Yuxuan nodded and said. It's higher than Emperor Shui's cultivation. This Emperor Ice was a little disbelief. Yuxuan turned to look at the Ice Emperor and explained. The former is 800,000 years old, and it can be called the strongest on land. The latter is 990,000 years old, and is the overlord of the sea, who once had a fight with the sea god. He paused and said again. The three major soul beasts, the Stardo Forest, are already in place. Now I'm in contact with your extreme north. After this trip, I'll be ready to go to the sea. After uniting the power of your soul beast, I have already made arrangements with the human soul master. When the time is right, you can accomplish this great feat. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor looked at each other. The human man in front of him was so crazy. He is preparing to gather all the power on the continent and go against the will of heaven. It's really a bold move. You don't need to worry, I have never done things that I don't know for sure. I came here this time with great sincerity. Yuxuan said again when hesitated on their faces. No, soul beasts have always regarded the strong as respect. We must know your strength in order to agree to the cooperation. Although the Ice Emperor looks clear and stupid, she is very principled. Humans have many sweet words, so they must be careful. When Emperor Shui heard her say this, he couldn't help but nod. Okay, find a place and ask Emperor Shui for advice. Yuxuan understood the other party's thoughts and signaled the other party to find a location to compete. Come with me. After saying that, Emperor Shui walked out of the castle. She didn't want the battle to affect her residence, and reconstruction was very troublesome. Tianmeng Bingzi didn't expect Yuxuan to agree at once, but unfortunately he couldn't see it. When the battle begins, the other party will definitely put him away. As the picture changed, Yuxuan and Sweaty came to a wide ice field. Human, don't hold back. If I fail, you may have to sleep on this ice field. Emperor Shui looked at Yuxuan and said in a cold tone. I have always respected any opponent and I will definitely give my all. Even if you lose, you're just not as skilled as others. Yuxuan smiled slightly, looking relaxed and indifferent. He looked at Tianmeng Binjian, just hold my shoulders tightly and take a closer look at this competition. Okay. Tianmeng Bingzi lies tightly on his shoulders, looking at him and swayed curiously. Emperor Shui saw Yuxuan ready, and his eyes became colder. Ice and snowfall. Snowflakes suddenly appeared in the sky, attacking Kenshui City like blades. Guardian of the Holy Light. Yuxuan waved his hand and a golden barrier appeared 3 feet in front of him. The snowflakes in the sky cannot make progress. Tianmeng looked at him in surprise. Without the bright soul ring, he easily blocked the attack of Emperor Shui. This human has some strength, but unfortunately this is not enough. A flash of light flashed in Emperor Shui's eyes, and the power of ice dissipated from under her feet toward the surroundings. Frozen for thousands of miles. Under the erosion of the cold air, cracks appeared on the golden barrier 3 feet in front of Kenshui City. I deserve to be the Snow Emperor. I agree with you at this level of extreme ice. There was still a smile on the corner of his mouth, but the temperature in his body was rising rapidly. Fire Cloud Palm. Yuxuan pushed forward with both hands, and 2 blue flame fire dragons flew towards the Snow Emperor. Wherever you pass, the opponent's ice power will be ineffective. Strange, doesn't his soul power have a sense of sacredness? Why is it full of rich fire attributes? The Ice Emperor was watching the battle from a distance, looking at Kenshui City in confusion. Swadi's eyes filled with blue light and shouted. The Emperor's palm has great cold and no snow. A powerful ice power appeared in her palms and slapped straight at the 2 fire dragons. Boom! Click! 2 fires after the dragon and Swadi's palms came into contact, a powerful impact burst out. Immediately afterwards, they began to freeze and turned into ice dragon eagles. Hiss, if you get a slap, that's all. Tianmeng said tremblingly. Although this palm technique is powerful, it requires contact with the target. Yuxuan could see the flaw at a glance. Emperor Shui stopped and naturally heard their conversation. This human being hasn't revealed his soul ring yet, so it seems relaxed. His strength cannot be underestimated. If you take my next move, I will agree to cooperate with you. After she murmured, her body slowly levitated. In an instant, the blue flames around Kenshui City were limited to 1 foot of the body. Feeling the change in temperature, his eyes began to become serious. This is going to release your ultimate move, so come on. Hey! The blue flame on Yuxuan's body instantly turned blue. At the same time, he slowly escaped from gravity and floated in mid-air. The snow dances in the sun in the cold sky. The ultimate ice power instantly dissipated toward the surroundings, and the air was frozen. Yuxuan's eyes were flashing with raging flames, and his hands were folded together. Tenyang Holy Fire. Then, the blue flame on his body instantly expanded and exploded, colliding with the Shui Wu Yang of the Shui Emperor. Ice and fire began to collide fiercely. The rich steam turned into mist, instantly covering both sides, and the vision was completely blocked. A hint of anxiety flashed in the Ice Emperor's eyes, and he began to worry about Emperor Shui. That human, when he fought with him, he still held back. This is his strongest state if he doesn't show his soul ring. When the fog dissipated, the 2 of them held swords in their hands and pointed at each other. Yuxuan was holding a sword condensed by green flames in his hand, and Swadi was a long sword of dark blue ice crystals in his hand. I wonder if Emperor Shui recognizes his strength. Yuxuan looked at her with a smile and said. Human, I can feel that you are not using your full strength. Your strength should be at the top level among humans. I believe what you said before. Emperor Shui dispersed the sword in his hand and turned toward his castle. Yuxuan dissipates his skills and returns to normal state. After adjusting his breathing, he slowly followed Swadi. Wow, you useless soul ring and martial soul, you have a draw with Snow Emperor. Tianmeng felt that she had seen the most explosive scene in her life. A human without using a soul ring and a soul beast that had been tied for more than 600,000 years. Just let's talk, don't take it to heart. Yuxuan smiled, not caring about it. The matter is the most important thing below, and I just happened to meet the other 2 powerful soul beasts. Chapter 97 The 3 Heavenly Kings of the North. After returning to the Snow Emperor's castle, her impression of Kenshui City has changed a lot. She already believed in the other party's strength, and what he said was not false. Since he has joined forces with Stardo Great Forest, the extreme north can also reach cooperation with him. Humans, since you know our existence, after so long, should you introduce yourself? Emperor Shui looked at Kenshui City and said coldly. This is natural. Qian Yuchen began to introduce himself. In Xia Qian Yuchen, he is a 98 level titled Douluo, and he loves reading. What, you are only level 98? It's really hard for the Ice Emperor to believe that this guy is not the ultimate level among human soul masters. At this level, you can still suppress yourself. How strong is this? Qian Yuchen, not very strong, it is only as high as 3 or 4 floors. My father has reached the limit of human cultivation, level 99. It's a pity that he can't break through the last step. Qian Yuchen said again. When Emperor Shui heard this, he remembered something and asked, it's the person with 6-winged martial souls. The man was very strong and once beaten the Titan Snow Demon King. But it seemed that something was wrong and she didn't come to her territory. Then I will call the remaining 2 strong men from the extreme north to discuss cooperation. The remaining 2 are Ice Bear King Xiaobai and Titan Snow Demon King. As for the Tianmeng Ice Silkworms, it is the food of these races, and it is also the wisdom-filled existence of Tianmeng. I'll call the gorilla over, you can call Xiaobai. The Bing Emperor spoke. Well, go, I'll call Xiaobai here. Emperor Shui nodded and began to use a special method to call the Ice Bear King. The Ice Emperor left and headed for the territory of the Titan Snow Demon King. An hour later, the Ice Bear King and the Titan Snow Demon King came here. Hey, silly guy, what are you doing here? I've been cultivating for thousands of years if I'm not afraid of being beaten again. When Xiaobai saw the Titan Snow Demon King, he spoke up and mocked him. You little stupid bear, I was asked by Bing Diangxiu girl. Otherwise, I just jumped from here and I wouldn't come here if I die. Titan Snow Demon King said with a gloomy face. He was very confused. What did Emperor Shui call him and the stupid bear to do? Seeing his reaction, Ice Bear Wang Xiaobai I can't figure out what Sweaty wants to do. Then, the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor came out of the castle. I'm asking you here this time, I'm going to discuss with you something important. Sweaty looked at them and said. I don't know what happened to Emperor Shui, please tell me in detail. The Titan Snow Demon King felt that it might be an important matter and asked anxiously. After all, the 3 heavenly kings are all together, and things are not simple. Our soul beasts will suffer from heavenly tribulation every 100,000 years. This is the restriction of the soul beast clan by gods. Now there is a human being who needs our strength to change this pattern and prepare to fight against the will of heaven and destruction. Emperor Shui said again, with a little more serious look in his tone. What? I'm afraid this person is crazy, right? The legendary god is the supreme existence. Is a human being so arrogant? The Titan Snow Demon King widened his eyes and felt a little incredible. There are records about God in his memory, which is an existence beyond the continent. Every move can destroy the world, and moving mountains and filling the sea is a small problem. The existence of God cannot be measured by grades and years. He is very strong, we will draw after a competition. Sweaty said again. Where is that human? After saying that, King Xiaobai of Ice Bear, he looked around. I want to see what a human who tied with his godmother looks like. Swish! Qian Yuchen suddenly appeared to the right side of the Snow Emperor, looking at the Titan Snow Demon King and the Ice Bear King with a smile. Both sides looked at each other. The Titan Snow Demon King looked at Qian Yuchen's appearance and seemed to remember something. Human, what is your relationship with that guy with 6-winged golden martial souls? 20 years ago, a human came to the extreme north and was encountered by him. The opponent's martial soul is a golden human-shaped martial soul with 6 wings. It has sacred attributes and is very powerful. The soul ring turned out to be 8 black and 1 red. This is an unheard of existence. With one move, he knocked him down. That is the exclusive martial soul that only descendants of the angel god have. Qian Yuchen explained. The person you mentioned should be my father. Titan Snow Demon King? Your father? Descendants of the angel god? Wouldn't that mean that you are also a descendant of the angel god? As a descendant of God, resisting God, is this considered an unworthy descendant? Human, I'm very surprised, why do you want to do such a small chance of success, but instead? The strength of God is not something you and I can imagine. Maybe the legendary million-year soul beast can only touch God. The Titan Snow Demon King felt that Yuxuan was a typical person who had nothing to do after eating, so he thought about fighting against the legendary existence. Million-year soul beast. I have one here. After saying that, Yuxuan pointed to the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm on his right shoulder. Isn't this guy just a million-year soul beast, without any attack power? When Emperor Shui heard this, he looked at Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, but he didn't expect it to be true. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm will produce a golden pattern every 100,000 years, and there are 10 golden patterns on the body in front of you. A million-year soul beast. But, why do you look weaker than Xiaobai? This made her a little confused. That, it's been a million years of luck. Tianmeng saw their eyes looking at him and smiled embarrassedly. Although you have a cultivation level of hundreds of years, your attack power is not as good as a 100-year soul beast. I'm very curious, where your energy has gone. Emperor Shui looked at Tianmeng and said in confusion. It absorbed a large amount of ice marrow that lasted for millions of years, and by chance it exceeded 1 million years. It doesn't look aggressive, but its mental power is stronger than the 4 of you combined. Yuxuan answered their questions, and now is not the time to get entangled in this question. You 4 are the strongest people in the far north. Now is the time to make a decision. To be on the safe side, I have also prepared a method of cultivation suitable for soul beasts. The Stardo Great Forest is already engaged in cultivation. His words surprised Emperor Shui a little. Is this the method of cultivating soul beasts created by humans? Human, what you said is true. Swaity asked with a look of suspicion. Yuxuan nodded, then waved his hand and 4 secret books were suspended in front of them. Ice God's Art. Scorpio Secret Technique. The 9 Profound Transformation of Titans. Xianbing Barbarian Bear. After opening and looking at the 4 overlords of the far north, they were instantly attracted. After reading it once, Yuxuan waved his hand and the 4 secret books returned to him. He looked at Swaity with a smile. How? Have you ever believed what I said? Human, you are such a magical existence, I agree to help you. Although the snow girl still looked cold on her face, she was very excited. If the cultivation method of the ice god art just now was true, then she would be completely sure to survive the heavenly tribulation. I promise you to cooperate to overthrow the divine world and create a bright future for the Soul Beast clan. The Titan Snow Demon King was the most excited. That cultivation method could enhance the power of the Titan bloodline in his body. After practicing to the 9th transformation, he is the living Titan giant and will become a physical body between heaven and earth. The most powerful existence. Even gods have the power to fight. The choice of Snow Emperor is mine, said the Ice Emperor and the Ice Bear King at the same time. The Ice Emperor and the Ice Bear King naturally followed the Snow Emperor. She agreed to assist Yuxuan, so she would fully support the Snow Emperor's decision. Since the 4 supporters of Jian, please take these 4 methods of cultivation. After parting, I hope you will devote yourself to practicing. At that time, the war will rely on your strength. After Yuxuan finished speaking, he sent the 4 secret books to them again. Qian Gongzi, happy cooperation. Emperor Shui turned around and looked at him and stretched out his right hand. Happy cooperation. Yuxuan stretched out his right hand and half-hold it. The Ice Emperor turned his head and muttered without listening to it. Humph, damn human, only I can touch Dugu's hands. Chapter 98 The Inheritance of the Ice God. After the 4 powerful men in the extreme north received the cultivation method taught by Yuxuan, the Ice Emperor, the Ice Bear King and the Titan Snow Demon King immediately returned to their territory to practice. Emperor Shui is not in a hurry now, she is waiting for Yuxuan to take her to find the inheritance of the Ice God. Young Master Qian, did you have a good rest last night? Your palace is really magical. You don't feel cold at night, but you have a warm and comfortable texture. Yuxuan naturally understood the implication of her words, and then said. Snow Emperor Shui is ready, let's go. This is what Emperor Shui was waiting for, I am naturally ready. Where is the inheritance of this ice god in the extreme north? Yuxuan raised his lips and smiled, where did you transform into shape? There is the place where the ice god fell. Swaity? No, the place where she transformed was the place where the ice god fell? Looking at her stunned, Yuxuan said again. The ice god is the god who masters the laws of ice. The place where she fell must be the place where the power of ice is strongest. Otherwise, how could the extreme north condense such a powerful aura of heaven and earth, and give birth to your existence? In addition, have you ever had an existence like you since your birth? Emperor Shui shook his head, and the only one in the extreme north was born with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It can be said that she has been alone so far. Ice Emperor, Ice Star King and Titan Snow Demon King all have their own ethnic groups, and the Snow Emperor lives here alone. Then please lead the way. I don't think you can forget the place of birth. Qian Yuchen said again. Emperor Shui didn't expect that his birthplace was the place where Ice God once fell. What a coincidence! Young Master Qian, please come with me. After saying that, Emperor Shui turned around and headed out of the castle. Qian Yuchen followed her slowly. This is not what he said nonsense. When he first came here, he felt a faint rule of ice not far away. In addition, there is a similar aura to the body of Swaty. Swaty was very fast, and he arrived at his birthplace in 10 minutes. She comes here every 10 years, but why didn't she find anything unusual here? The inheritance of the ice god is here, so she should be able to easily detect it. She turned around and looked at Qian Yuchen and said, Young Master Qian, this is my birthplace, but I don't feel any other existence. Qian Yuchen did not answer her directly, but began to look at her carefully. After some observation, he looked at the Snow Emperor and said, the power of the ice law here is very weak. Your cultivation level is only at the extreme ice stage, not the real law, so you can't feel the abnormality here. The ice god fell for too long, and the color of the law gradually dissipated as time goes by. So that's it. Shui Emperor's use of the power of extreme ice is perfect. But when it comes to the rules, she just looked at it. It's no wonder she couldn't notice the abnormality here, because her own cultivation was insufficient. Then is the ice god art that you gave me the skill that ice god practiced at the time? No, this is a martial art that allows you to understand the laws of ice. According to what you said, I have successfully understood the law of ice, and then after the great success, I will be the new ice god. Why do you still want to come here? The god's inheritance of the ice god can help you understand the laws of ice faster. Let's understand faster. Yes, the ancestors plant trees and the later generations enjoy the shade, so that your cultivation can improve by leaps and bounds. After hearing Qian Yuchen say this, Emperor Shui also understood his intention. He wanted to use the remaining power of the ice god to push his cultivation to a new level, and then become the ice god. In this way, her new ice god may be stronger than her ex-ice god. Young Master Qian, then how can we go to the inheritance of the ice god? Emperor Shui was curious about how he would open the passage and go to the land of the inheritance of the ice god. Qian Yuchen looked at her and smiled and said, Snow Emperor, you stretch out your right hand and you still need your strength to open the passage. Emperor Shui nodded and stretched out his right hand. Qian Yuchen walked to her and gently held her wrist. Immediately afterwards the energy was released through the Snow Emperor's right hand, and the calm ice surface around him began to shake violently. Cracks appeared on the ice surface, and blue light flashed, emitting a sacred and inviolable aura. I have been dead for thousands of years. Today I see the sun again. Those who look for the place where I fall will be the next successor of the ice god. A woman's voice came, full of an inexplicable charm. Then, a circular magic circle appeared in front of Qian Yuchen and Swaty. This is the teleportation array to the ice god inheritance, let's go. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he took Emperor Shui's hand and walked into the teleportation array. Human, let go of me. Swaty said angrily. Ah, sorry. Sorry. Qian Yuchen hurriedly let go of his hand and expressed his offense. After the two walked into the teleportation array, a blue light flashed and their figures disappeared on the ice field. What were the cracks on the ice before? All disappeared, the ice surface returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. As the picture changed, Qian Yuchen and Swaty came to an underground ice palace. Qian Yuchen relaxed his perception, and this place was actually an independent space. The location is 1000 meters below the ice surface and is isolated by a special barrier. No wonder Swaty couldn't find its existence. How can I find it so hidden? Emperor Shui looked at the palace gate in front of him and immediately felt something attracting him. Then, she slowly headed towards the door. Qian Yuchen did not feel any danger, so he did not stop the other party. Emperor Shui walked to the gate of the ice palace, stretched out his right hand and placed it on the gate. Buzz! The door flashed blue light and then it opened automatically. There is an ice statue of a woman in the main hall of the ice palace, smiling and looking ahead. Emperor Shui slowly walked in, and Qian Yuchen followed her. When you walk into the hall, Kenshui City feels very rich in ice law. Emperor Shui felt a very intimate feeling and became relaxed. At this time, the eyes of the ice statue lit up and a phantom of a woman appeared below it. I didn't expect that after thousands of years, the place where I found my inheritance was actually the ice and snow spirit and humans. Okay, no matter who it is, the ice god inheritance finally has a belonging. The woman's phantom was filled with emotion. Emperor Shui looked at the phantom of the woman and said, "Are you the former guardian of the extreme north, the ice god?" "Yes, I am the ice god," said the woman's phantom. "The ice god is a first-level god in the god realm. Unfortunately, my luck in the battle was a little worse, so I fell." She sighed and introduced herself again. "I was originally the first wisp of ice spiritual energy born on this continent. Later, I was born with spiritual intelligence. Later, I realized the power of the law and broke the limit and ascended to the divine realm. The god position is the controller of the ice law, the ice god." The snow girl didn't expect that this ice god was born similar to hers. The ice god phantom said again, "Since you are the spirit of ice and snow with me, it is most appropriate for you to inherit the position of ice god." "How should I inherit the position of ice god?" asked the snow girl. "I have fallen, but the core of the god is still there. When you completely refine it, you can inherit the position of ice god again. You and I are both the spirits of ice and snow, this is fate." After the ice god's phantom said that, it turned into a ray of light and flew into the snow girl's eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, her body floated uncontrollably. A large number of ice laws rushed towards Emperor Shui's body. In Qian Yuchen's eyes, these laws' powers condensed into a seed in her body. Then, a set of women's armor appeared on Swaty's body, with an ice blue metal texture. The armor was worn on her body, like a martial goddess in the snow. Ice God set. Finally, there is the exclusive weapon of the ice god, Bingling Piaoxio Divine Bow. The inheritance ended, and the snow emperor slowly fell down and then opened his eyes. After carefully examining her situation, she looked at Qian Yuchen and said, "Young Master Qian, am I accepting the inheritance?" "Yes, you are wearing the ice god's divine clothing, and you are holding the ice god's divine artifact in your hand. When you completely refine the core of the god left by the ice god, you will be the ice god." Qian Yuchen looked at her and said seriously, "Since the inheritance is obtained, let's leave." "Okay, but you can put away the magical artifact first, it's better." When Emperor Shui heard this, his mind moved and his equipment disappeared. Qian Yuchen put his hand on her shoulder, and then the two left the Ice God Palace. Chapter 99 Capturing the Extremely Cold Bird, An Unexpected Joy. Qian Yuchen took Tianmeng away from the core area of the extreme north and came to the frozen forest. After obtaining the inheritance of the Ice God, Emperor Shui immediately entered the state of cultivation. She wants to refine the core of the Ice God as soon as possible and become the new Ice God. Qian Yuchen is still very supportive of this. After all, she has achieved a god position and her strength is more guaranteed. "Boss Qian, you convinced the four overlords in an instant. Aren't you afraid that the four Swaty and the others will not keep their words after they have achieved success in their cultivation?" Tianmeng expressed confusion. No matter how much he trusted the other party, the human heart was separated from his belly. "Tianmeng, if the Soul Beast clan does not change like this, it will face a catastrophe in 10,000 years. The level of human civilization development is very fast. I believe that at this time, the title Douluo among humans will appear like mushrooms after a rain. The heavenly tribulation in the divine realm makes many the little soul beast has been in the middle of 100,000 years, so the balance between the two sides will be broken." After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he looked at him seriously. "This is very unfavorable to your soul beasts." Tianmeng thought about it, but this said makes some sense. If the balance between humans and soul beasts is broken, I don't know what consequences will be. The gods in the divine realm want to change the current situation, but not to destroy this balance. Qian Yuchen doesn't want selfish people like Tang San to regard Douluo continent as their back garden. Many things are caused by his own selfishness. Qian Yuchen will not let it happen again in such a thing. "Do you know where the gathering place of the extreme cold birds? I'm going to catch one and go back." Qian Yuchen changed the topic and asked again. "Extreme cold bird? It is the natural enemy that my clan fears the most except for the ice by scorpion. From this current position, just move towards the snow-capped mountain on the left." Tianmeng told him the information he knew. "Thank you." Qian Yuchun glanced at the snow-capped mountains in the distance and quickly moved towards his destination. 30 minutes later, Qian Yuchun saw a lot of bird feathers and bird droppings along the way. In addition, he also felt a lot of the aura of 10,000-year-old soul beasts. Oh my god, how come there are so many thousands of years in this extremely cold bird population? Tianmeng also felt something was wrong, it was so strange. He knows the extreme cold bird, and there are very few existences at the 10,000 years. The snow-capped mountains ahead are full of the breath of extremely cold birds, and this area is already their territory. Qian Yuchun spoke. Get closer and take a look, things shouldn't be that simple. Tianmeng felt that this matter was too abnormal. Qian Yuchun nodded and moved towards the snow-capped mountains invisibly and quickly. After coming to a hidden location at the foot of the snow-capped mountain, Kenshui City carefully explored and found an excellent location. A naturally formed ice cave. He took Tianmeng in and prepared his next plan. However, after Tianmeng came to this ice cave, he realized something was wrong. 10,000 years of ice marrow. It's the smell of the ice marrow that has been in the 10,000 years. Tianmeng showed a hint of addiction, and he was so familiar with this taste. He once ate when he woke up and slept after he finished eating. He still remembers such comfortable days. Qian Yuchun was stunned and instantly understood why a large number of 10,000-year level existences appeared in the extreme cold bird. Then this is really easy to get. It just saved him from the trouble of finding the 10,000-year-old ice marrow. Tianmeng, it must be that there is a large amount of 10,000-year-old ice marrow in this snow-capped mountain. These extremely cold birds absorbed it, so many 10,000-year-old levels appeared. I just said, how could they have so many 10,000 years of level? So that's how it is. Tianmeng also understood that the extreme cold bird was like himself, absorbing the ice marrow for thousands of years and making its years grow greatly. Let's rest here for a while, and we'll see where the 10,000-year-old ice marrow is hidden. Qian Yuchun would not miss this good opportunity. Maybe the extreme cold bird will give her a surprise. These stupid birds are so lucky. Tianmeng sighed. After readjusting his state, Qian Yuchun took the Tianmeng ice silkworm to hide his own breath and headed towards the snow-capped mountains. Under Tianmen's sensitive sense of smell, he soon found a cave with a diameter of 2.5 meters on the top of the snow-capped mountain. Many extremely cold birds flew in and out of the cave entrance, and made cheerful screams. Wow, what a rich smell of thousands of years of ice marrow! Tianmeng felt a little greedy. Qian Yuchun looked at it and headed towards the cave. There must be a large amount of thousands of years of ice marrow inside this cave. After walking for about 3 minutes, Qian Yuchun reached the end of the cave entrance. Then, I was shocked by the scene in front of me. There is empty in front, and below is a huge piece of ice marrow that has been marrowed in 10,000 years. 3 extremely cold birds, which are close to the golden eagle, use their beaks to peck large pieces of the 10,000-year-old ice marrow into debris, and many low-year-old mouths are hungry below. How many have they absorbed from 3 extremely cold birds that have been 100,000 years old? Tianmeng looked at the scene below and said in shock. Qian Yuchun smiled slightly, and those with virtue who are good at nature and treasures are here, then he will be welcome. Tianmeng, these extremely cold birds are our friends. How can we thank them for helping us find such a large piece of thousands of years of ice? Tianmeng Bingzi looked at his smile and felt a cold behind him. Why does this smile look so sinister? After saying that, the aura on Qian Yuchun was no longer concealed, and the powerful aura instantly swept across the entire cave. Boom! Under the huge pressure, a large number of extremely cold birds were shocked to death. Only the 3 extremely cold birds that were 100,000 years old were left, lying on the top and staring at Kenshui City. It seems to be saying, damn human, you are doing sneak attacks without martial ethics. Qian Yuchun flashed and came to the 3 extremely cold birds. Tianmeng, please communicate with them and surrender to me, and you will have a chance to survive. Otherwise, I took action to beat them half to death, and then absorbed the soul ring and soul bones. After he finished speaking, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Tianmeng looked at the 3 extremely cold birds and began to communicate. After a while of chatter, Tianmeng said to Qian Yuchun. They are willing to surrender. Please let go of other extremely cold birds and leave a part of the 10,000-year-old cold chalcedony. This is where they depend on, I hope you don't destroy it. Qian Yuchun nodded. What did he do to destroy this place? You can't cut leeks without fern roots. Okay, I'll make a contract now and let them not resist. Tianmeng communicated with 300,000-year-old extremely cold birds again, and their eyes instantly became honest. The Holy Spirit's contract. Qian Yuchun slapped his hands and 3 golden patterns flew into the eyebrows of 3 extremely cold birds who had been 100,000 years old. Then they established a special relationship with Qian Yuchun, and their life and death seemed to be in his hands. After the contract was completed, Qian Yuchun lifted the pressure on the 3 extremely cold birds of 100,000 years. They resumed their actions and began to hover nearby. Then, Kenshui City floated up, looked at the 10,000-year-old ice marrow, and took action. With a wave of his hand, 1/3 of the 10,000-year-old ice marrow was taken away by him. The purpose of this trip was also achieved. However, for safety reasons, he left behind a 100,000-year-old extremely cold bird to protect the safety here and beware of other thieves. Tianmeng, don't be greedy, wait until you get out. Qian Yuchun patted Tianmeng Bing Silkworm's head and took him away. Chapter 100 Returning to the manor. It's a matter of the north. Boss Qian, these 2 bears really plan to follow you. Who knows, I fed them a small piece of 10,000-year-old ice marrow, and then I depended on me. 2 little followers followed Qian Yuchun, 2 mutated ice bears I met before. Tianmeng didn't understand why he had to feed them the 10,000-year-old ice marrow at that time. The 2 black and white ice bears and sons followed them all the time. It's okay, just follow me, they look quite cute. I think many human women may like them. Qian Yuchun felt that it didn't matter if the bear and his son followed him. Anyway, there were 2 ghost tiger cubs at home, and these 2 were not bad. No, you really plan to adopt them? Tianmeng looked at his expression and said in surprise. If you keep it, just keep it. Anyway, my family is very large, so it's okay to raise 2 bears. Qian Yuchun said with a smile. Then he turned around and looked at the mother bear following him and asked again. You mother and son are really planning to follow me? The mother bear nodded humanely, and so did the bear cub, and rolled on the ground twice. Qian Yuchun knew that it was the 10,000-year-old ice marrow that helped them improve their wisdom, so he agreed to follow him. Moreover, the female bear is not easy to hunt with the bear cub alone. The mother bear showed a surrender, and she recognized Kenshui City as the main force. The 2 bears looked the same as the giant panda, so he decided to accept it. The bear cub is very likable and I believe that after returning home, I will be loved by Ling Yuan and the others. The ghost tiger cub with treasure in the palm may be out of favor. Then you just follow me, don't run around casually, do you understand? Qian Yuchun reminded. Roar. The mother bear nodded to show that she knew. Then, Qian Yuchun turned around and continued to walk out of the frozen forest. In the sky, 2 extremely cold birds that had been 100,000 years old were hovering in the warning. After 3 days, Qian Yuchun finally arrived at the gate of his manor. With a wave of his hand, the 2 ice bears he took were released. Looking at the unfamiliar environment, the female bear protected the little bear cub in front of her. Roar. The mother bear looked at Qian Yuchun in confusion. You're home, come in with me. After Qian Yuchun finished speaking, he walked to the front door and opened the door. He looked at the mother bear and said again, come in. Then, the mother bear took the bear cub into the manor. However, it was waiting for Qian Yuchun to walk in and then follow him after walking. Soon, Qian Yuchun arrived in front of the villa. After sensing it for a little, he found that Yin was there. Ling Yuan and the others seemed to have gone out, and the 2 ghost tiger cubs were not there. Strange, where have you been? Qian Yuchun did not expect that in these few days, they would become familiar with Kenshui City. It is very likely that the Shui Union sisters took them out. He looked at Bing Xiang and his son and said, you guys wait for me here and don't run around. The female bear nodded and patted the little bear and let it follow him. Qian Yuchun walked into the hall, and Yin, who was practicing in the room upstairs, slowly opened his eyes. Young Master Qian is back. She hurriedly got up, opened the door, and headed downstairs. Before going down the stairs, the voice of Qian Yuchun came. Yin, where are Ling Yuan and the others going? They went out shopping and were preparing to make a seafood meal tonight. Yin looked at Qian Yuchun and said. After going downstairs, she walked to the opposite side of Kenshui City. 1,000 young masters, is the situation going smoothly? Come back so soon? Qian Yuchun nodded, of course, but the environment in the extreme north is very harsh, and the strongest soul beast has a cultivation level of more than 600,000 years. More than 600,000 years? Ian was very surprised. This kind of existence is rare among soul beasts. This is much higher than the strength of the two Ming-Mings. Qian Yuchen looked at her slightly surprised face and smiled. The soul beasts in your star-fighting forest are the top existences on the continent. You will know later. Please keep me in a silence. Yin understood what he meant. There was a stronger existence in the Star-Do forest than the extreme north. Even if he, the Blue-Silver Emperor, who has been around for 100,000 years, is the lowest among them. Since they are going out, then you can do your own things. I have to arrange them. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he walked out of the door. Bingxiang and his son watched him come out, so they got up and slowly walked towards him, looking at him with a gaze. It's like saying, where do we live? Yin also followed Qian Yuchen out, looking at the two big and small bears, one big and one small, and were stunned for a moment. Did you bring these two bears back? Yes, I met in the frozen forest. After feeding a little something, the mother bear followed me with her bear cub. The aura of this mother and son is the aura of a high-level soul beast. They are mutants of the Ice Bear clan in the far Northland, and I don't know the others. Qian Yuchen said while taking Bingxiang and his son to the forest area in the manor. There are mountains and rivers there, and they seem to adapt well to an uncold environment. Ian understood that he was looking for habitat for the two bears. The forest in the manor was indeed very suitable. Soon, Qian Yuchen settled home for Bingxiang and his son in a suitable location. This is your new habitat, not far from where we live. I'm going back now. Roar! The mother bear called out to him and took the bear cub to the new cave created for them by Qian Yuchen. After Qian Yuchen and Ian returned to the villa, they saw Shui Yunluo in the hall. Luo, are you? Hearing his voice, Shui Yunluo looked at Qian Yuchen and smiled. Brother-in-law, when did you come back? It just so happens that we are going to make a seafood meal tonight. You're lucky. Qian Yuchen smiled and said, that's great. You guys make a big meal, and I happen to prepare a gift for you. He gained a lot this time and brought them a lot of thousands of years of ice marrow, which would be a huge bonus for her and Shui Union. Others, the bonus is not that big. Seeing him say this, Shui Yunluo asked again, brother-in-law, you won't really find the extremely cold bird that has been around for 100,000 years, right? That's natural, I keep my word. I really found it, and I was convinced. After Qian Yuchen finished speaking, he put his right hand beside his mouth and whistled. Then, two black shadows flew into the hall. Two extremely cold birds that were 100,000 years old appeared in front of them. Wow, what a big extremely cold bird! Shui Yunluo said in surprise. Yin also looked at Qian Yuchen with surprise and said. Young Master Qian, these two soul beasts are really 100,000 years old. Where did you find them? Coincidentally, coincidence, I have always had very good luck. I found it after a simple search. Qian Yuchen smiled, then looked at two extremely cold birds that were 100,000 years old. Okay, you can find a forest to hide it. Don't fly around casually. Pay attention to the two bears in the forest, and don't hurt them. The two extremely cold birds nodded and left the hall. I'll go and rest for a while. I'm a little tired after rushing to the road these few days. Well, brother-in-law, thank you for your hard work. Dinner is ready, we will call you then. Shui Yunluo asked Qian Yuchen to rest immediately, and he didn't need to worry about the rest. Qian Yuchen went upstairs and returned to his room to rest.